the news, कैसे हो the news, what is up the news, how's you the news, कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो कैसे हो, what's up what's up what's up, good mornings. आहा मजा आ गया चाय की चुस्की लेते ही. ए नेट लैंग्वेज औरा कैसे बंग भाई, सब बढ़िया सब बढ़िया. प्रेडिक्शन कैसे पूछ सकते हो, कैसे फेनेटिक के सामने प्रेडिक्शन कैसे पूछ सकते हो, कैसे? अब तो मैं भी मोदी पहुंच गया, आप कभी जा रहे हो आने जापान से आने के बाद? गुड मॉर्निंग बंग भाई, गुड मॉर्निंग.
For chance, but it is do or die for the side of KC, and every time we see this matchup, Kakuka,
love
it
you.
is an insane series every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know what is going to happen with the map veto. Yes, we spoke about the things for the side of Fnatic, but for KC, especially having a new player and trying to get everything worked up together, and potentially for champs, I wonder if they change something. Well, the ban is still
W sunset ban, W sunset ban.
Not massively surprised by this, I don't think. What do you think, Mini?
No, this is like I tried to predict the vetoes and I got it right for once. I got everything right, so I feel quite proud of that one. Yeah, KC punishing Fnatic.
एक सेकंड रुक जाओ, एकदम हेवी वो है. डन है. एक सेकंड रुको चैट, एक सेकंड रुको. W baby, W baby, W, W. 10 सेकंड हो गए, सॉरी.
A massive disadvantage from where they should be at in this veto.
Yeah, I mean, so much comes down to form too when you come into an elimination match like this. But let's talk about this Haven, because Flyer, of course, you're familiar with KC's Haven.
Yes.
Yeah, talk us through what they do.
Well, what
like
is
to
it
do.
like being on the receiving
कैसा
end?
भाई तू रहेगा किसी से UPI मैं बढ़िया.
Super heavy on their attacks, taking garage, just like they like dueling, and on their defense they love flooding. Like they just start everywhere. They start 1-3-1s. They like being on the same site you show instantly. Like there's a lot of manipulation with them, in my opinion, and they want to fight you more than anything.
नंबर चैट
I
में
think
कौन
both
क्या?
will do a very
Fnatic
good-
is
should
even
do a
love
good
Dr.
attack
Kashma,
side
thank of the
of
8
KC,
months.
Like KC don't
किसको
have the
support कर रहे
rotational
हो?
tools like
Fnatic,
in order to kind of fill those gaps. So as soon as
Fnatic.
they're stacked up in a spot, Bosa should be able to read that and go.
भाई
for it.
आज
So I'm looking for that from him today.
आज के दिन मोस्टली 99.100% EME के बाद गेमिंग्स होएगी. आज NA अपने को स्किप करना पड़ेगा, समझ रहे हो, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा काम पेंडिंग है और मेरा बैक का फ्रंट हो चुका है. तो मोस्टली आज ये लंबा स्ट्रीम करेंगे, EMA करेंगे, उसके बाद गेमिंग्स करेंगे, ठीक है, NA नहीं करेंगे. और कल भी शायद NA नहीं होगा. आई थिंक NA का थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट टाइम की वजह से कुछ सीन हो सकता है, लेकिन EMA करेंगे, ठीक है, जस्ट लेटिंग यू नो. तो आज तो गेमिंग आज भाई मेरा बैक का अकड़ गया है भाई पूरा पूरा अकड़ गया patch.
On this map, and of course that does look like Static will stick to that Cypher as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Pyro will be going on the Sova. They do not change the composition. They just change the roles there. Let's see how Pyro, also as the sole initiator for this team, especially starting on the attack, how he merges with the rest, and if he's going to be good support for the duelists.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that, you know, in week 5 we saw that Fartine was no longer there. It was Martin again, and Flyer again, a massive win condition if you have your Yoru Phoenix player shooting on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just, when they build their comps, they want these two to fight because of how strong they are individually. And Martin's also picking up the scope more.
And he's looking really dangerous on it.
I think for me it's going to be about Sadak, which is about that impact versus out of path. And I think that's going to be interesting. But on the defense, how are they going to problem solve when he's probably towards that C side of the map and his players are having to deal with Fnatic re-clearing A and doing things? Input in the same way he usually would on the defense.
And I don't want to hone in more about Fnatic and their defense on Haven, but what I did not show in that telestrator is what happened on the later rounds, right when the map was about to end, and it was Fnatic just incredibly aggressive onto mid. Speaking of TP and just running out of double doors, just a little bit. I think that we're speaking of desperation a lot today, but finding solutions later just because they couldn't deal with that. I want them to be, whomever wins this map, I want them to be sure of what they're doing. I want to see
Phoenix,
good adaptation from Fnatic for what they learned.
15 blind Fnatic के मुंह पे आने वाला है.
Yeah, and especially considering KC are coming into this playoffs after beating Team Liquid. I think they have to be, in a state of confidence. Maybe this honeymoon period you guys spoke about is going to be activated right now, and I want to activate some casters as well. So over to you, Hamza and Cairo.
Thank you, Sue. Yes, it's a long way from home for the French teams in VCT EMEA. 4 wins required against 2 teams that we saw in the top 4 last stage on the gauntlet that they have to run. For KC here, it gets no easier against our previous champions.
No, it doesn't. In the past year or so,
we've seen this matchup 5 times. And
well, KC's only been able to win it once. That was all the way back in 2024 kickoff. So your automatic favourites would be Fnatic.
That result, of course, denying the Juggernaut from returning to the
international
stage. It was Fnatic at their
champs
peak.
के लिए qualify है ना लेकिन वो
the new era of KC.
जब तक champs आ रहे तब तक problem
even
नहीं है.
newer one here with Pyro in the face of it. It's a long road to that grand finals, as we know.
Grand final to qualify for Paris.
It's a bold pick to make against Fnatic. One they're hoping is going to pay off.
को इतना हराने का?
Interestingly enough, Fnatic decide to start on the defender side as well. Get the difficult one done early doors and trying to fight towards A lobby.
क्या blind भाई, बाप रे.
And he's got 3.
भाई हेलो.
Booster
मार रहा है.
With a lot of the jewels on their attack
I mean
side
obviously
last time
मारेगा
for
ना.
Fnatic, immediately setting the tempo, and KC fully crunched.
Yeah,
What?
on the flag. Both players not looking. Sugexu turns. Flicks Alpha's head. Also the spike.
वही 3 मार दिए बूस्टर ने.
To look for a way towards one of the sites.
No sound बह रहा है.
Blind as it stands, but back into 3 players on the Fnatic side, and only going to get 1 in the end. So a strong start for the defense.
Yeah, a great start
WB
the side, which is exactly
Who
what you
are
want
we?
for
KC.
the Fnatic fans.
मेरा Fnatic का jersey भी
Obviously, yesterday we think about the pistol round win. Yesterday, sorry, 2 days ago. It feels like yesterday. And the Fnatic
Reply me.
pistol round win.
Reply to you.
Able to
Phoenix is
win
better Rena.
a decent
Better
amount
than
of
not choosing Rena.
the anti
Land
Fnatic
agent.
were able to bounce back on.
That opens up the immediate
वो
conversation.
ऐसा player है
that
Duelist
Fnatic
plus IGL any
are in
region
the lower
specific में
bracket
एक ही
here,
है.
and we'll be looking towards Boaster to try and guide them towards success. It's the same case in Toronto, of course, but in terms of a stage 2,
W.
completely out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and I think like this is a nice conversation to be talking about this.
वो अलमपट अंधा है क्या?
Garage about just the problems that Fnatic have been having in general, right? You think of that map pool.
भाई इसका game
and,
sound क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? Caster
all the
sound
problems
ज़्यादा आ रहा
how
है.
exposed that they look with it. What statistic for you, Hazard?
Yeah?
Do you know how many maps Fnatic have played this year so far?
I do, because you told me in the green room. Would you like to tell the rest of the house as well?
Yeah, of course. Fnatic have played 79 maps this year, compared to KC, who have played 62. And to give you an example of what that actually means, Fnatic have essentially played an extra group stage.
अरे कैसा घूमा ये? Stream sniper बे, delay में देख रहा है.
It's a strong start for them here. I mean, after seeing the Haven.
इसके बाद खेलने वाले हो क्या? नहीं, EMEA के बाद.
Even building into champs, would there be an additional iteration? The objectives changing with qualification already secured. Coming into the gun round, statistics bolstered. Alpha getting off to a hot start as well. KC perhaps looking at taking the mid space to start. Flyer on the desk already mentioned Garage, and that one so far seems to be under control.
Just finish live 2-0 Hana. Things
started off right.
भाई क्या मारा बे, आवाज आ रहा है bro.
Yeah, from the attack macro we saw of this version of KC against Liquid, they were very slow playing as a pack. The calling will be different fundamentally for Sadak on the Cypher, a role which he previously played towards the beginning of his career. And now grouped up with the Spike at his side, Pyro starting to work the C long space. Repositioning in Garage as Crashies catches info on the other extremity.
Martin placing his TP to combine himself with the forces that are elsewhere. But Alpha needs to be careful about his positioning.
Thinking about a recommitment towards the mid space, but Sugetsu is holding on to it.
भाई same चीज Fnatic करता पता
है. Real advantage for KC now.
किल मारने के बाद ऐसा होल्ड करते ना, ऐसा होल्ड करते ना.
Two players to the good, but still a lot of ground to cover to get towards C, which does remain the negative space. Fnatic starting to move over themselves.
Yeah, this gun round has been Fnatic being proactive, taking things into their own terms, but KC being able to defend that. Time getting low, and KC need to make a move. It's going to be the C site where Boaster is, and there's a couple of players very close by.
I think Crashies has spotted this as well, so Boaster teeing up the blind side, gets the first of the kills off the back of the paranoia, and Crashies right behind it. 10 seconds. Spike only now going in, and the flank has been detected. Kron on the scene. KC starting to fight towards defender spawn.
Yeah, there's also a dart that Crashies can use to set up Kron as well, if he can get into position in time.
Behind this Viper wall, it does feel like a good opportunity to split the post plant that is currently sat on site, but Sadak from the corner, resolute with the rifle in hand now. Kron has work to do to try and at least create a bit of damage here, but it's going to be too much to ask of him. And KC will have
yeah, I mean, there's a few things that we've seen already in terms of speaking about the garage and how important that can be for KC. Telestrator segment that she did and the mid aggression.
KC में भी सारे एमर्स हैं ना बे, TH जैसा है बे KC.
We've already seen it from Fnatic.
ये पता नहीं प्लेयर कैसा है. Pyro, बाकी सब तो बाप प्लेयर्स हैं.
Finds itself directly.
Pyro लिए क्या चैट नया प्लेयर?
Setup is, and there are two players in Garage, reinforced by the Viper wall from Kron. Sad a little more defensive on B, but Kayak's done his job. The op in play, finding that first kill. When they went down 3v5 before, oh my lord, Martin immediately catches our attention. That quick double on A has forced this quick reaction.
Not ready yet. Players for Fnatic trying to flood over, but there's plenty of bodies for KC to overwhelm the site if needed.
Trying to get there, but it's a slow creep towards the site. Kayak's already arrived with the op in hand.
It's a glass cannon op.
Value could he possibly get from this position? KC completely stalled out, and with Kayak on the angle, it's Martin to win the fight. Has his number this time. Kron still playing behind the cloud. Break of the dart, and KC reconsider.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so much time to play with. Why would you try and exec into a site where all of Fnatic players are?
On point
as ever, Fnatic on the prowl, trying to be proactive and trying to get to C site first where Alpha is.
The Viper wall is up as well. It's only going to help aid Alpha make this crossing. Safe passage backside. Martin to try and open up the play. Has he been left unconsidered? It seems to be the case for Martin. Does crack the whip and collect his fourth. Kron finished off by the shock dart, and it's a tied game outside of the first 4 rounds. KC responding in the rifle.
And I think the big thing already as well is performance-wise, Martin is top of the pops. I mean, you think of the last 2 rounds, the value that he's been able to find.
Why not?
मेरे को लगा उधर ही बैठा रहेगा जब तक वो आवाज नहीं
And a
करता.
4K from next round just shows you.
Why no ads during watch
It
party?
just shows you like he's ready for this
ताकि
playoff
तुम लोग
run,
मैच
which
देख पाओ
Carmine
अच्छे
Core
से.
really need.
We need to see that consistency from him because you say he's top of the scoreboard and it is through the 4K which he just picked up, but that has to channel round on round, and we do get it here. The Outlaw out for punishment. Alves watching C-Long, collecting Kayak.
Chad मेरे को smell आ रहा है
down
कुछ.
to their
मैं बोल
last
सकता
three
हूँ?
members yet again.
मेरे को smell आ रहा है. मैं कुछ बोल सकता हूँ please?
These pushes have been foiled so far by KC, and to carry on the Martin conversation, yeah, we'll get a look at his stats in just a little bit, but it's the last couple of games where we have started to see him bring those numbers back up. It's the decision-making for me, though, which is most pivotal in making sure that he stays at the top level, which is ultimately what KC need if they're to have any chance of this champs run.
Yeah, and I think as well, coming out of last year,
मेरे को लग रहा है
2024, people were saying Martin probably like
comeback
top
मारेगा ये
three,
map.
top four duelists in the region, right?
ये वो वाला map है.
This year has fallen to the wayside.
Comeback वाला
a
map
player
है.
that I was really excited about coming from tier 2.
मेरे को लग रहा है.
I mean, you try to support those players coming up. I just felt
Starting में
like
कैसे अच्छा लगेगा लेकिन
there was a lot more to be
easy comeback for
desired
Fnatic.
when it came to his performances.
30 seconds left.
The round's still at play, and while the clock is running down, it isn't Fnatic on the attack. KC have taken their time, but assessed the options and found the A site. All three players here on the defense, but still Sheriff's in hand. Thing getting low. The edge of the smoke, Boaster finally reveals his position. Flood out covered. Alves has it handled well. KC now in the lead.
भैया आप कब सोते हो? आज सोऊंगा रे. आज दोपहर को 3-4 बजे तक सो जाऊंगा.
Especially with ults in play.
Yeah,
कल जल्दी उठना है मेरे को सुबह सुबह.
Martin with a dimensional drift.
सनबात शूट है सनकिस्ट.
Alves, so Carmine Core, you can
Sunkist
argue
shoot
have
है
the
मेरा.
better of the scope of ultimates.
बिग्स भाई अगर उसका नाम मार्टिन है तो 4 कैसे मारा लास्ट राउंड? एक असिस्ट था.
As well. Sure, the result against Koi was strong. Fnatic playing the same opponent and narrowly getting over the line in comparison to the dominance we saw from the French side. Looks like a quick pace change. Alves right into Garage with the run it back.
Yeah, and also he's got
मेरे एडिटर के वजह से एडिट नहीं होगा क्योंकि मैं बोला
steps as well.
मैं रात को स्ट्रीम करने वाला हूं. उसने बोला NA ना.
And there is a vacuum that they'll look to fill.
Straight in, but so Fnatic. Look at the extremities here. Alpha close by. You can see Kayak looking to poke and prod towards that A lobby as well. So while the spike goes down, KC are losing a lot of map control at the same time.
You can hire many things hourly basis in Japan. अकेले नहीं जा रहा हूं मैं.
Drift, but the sewers locked down from Alpha forces players towards Garage. Big fight about to go down with the ult now in play.
Still a trap there for KC to get that extra information if needed, and they're trying to explore elsewhere. KC get one back, make that two, make that three, and it's Pyro to do it. Throwing out a Garage, trying to make his way through, but you look at the position of the last two players, there's no way that Kron should have a chance, and he does not.
इको थे Fnatic इको थे. Let's go. और बंको क्या हाल है?
Round from Pyro. The previous week, of course, just him settling in to the squad. Precious time spent, every moment on that stage. And KC responding to a difficult round set up by Fnatic. You can see Martin, when he exits his ult, is all the way out on the C side. Then drops back in to deny the diffuser once the spike had already been halved.
आप सोचे कब है पता नहीं.
भाई
मैं भी अगर एज अ रूकी ज्वाइन किया कोई टीम को तो मैं अच्छा खेलूंगा मतलब. सारे रूकीज मारते भाई.
Against Liquid, definitely maximized the opportunity they had to do that.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's also a try.
बस भाई shout out दे दो.
First game against
Play with Corrode, shout out मेरी जान कटे.
Yeah, what's your next
वाह
one?
भाई रिप्लाई नहीं किया
Pyro,
कैसे
you
इसका?
played against Fnatic, mate. So good luck.
The fact that KC had qualified to the playoff stage before reaching that match definitely did aid their preparation, and it draws me back to the question I posed at the
World
start.
Vada Pav Day. Banko, आज World Vada Pav Day है. You will have एक बंको, जापान में नहीं मिलता वड़ा पाव. किससे बात कर रही है? कौन कौन लक्ष्मी? कौन सेलिब्रिटी क्या?
You've been able to make as an organisation. It's about the here and now. They look to try and take it in the here and now as they push in towards the KC backline.
Similar position to what we had before from Kron. This time it's a stinger though, up close.
Old people का रुके नहीं होता. More side दो इसको.
Oh, Kayak's baiting for it, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just been seen. You can see Sadak being lured in, but no, instead goes elsewhere. Still very stagnant from KC though.
Kron looking for his time to strike. He can smell blood in the water. Ava is going to go looking punished. And there you have it. Fnatic with an opening. And the wall from Kayak as well. Oh, the supportive utility is superb. Gets out of there, no trouble.
क्या backup देते हैं एक दूसरे को यार?
How do we get numbers back on our side? What do we do to try and make this round in our favour? Because with the bodies all in Fnatic's favour, they can start to bundle up now, and you can see that towards the C side of the map. Especially Garage with Kron and Kayak still are.
Not getting that information off the cam, but as soon as they go knocking on the door of Garage, there's a reposition from Fnatic. Now ready to receive the B execution.
Crashy's a little bit more hesitant to move any further forward. He's the weak side of this hold, and Booster at the same time gets caught out towards the left side of B main. The players making their way towards A, getting denied by Crashies, but that spike will be going down. Or will it? That's a big Hunter's Fury, and manages to get one. That's Fnatic, 3 to the good.
4 players to get past. He's found his first.
Yeah, you know he's good for it, but he isn't good for any more. Fnatic answer back straight after the timeout.
Comment नहीं पढ़ते नहीं.
KC, honestly, looking a little bit panicked.
as the valorant Esports
goes Fnatic's way. After that first kill, you're seeing Sadak is playing as part of the pack, and this was another one of the questions I had. With him not taking up many lurks on another side map, Lotus previously, I wondered if he more of the same here. If he's having to micromanage Pyroll a little bit more as well, does it then make that macro calling a little bit harder for him? Right now at the foot of the scoreboard, but I think sort of stats aside, yeah, it was just a really well set up round from Fnatic. They want more of that.
Chat like कर दो stream को.
Now continuing to force the issue.
Placing swarm grenade.
His though. Oh, towards Garage and Sadak all on his own with no possibility of being traded. Gets caught out.
वरना हमेशा पनिश हुआ. पहली बार इसको मारते हुए देखा है.
That Blaze Wall's doing so much.
Alpha Jet.
But can't see the players
कैसा है तू?
One gets picked up. Poster though, looking for a quick trade.
Drop down, but Sugetsu expects it. Knows Boaster's tricks well. KC and Fnatic more than familiar. And this time, KC will be taking the lead for themselves. But it's important to address that as well. Maybe not the best example in the round, but these teams have been scrim partners so far in the stage after that opening match for the following weeks. Not expecting to see Fnatic in this bracket. As I said before, it's not something we usually see from them later in a year. In fact, we've never seen.
Binks bhai, I am Vaibhav. Name change kiya because started a channel. Kaisa hai Vaibhav Jan today?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Stage 2 and Fnatic. Stage 2, they generally never miss a grand final, right? The last time they did so was all the way back in 2021.
Jeez, man.
On stream में कितना बड़ा पाव खाओ?
How much of a feather duster, how big did you need to dust off those history books? Because that's been a long time.
I looked at Tom Biz's Twitter, mate, to be honest.
Usually does the trick. Yeah, little VLR scoreboard here and there.
Sure.
No harm done. But yeah, we coming out of this round, I think another player to be looking at on the opposite side is going to be Alpha, plying his trade in the second stage, always looking like one of the best players that Fnatic have towards the later end of the year.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good considering the year that he's had, and the fact that people were saying, like, is he up to his best? Is he starting to have a performance dip? Straight away as the year progresses, he's back to it.
Crash is the one to start this round in Fnatic's favour, though. These first engagements are very often indicated the direction of the round. Fnatic only finding their first outside of the opening two. KC have been able to turn these situations on their head. But a 5 versus 3 as Kron makes the next incision.
इतना अच्छा जोक स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी क्यों नहीं ट्राई करते? बैठ के वॉच पार्टी करता हूं.
Little options and little space.
आ रहा है मार्टिन लड़ने से.
Control for Fnatic, but Boaster being all alone on
भाई
A.
सिक्स लड़ता है.
Player that needs to be careful. That could open up that A side of the map for KC to walk into, or at least create a question mark. The Fnatic need to re-clear.
Has to be cautious playing by himself. Crashes his
They
duo
been side
pulled
game
over
today in which guy
in
named
arms on A, but
was abusing
thinks better
teammate
of it
Clow,
now
giving
towards lane.
threats
Yeah, but look
and
how far
whatnot
Martin's
just
getting
because
at the
she
minute.
said she was a girl.
He's found a lot of
This
space
all
towards
games
A.
look like this.
The
खुश
question
भाई
is,
इनके
can he
report करने का
clear out enough space?
Mute
Can
कर
he
देने
find
का
Boaster? And you're
और
expecting
उसको
at this
return
point in the
गाली
round
देने
for
का.
Fnatic to
क्या
start
रे लौड़े
reacting
बोलना
themselves,
ऐसा.
moving more players, more bodies
लेकिन
towards
उसको
this
म्यूट
side.
करके
The timing's
उसका chat
insane.
भी म्यूट
Boaster
करने का
doesn't know, and
यही
he's
best
been
है.
found by Martin. That should allow the
भाई
spike to
मार्टिन
make its
का
way on
मार्टिन
towards
का
C.
A play बहुत
There's a
प्यारा.
little bit of a gap in timing to allow the spike down easy enough. But where does KC go with a post plant on the front foot?
Still 2 flashes left here
5v3.
for KC. One of them used by Martin to take that aggressive fight.
5v3.
Sugetsu notes the flank. They should be looking towards defender's spawn now.
म्यूट करके गाली देना
Delay,
best
it's
है.
going to not work in Fnatic's favour. They want all 3 players here, and with Alpha so far away, it's going to allow Martin to play in the smoke. 2
5v3
apiece, more utility being sent forward, and that smoke going allows
Bro, Alpha
Alpha
जहर से बचा है भाई. बचा है नहीं अभी तक नहीं बचा है.
Leaves him in a 1 versus 1 against Alpha. The spike looking to be halved, but Sugetsu looking to try and find the next
Time नहीं है.
fight. But it goes Alpha's
Time
way.
नहीं है. Oh!
It's not going to be close enough though. A Red Bull clutch for Sugetsu. Playing the time all the way down. That second tap not baited for. So it'll slip through the fingers of Alpha. Is brilliant work from Martin
भाई
to kick this round off.
हल्का सा उसका हाथ
The
थोड़ा
moments
लंबा
that
रहता है.
Still putting under scrutiny. If he can find the right fight, he does. The skin of their teeth, KC. Staying
not
in
even
front,
close.
building on that lead.
कोई नहीं. अच्छा हो ये राउंड आ रहा है क्योंकि मेरा prediction of Fnatic comeback real हो रहा है.
Let's be honest. Could have brought them within 1, but now the gap grows to 3. KC on this attack side really getting momentum that it's going to allow them to put themselves in a good position for the second half. Ultimate's available though for Fnatic and KC. Depends where they want to use them.
Free orb मिलने वाला है क्या Phoenix को?
Gearing up
तो क्यों लग रहा है
towards the
free orb मिलने वाला
C
है?
Very exposed turret in front of the Viper wall from Alpha to just check for any player presence.
मार्टिन ये लड़
Yet
रहा
to
है.
register.
मार्टिन का ये सेक्सी है.
Meantime, Martin is trying to fake A as much as he possibly can. This Yoru has
Bro
usually
अगर वो A shot से जाता
been
था ना
a
क्या सेक्सी
telegraph
टाइमिंग
for where
मिलता था.
KC looked to plot their course.
Oh my god bro अगर वो A shot से जाता क्या टाइमिंग
Very
मिलता था
reserved in the mid round.
उसको.
This is what Sadak was brought into the team for. His effectiveness at
Bro,
these stages of the game,
बाप
but still a stalemate.
And you look at Fnatic, previously in rounds were being proactive, this time round very reserved. We're going to get the dimensional drift on towards B where Boaster sits above, he's been identified and picked up. Unfortunate Hunter's Fury in towards C-Link, but it isn't quite connecting.
Bye buddy.
Arrow will land one of those pulses at the very least. Kayak and Crashies clamping on down. Spike still not yet planted in the pit to recover.
Finally it will
Plant
be.
हो गया.
And yeah, as you said, Viper's pit deposited straight away and one back towards Fnatic.
Spam bars अभी. भाई 100 का राउंड है 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 100 का.
Can and does. Big pick.
Go
Now
around
the
it.
players distracted in B and Crashies knows about Sugetsu.
भाई क्या दिमाग.
He's doing this all by himself and calling for players to get on the spike, but Abez is denying it.
No half.
It's not, but finally it will be. And now the players looking at Fnatic to find the picks, which they will. But is there enough time for Crashies to finish this out?
Just about.
Hey, time
He's
है.
going to be able to get it over the line, and
my
Fnatic
God,
will find another
1v1
round
तक गया.
through a retake. It is one
इतना
which
अच्छा
they
खेल
paid
के
a
1v1
hefty
तक गया.
price for. 3 of their ultimates spent. But I think you take that trade almost every day of the week with how some of these rounds have been playing out.
By Crashies, by
Crashies is doing gorgeous work
outplay किया
on
अभी.
this flank.
and through.
It plays so weird.
Not what they expected from the
मैं पूरा
previous
करूँगा आप
reps that
भी
they got perhaps.
स्टेज पे जाओ कभी G2 पे किधर है
So we will see the second time out of this first half, and this time it finds itself painted in KC blue, wanting to maximize their returns, heading on to the defender's side, which looked better for them arguably, an 8-4 against Koi.
Yeah.
Checking in with the coaching staff, they have ults to build around. Fnatic, of course.
भाई मेरा दुकानदार क्यों नहीं भेज रहा है वड़ा
पाव? Well, like we spoke about Pyro and his trial by fire. I think as well, KC playing against Team Liquid, being able to win that out. This is how they go and prove that that wasn't a one-off, right? Going and beating Fnatic, starting their lower bracket run perfectly, and against you think towards the next stage, right? They're on a little bit of form of their own.
Finals का भी पता नहीं मैं तो वैलो कर रहा हूँ.
For Carmenco.
Yeah, I think that's the one difference between KC's run and some of the other teams that we've seen in a similar position. BBL have been showing their results since kickoff, and GX have grown throughout the group stages, pulling off a number of upsets along the way. KC, on the other hand, have to build from the ground up. The roster change and the consequences that brings just leads back to the narrative in the previous week. How long does the honeymoon phase last?
What do you think? Valorant Mobile Esports में grow करेगा इंडिया में grow करेगा बस रोज उस पे पानी डालना पड़ेगा. Grow करेगा कोई सीन नहीं.
Yeah, that it is. Spike down and straight into
भाई मेरा
a
गला भाई
early
बांक
doors. Fnatic now have to pick up, and where do they go for this retake? It seems as if bodies are committed mostly
ये
towards
माया
the
नहीं
C
grow
side.
करेगा.
Alves doubling down though with this run it back. Alfia's going to spot him and chalk off a lot of the HP. Molly at the feet.
आगे आ रहा है बोला बे. भाई oh short बे
Finally,
गजब.
Fnatic have to get their hands busy. Kayak flooding out to create some of this space. There's no Sekulano flank this time. They're fully reliant being able to dissuade the players that face them down. Abbas new lease of life back out of the ult. Another kill for him, and numbers in their favor until Crashies steps on the scene again. 3 kills from him, but it still might not suffice. A smoke post-mortem boaster, but it's Pyro to bail them out again.
फिर से 1v1 तक आया भाई Crashies क्या मार रहा है?
It's just utility simulator. So many flashes. So much to just throw at their opponents.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Trying to upset the retake by playing on the front foot, using the run it back to stop anybody getting out of garage.
Shot down.
इसका फाइनल्स कभी पूछा इसका
from Pyro to get that double
Pacific के बाद है
7-4 is the scoreline we find ourselves at. KC
NA होगा NA
to make sure that they will have a sustainable lead for the next half.
बड़ा पाव
यार
मेरा फेवरेट जगह से तो नहीं मिल रहा
been in clutch situations.
नया जगह ट्राई करना पड़ेगा.
It's rare that you see a player arrive at the stage in those kinds of situations with such calmness. But this half is yet not completed, and Chronicle's already found the first of those kills. Kayak fighting from sight. Casey trying to retake this space, and Alves doing a brilliant job, but the backline has been compromised.
इसको प्लान दे साइफर
Alpha with a rifle here.
साइफर इसको प्लान दे
साइफर
साइफर
Alves being the sole player to do so. So really finding much.
Take this full 9 yards. Alves gets caught, and now it is on Sadak, the captain, to clutch it. Has a path to walk towards A, but locks eyes with Boaster. There is no way back for him now. Alfia closing the net. Sadak boxed in, running for his life, but no savior in sight.
By Senpai is actually good.
Brilliant recovery from Fnatic in the last few.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good half for both.
मेरे कान में काहे चिल्ला रहे हो जीजा? Sorry.
Decided to start on the defender side, move on to the attack.
जो हारा वो घर वाला गेम में क्या ये?
That's the big thing here. The second half is what's going to make it. And well, we got some thoughts from Crashies on his first
lower
year
bracket
with
है ये बे, hello.
We did.
जो हारा वो घर.
And how he's been getting along with the team.
चलो किसी घर पे
another
चलो.
international grand final.
Yeah, so we've already locked champs, and obviously we won last stage, so we've kind of like accomplished our regional like dominance, I would say. It'd be nice to go back to back, but we're really looking forward to champs and prepping for champs. So going into playoffs, there's not really much pressure for us. We're just gonna play, practice some stuff, and you know, if we can win, then it's great. But yeah, not too much pressure or anything. Nice.
ये LOL blocks खेल के हंसती है, ऐसे हंसती है.
All right, we got our round. We got our round. Let's go, boys. Are you sure you don't want to show the killjoy?
First year VCT EMEA was definitely interesting. Never really thought I would fly across the country and compete in another region. Especially to win my first regional trophy in another region. It's very surreal to me even to think about it now. But I definitely say it was a successful year so far. Obviously the year's not over, but yeah, definitely successful leading up to this point.
A player
Mera
who
saiya
is starting to hit the levels we know he's capable of. But even then, contrasting it to the previous consistency we saw from Crashies, the BBL game probably his worst performance so far this stage. Hoping that we get more of that from him at Champs, though. You can get your tickets now, of course, using the QR code. We had a few more allocated recently, so make sure that you find yourself there. Kayak the goat in the boat.
Yeah. And that's the big thing,
Bhaji,
right?
bhaji pe ho jaye, bhaji.
Orange and black gonna find themselves there, but they want to find
एक
themselves.
प्लेट मिर्ची बजी, एक प्लेट बजी. भाई यही है भाई बारिश का मौसम. हाँ? मैं सर घूमने पा रहा हूँ. बारिश हो रहा है क्या? नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन होने वाला है, होने वाला है. बारिश होने वाला है.
With the BBL match as well, also bringing its own situational pressures. You've seen that already alleviated here. 15 and 7 heading now onto their attack side, where we expect the best from Fnatic.
I'm out of here.
Starting towards A lobby, and KC up to the challenge, trying to fight through
Ball gira और लड़.
Viper wall. And
लग गए lag गए
late to the party, wins
लग
that
गया
first
अब
fight.
इसके हाँ
Duel for him to win, but Martin's
लग
still
गया अब
hanging around.
इसके
Yes, he wants that trade and gets
W.
it, backs away. But look at Fnatic, already so far up A long.
It's a long rotation here for KC.
Yeah, and Pyro found the players squirming out, manages to escape, can't quite get the pick,
Short,
but
Martin.
Martin still holds on towards short, and Kayak has set his sights on finding him, and does.
मरते
That should
था
allow
लेकिन
the
मारता
spike
तो
to
भी.
go down. Fnatic looking for extra information on the last two.
The king of pistol won't be
जान
outdone
पूछ
here.
कर ये Fnatic हार सकता है ताकि comeback करे.
Post, but still thinking
मेरे
about
हिसाब
a
से.
potential flank with how long Martin was able to hold it down in sewers.
Yeah, there's absolutely no utility really that KC can use. Perhaps waiting for Sugetsu's smoke to chain their way out.
Looking for the contact on Kayak here.
Yeah, and well, Kron playing off him as well, trying to clear the corners and does so. This gets worrying because now at least Crashies against Sugetsu. But time getting low, and that's all Crashies needs to play with. Just deny Sugetsu the opportunity
by
to
Crashies.
and does so. Fnatic straight
Crashies खेल रहा है भाई.
Back-to-back pistols for Fnatic, and this one
Let's go Fnatic.
screams all the signs of a KG elimination match that you'd expect.
W
with
Fnatic.
KC's Paris hopes on the line. Martin does excellently well in holding on to Suez for as long as he did, and you can see that reflected in
शो मैच में 10 है क्या? निवेश भाई सीरियस है कि आज रात से मीटिंग है. उसमें वीडियो कॉल होने वाली है, तो मैं पूछ के
a bit
देखता
of an issue on this map specifically. But now you're just thinking about how much momentum can they build up early. KC all classics.
Yeah, but all 5 on A long.
That's a blue wall.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Facing the wrong way
पूरा
though.
लैडर बना है बे, अप
Guess if you
डाउन
were
नहीं
to
है वो, बहन चो सांप सीढ़ी है वो.
Really critique it, but
Crashies was a
yeah,
sexy खेला ना Crashies.
Chronicle is weaving his way around.
Careful, yes, Sugetsu though, so ball back up. Ooh, plenty of toxins to get out with.
You know, I was critiquing the craftsmanship, but that's a sturdy wall. They've not moved after that first player spotted. And it's good.
अरे बाप रे.
Ale, how many more of those?
do we want to potentially pick up? Alpha has spotted
भाई
some targets
उसकी
at the
आत्मा
very
गई
least.
रहेगी
From a
यार
Fnatic perspective here, you're looking at building up ults.
भाई उसकी आत्मा गई रहेगी बे
Saving Grace though, realistically, was just a pistol player, right? That was Tron found, and
सीधा
all the
चिल्ला
other
रहेगा सी
weaponry
भागो
was on that seaside with the spike ticking away. I don't even think KC are really going to attempt to retake this, and would rather just all go to the spike.
बाद में 24 hours वेट चैलेंज करो किस खुशी में
But this is exactly what you've got to do on a round such as this. And when you talk of ults, one thing for KC that you're always going to be thinking about, and made up a lot of the previous half, was Ave's low-cost run it back, just 6 ult points, the cheapest in the game, and Martin already halfway to the Dimensional Drift. You're wondering, how can they partner up best as possible? 2 duelists that can flash. I mean, we don't really see Phoenix all too much, but if you take away Alpha here, it's just 2 rifles in the next. It's exactly what it'll end up being, so good job from KC there.
Yeah. All even coming into what will be the first rifle round, and in fact it looks like both sides will have a fair amount of it.
Ooh, 4 ifs. Now we know. 5-8, boys.
But the threat was identified and dealt with in the end. This looking like a pretty strong bonus, all things considered, for Fnatic.
गिली चुम्मी दिया मैंने गोल्ड बैक को
Once again, starting with bodies on a long, trying to push them out of lobby. Fnatic have very quickly crossed behind their own toxic screen.
They have, and Martin's been left all alone on A to hold this down. Sure supported by Cypher utility.
It screams
भाई एक क्वेश्चन आ गया दिमाग में Fnatic और KC साथ साथ है लेकिन फिर भी ओपोनेंट में क्यों ऐसे साथ साथ है तो एक ही टीम में होनी चाहिए ना
So you look at the setup, and KC are leaning so heavy towards C.
Sadak will have notification of this push in with his trap, but Martin
no
fakes the TP. He's committed to long.
Yeah, he's tried to commit to fake, and it's Fnatic this one, every single one.
अयो
opened, spike
भाई ये क्रॉस फायर भी नहीं था हेलो
for Crashies to pick up an extra orb.
So it looks like Carmine Core will reconsider here.
Excuse me baby हो गया ये तो
not put any further effort in trying
भाई इतना डीजे में जोक
change
सुनाई
the
दिया
round
लोडिंग
outcome.
स्क्रीन आ
It
रही
has been settled. Fnatic finding 8 and moving in front in this map.
जापान
Have
बताना
their opponent's choice,
वापस
and
मिस
while we
करेगा
have a
तू मेरे
moment to
को
look at the veto here as well, it is different from what we saw
करेगा।
between the two teams before. Bind, one which was previously played, but the addition of Corrode for Fnatic and just that one previous match against BBL, the one positive really to take from it last time out, I think is scary if you're KC.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Fnatic have been suffering from success, let's be honest, with the amount that they've played. We've already spoken about that. And I think coming out of that BBL game, there was a lot more question marks than exclamation marks about Fnatic's map pool. And right now, it seems as if with this performance, Fnatic are starting to answer those questions.
टेंस का रूट लव यू निवेश भाई
Goal for them to rectify as much as
सच्ची नहीं
possible.
पता लेकिन सच्ची नहीं पता
If they were to go out today, it would definitely be seen as a failure, despite the fact that the core objectives of this mission in stage 2 have changed.
मेरे को कुछ
You
इन्फो
see
नहीं
with their
मालूम यार
second timeout, it's
Love
an
you.
early one in the
सॉरी टू बी
second
रूड
half
तुम्हारे
right now.
कार्ड में आती कलर
I don't often reference the crowd, but I heard someone shout "cause they need it," and I think that's probably fairly accurate of an assessment. If you want to come up here and take my job, you can.
Do you know
Bin
what?
bhai, bronze to hard
we have
stuck
like a fan
team
come in.
भी
Yeah, why
उल्ले
not?
आती है no
Do a
comms
competition
nothing
for it.
Yeah.
मैं सिंगापुर सर्वर खेलता हूँ
That's
any
not-
tips
But as we do
Bronze
dive
2.
back in, it is a bonus converted.
ब्रॉन्ज 2 तुम फेनेटिक का मैच देख रहे हो और एनी टिप्स मांग रहे हो ब्रॉन्ज 2 हाँ ये 10 प्लेयर में से ना एक को भी अगर तू कॉपी पेस्ट करेगा ना कॉपी पेस्ट मिनिमम इमॉर्टल जाएगा मिनिमम कि वो लोग कैसे खेलते करके सिर्फ कॉपी पेस्ट करनी है मिनिमम इमॉर्टल
He knows what it means to go to an international event.
Knows how to win one as well. Knows how to hold down the fort. Clutch up if needed in a grand
बिंग दादा दूसरे का
seen
पता नहीं मैं तुला मिस करेल यार लव करे डांसिंग
No double spray downs, perhaps, but who knows? KC immediately putting the pressure on out of the timeouts. love to immediately set the tempo, and you can see that with Martin buried at the bottom of mid, a TP to escape if needed.
खुद boosted है, वो क्या tips देगा? सुगांशु भाई, कोई पूछा तेरे से?
Right? There is.
कोई पूछा?
You would still feel though that he would want to retain this positioning when you look at the rest of the team and this overcommitment towards the A site. Something else that the desk was discussing is how KC do like to flood as much as possible.
के पास ब्रह्मांड का info है भाई, ब्रह्मांड का.
Repositioned, and this time you look at C, it's so much more open because there's not going to be a quick rotate towards that. Crashes reveals Martin's position, but there's no one to deal with him right now. Still a sense of comfort in how he's set up here.
मैंने आपको DM किया था इंस्टा पे अपना नंबर. ओके ठीक है मैं देखता हूँ.
Positions. 3 blue shirts ready for Fnatic. And it looks like they're going to get the value from it, right? The fact that they've sat here for so long, and now there's more bodies working over. This looks like it could be a 5 versus 5 safety. But still, a surplus of utility for Fnatic to escalate their efforts towards the KC stronghold on A. The blue wall built yet again, but cannot crumble if the road to Paris is to be a success. Trailing now in this game, Crashes opens things up from Graffiti. Alves getting sprayed with bullets, but it's Pyro at the double again. Their savior stepping up. Boaster low has to respect the wall. There's no time for the plant to come in. KC have stood their ground and stood it successfully. 3 players on their feet. And the scoreline resolved equal once more. The fact that they get the payoff from just staying on that east side, not moving.
Why Omen इतना अच्छा blind?
Sure they break the Cypher cam, but as they come in towards the site, the usual wait for the third like kind of regeneration of utility, that third set that we usually see in rounds is what ends up undoing them. Sticking to their call as well, but can there be consistent?
Happy returns of the day, मेरी जान Corrode.
Their pickups on this defender's side, that the first of course, this time Martin left with Cypher util, a repetition in how this defense is functioning. Martin catches visual on Chronicle, and as you said before, starting to build up a picture of what this attacking default looks like for Fnatic. Lucky boy to be getting away with his life there, Martin. Full face check. Alves in the corner though. Could have a curveball to set up Sugetsu from long.
The
other way around. You have this deep deposit now. Alves detached from the rest. Alpha still prowling outside front B, and as you see, Fnatic starting to congregate towards A. But no, Boaster, spike on his back. Joining up with his teammate here. Time really starting to wear thin here for Fnatic. It's only Martin on A. There's only there. Kayak as well is the only attacking player. You might have heard that TP. Still 20 seconds left. Fnatic need to make a move and try and get this spike down. Yeah, full fake. They're heading towards B now. We've reached the 15-second mark. Still not yet made any progress onto the neck of the site itself. Martin with the first of the kills, and you're expecting more from KC. You're gonna get it. Martin on for a hat trick, and he'll manage to pick up all 3 of them. The spike has gone down in the meantime, but there's nothing left to be saved for Fnatic. Crashes the final player to fall. It's a silver lining at best, but more than anything else, it's not the kind of attacking round that you expect from this Fnatic side.
No, not from the prowess that we know of all the players on the FNC side. With that being said, I think we could be starting to move very quickly in towards timeout territory, because let's be honest, right? KC, sure, in this round have done very well to get their deep deposits, but I don't think Fnatic have done enough to undo what KC want to do.
That's one way of putting it. I wholeheartedly agree that, yeah, you expect Boaster. He is one of the best, if not the best callers in the world on this map specifically. The entirety of his tenure from 2021 up until this point, a long list of events.
Last 20 seconds
go ahead and put on record. It's Scut
last 20 seconds
leading the conversation, at least in the 60 seconds
right now, the
timeout.
someone who's so heavily involved, both him and Milan. You know, Milan the head coach, but
और देखो कोच से भी ये देख रहा है, सेकंड राउंड टाइम नहीं था उनका, फिफ्थ राउंड टाइम नहीं था, 10th राउंड भी उनके पास टाइम नहीं था, यही देखा भाई कोच ने, किसी के कोच ने और कुछ नहीं बोला है। एक दिन आएगा जब प्लेयर्स बेस में बैठे रहेंगे फिर भी जीत जाएंगे, क्योंकि प्लान नहीं हुआ, वो दिन दूर नहीं है भाई। जिम कर ले, अपनी आर्म्स देख रहा था करण भाई, तेरे पास आर्म्स है, कुछ ज्यादा बड़ी आर्म्स है, हाँ, के बड़ा फिर ए छोटा, फिर आर बड़ा फिर ए छोटा, फिर एन बड़ा, फिर ए बड़ा, फिर डी छोटा, फिर एक बड़ा बैच, ज्यादा बड़े आर्म्स हो गए, हाँ, इतने बड़े आर्म्स है तुम्हारे पास, जिम जाते हो, 150 रुपए कमा के थोड़ा मेंबरशिप लो ना, उसका नाम बराबर से लिखा नहीं जाता है, एक लेटर बड़ा एक छोटा, आर्म्स है, जिम जाओ, बस
value from it, but Crashies needs to escape, too low to have another fight.
1-for-1 on Kayak. With how Martin's been performing so far, I don't know if that's the trade you perhaps want to take.
भाई मैं आपके फायदे के लिए बोला था, sorry यार, love you यार करण भाई,
it might need to be recovered from KC. It's the missing ultimate as well, which poses to be a further issue. Ava's still flanking though.
The space that Fnatic have found at the same time. As Crashies looks to stand up to the flank, it doesn't work out, and now the front two players, or at least the front one of Poster, tries to find something back, and it doesn't work.
Timeout के बाद ऐसे खेलने लगने हैं?
See, coming out of the timeout, looking rejuvenated, a slight tweak in terms of their own positioning. A bold call to make to go and fight right out of garage, but it's well supported. Paranoia and the blind side. Aves continues that move onwards as the round continues.
WATCHPARTY 2.0
when it expires, KC more ults, more control.
Yeah, the fact that they come out of that timeout with haymakers being thrown, just giving everything to Fnatic, and now they come out the better of it in terms of the ultimate cycle, right? One off that run it back.
Still with a dimension.
अभी तक हारा नहीं है भाई ये, Fnatic का मैच पिच नहीं है,
in garage, TP
और कितना भी लीड रहेगा वो लोग कमबैक मार सकते हैं,
Alpha perhaps the first to test. Fnatic queuing up into his position.
Fnatic washed, वो फिर भी चैंप्स में, तुम नॉन वॉश्ड हो के हैमस्टर का फोटो लगा के बैठा बेंच, वॉश्ड हो जाओ ना तुम भी तो फिर।
KC have deposited a lot of bodies to respond to
ओपन में कैसे हो, सब बढ़िया कर भाई।
Not an angle that you want to repeat all too many times without support, but now Sadak by his side. KC in a 2-2-1. Solo Pyro, saving face on A as Kron is continuing one of his vintage lurks.
50 seconds.
To cancelling the ultimate. Martin here, there, and everywhere so far in this map.
I repeat, 40 seconds. One down.
We're here to find out. Martin has been gutted. Crashies to collect him. Fnatic backpedaling. This paranoia to reinforce the space, still not committed.
No, but time getting low, and you know Fnatic need to commit to the C site.
Behind lines of defensive cover, dark cover. Sugetsu in the corner, still yet to be cleared. Time ticking down. Boaster has the ult, repositions A, clean from Chronicle to remove Pyro. And then we'll get the plant in 5 versus 2. A save call perhaps for Okami core now.
Fair play to Fnatic for being that cool, calm and collected.
And that's the other side of the coin. It's a round like that which gets you excited and proves exactly why we hold them in such high regard.
अच्छा खेला वो सामने वाला ओमेन अगर 1 सेकंड भी आगे रहता था ना,
uncover Martin, who
Boaster
continues to pose that threat even later into the round. We're seeing once more that KC are really enjoying these deep sea long deposits, getting players there.
हाँ? भाई बहुत हाई रिस्क वाला खेलते हैं भाई, अगर वो एक वाला मर जाता तो क्या करते थे ये लोग? भाई इतना रिस्की।
And with that, we will take a look at who our new boy on the server, right? Pyro, who's had a fairly
एक प्लेयर की कमी हो रही है, प्लीज खेलो हमारे साथ। नहीं,
he has, and then we immediately
put up this graphic, which feels like a
Favorite
disservice to
fellow
him,
player
but
in
these are
Asia.
the
Goodbye.
Week 5 stats. It does place him rock bottom of the player performance standings regionally, but this no doubt will have been an improvement.
Milke.
And that's not what it was about. It's about building the routine.
Milke bola.
You know, how you set up the monitor, the mouse, making sure everything's in place, getting up in the morning, the boring stuff. But it plays its part.
It does. And as for this round, the thing that's playing its biggest part, Casey's rotations.
क्यों कर रहे रोटेट जब लास्ट 20 सेकंड में वो लोग आने वाले हैं भाई इसलिए कैसे हारेगी ये राउंड पता है वो लोग को ए पे एकदम खाना वाना मांगा के एकदम चिल करना चाहिए था लास्ट 20 सेकंड में करो जो करना है
on towards the A site after being cleared.
No second TP for him.
50 सेकंड
I'll handle this. He's going to try and force the issue himself. Push the envelope. A majority cleared, but some teammates smoked, which has actually forced him to double back. Lockdown confirming that Fnatic have ambitions in the middle of the map as it stands. KC are ready to respond to this. Aves still with the run it back into this retake potential.
I don't know if that can got destroyed there in the end, and it seems like the ultimates are going to come through. I'll run it back in an overdrive, but Spike denied.
Ollie kill. Aves looking for more, denied it, but it's on the opposite side. Fnatic have to retrieve it with no time again.
Yeah, in no man's land. Need to pull their way through the site, and it's not going to work. It's a choke point that KC are using, turning this into a meat grinder. And it's mostly Fnatic's bodies that have gone through it. Having to save, having to call it
मस्त दिखोगे जान ऑफ मेरे नाम छोड़ो लव यू यार करण भाई लव यू यार 179 मतलब आईफोन है बंदे के पास भाई देखो सिंपल है भाई 179 सुपर चैट मतलब आईफोन है आईफोन इज इक्वल टू एपी ज्यादा है इसका एपी एपी डिलोन बाय नहीं एपी मतलब अंधा पैसा समझ रहे हो करण भाई क्या आपने मेरा कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप के बारे में कभी सोचे वहां पे हम डेली जिम और प्रोटीन्स के बारे में बात
करते हैं and from the barrier drop here KC all hands on deck on A have the reaction that they perhaps would have wanted
been a clock
Fnatic immediate to take up
ये राउंड बराबर फास्ट खेल रहा है ये राउंड देख कैसे
Is this what KC want? Is this the plan for the round?
Shot.
Sadak maybe it's taken a bit too far.
देखा 1 मिनट 20 सेकंड के अंदर साइड पे
an indirect trade
बंदे लोग हैं स्पाइक नहीं है साइड पे लेकिन एटलीस्ट
Pyro has been very
बंदे लोग तो है ना साइड पे
so far
स्पाइक का ही दोष है मेरे हिसाब
से and part of this flood now backside
Kayak at the back of side looking to hold up himself but can't quite do it. This is turning into a death match of a round.
The spike is heading elsewhere. Fnatic want nothing more to do with
चलो
C
एक
as it
प्रोटीन का नाम
stands.
बता दो वेले प्रोटीन वेले
There is a stockpile of utility. These last few final pieces that could stave off KC. The Pyro has the drone, and that is the natural counter to clearing this space. It needs big value.
And it does. Boaster's not there to destroy it, it's just Cron, which means he takes a step out of the pit. Boaster watching for the hidden drop, but there's a time in there for KC to work with.
Still not managing to
get into
the pit right now, walking around the side, dropping the heavens instead, and Pyro is heaven sent. A triple kill on the round from KC's new player! But from left field, Chronicle gives you a reminder who he is.
For KC, a masterclass from Chronicle. Maybe a sprinkle of luck, right? Maybe a sprinkle.
But you don't get lucky without putting yourself in the right position. As he traces Pyro, he finds everyone else. A Rebel clutch in the pit, and I don't think even he can believe what's happened.
Sometimes you need to take it, right? Sometimes you need a bit of luck to come back into a map. Because it's been KC, let's be honest, for most of this, ahead.
Immediately cracking down on Fnatic with Martin through middle.
Very lucky, skill hoti hai, skill.
Only Sadak on site as it stands.
थोड़ा सा लगता है.
Struggled to dissuade Fnatic up until this point, and the support is a little late to arrive.
पहुंच गए 1 मिनट में लेकिन साइड पहुंच गए. ये राउंड Fnatic
more utility to come through, but that neural theft is massive for information.
Second reveal, hat off his head. Sadak letting it rip. Now KC in a position.
वही मैं बोल रहा था. देखो प्रॉब्लम है कि बंदे लोग पहुंच रहे, स्पाइक नहीं पहुंच पा रहा साइड पे.
Setback only temporary.
बस मैं अब तो आदत हो गई है डिनर करते करते आपकी स्ट्रीम देखने की. अब खाना कैसे खाया जाएगा? कर तो रहा हूँ मैं स्ट्रीम.
He's the big one, the one to unlock the site. Sadak. Oh, and Pyro in the corner allows Fnatic into the site potentially.
And now we need another big Martin moment.
30 seconds
second
left.
mark now crossed. Spike still committed. And all three players on the KC
ये
side here.
1v1s दिए बे 5v3
Graffiti
में
needs to be cleaned. That's where a double stack of KC deposits are.
27 से बोल रहा है मैं लाइव
As it
आऊंगा
comes
जल्दी.
in, Martin has his, and both duelists deny it.
Match
Fnatic
point,
trying
but Fnatic घर
to
पे
weave
जा
their way
सकता है.
back into another heavily unfavorable round, but this time it is no good. Luck can't strike twice.
Fnatic have a big challenge to defy.
मेरा बड़ा पाव किधर है भाई? Next match के पहले आ जाना.
Yeah, and at this moment in time, KC's defense, it has to be said, the reads have been looking very spot on.
That's the one thing that you're focusing on, the reads, the initial setup. It's when the round grows long and tired that Fnatic are the masters of manipulation.
10 minutes.
Back to garage we go. Alves on the line.
भाई ये नया सिस्टम मैंने देखा बे. ऑर्डर कैंसिल होएगा तो नोटिफिकेशन आता है. बाजू वाले का ऑर्डर कैंसिल हो गया, तुमको चाहिए क्या? आधे रेट पे.
Ashes could be the first.
मस्त है ना फुट
Personally decides to go stinger in hand. But he has the spike.
Fnatic have really fanned out on their map control, but back to garage we go. It's the drone that Martin wants to try and play in front. With no TP, he's committed still to this corner.
अभी आता है. Short by Alpha.
It's a big one to win, and manages to protect the spike as well. Look at KC at the same time. They lose that pick and
50
then
seconds.
start to look elsewhere towards the extremities.
40 seconds. 40.
But Fnatic, they go elsewhere. They start to make that spike towards
30 seconds.
Problem
30
with Fnatic's
seconds.
recent B post plants is
30
they haven't had a
seconds.
second leg to stand
30
on.
seconds
It's
left.
been very
30
one-dimensional in
seconds.
terms of the
25
setup, but this time
seconds.
do create a little bit of breathing room for themselves.
W.
Boaster towards backside, but it's the back line that you've got to be looking at, and Sadak has already given numbers.
छेद का है
It's up
वो
against
बॉल में.
Alpha, yeah, and it's Alpha to win it out.
ये बॉल
Sadak
में
looking for
छेद का है
something to
भाई.
go his way. The buy's still in favour of KC, even though Fnatic have a player advantage.
blue
Oh,
blind,
set
babe.
piece
The
to
blue
set
blind,
up
the
Kayak.
blue blind,
Deny
bhai.
KC, the round is there. As every single player will draw.
Come back बोलते. स्टार्टिंग में मैंने जिम का डिसिप्लिन काम आएगा. बिंग भाई आई रियली विश आप सीरियसली जिम जाओ. फेस के फीचर्स भी आपके अच्छे हैं. टाइम नहीं है मेरी जान की टाइम. अभी फोकस थोड़ा काम पे है. जिम पे फोकस काम के बाद.
Looking a whole lot better. It feels like night and day round on round from Fnatic here, and they need one more to push KC to yet another overtime in the last couple of weeks.
भाई क्राइसिस के पास अल्ट है. एक्चुअल में OP हो सकता है.
Another A lobby start for Fnatic through Kayak. Kron there as well, sure. But Martin and Sadak have a combo that we've seen quite a few times on this defense side.
Your Yoru player is always expected to be
काश
on
bronze
those
हो तो उसके साथ
extremities,
क्या
collecting
लगे?
as much info as possible, but in tandem with
नहीं.
Sadak, it has
लेकिन
created
व्हाट्सएप पे मैं बोल सकता हूँ
a lot of the setup for these reads that we've been talking about.
किलो
But
करके ऐसा
this time,
मोटिवेशन.
KC are a little bit light on their feet.
कितने दिन
towards
जापान?
A.
8 दिन.
Having two such proficient riflers, you not really getting the
Booster
off
भाई
out
आ
for the
जाओ.
much either,
बूस्टर
so
भाई
it's
आ
not
जाओ.
like it's an easy one for Martin
स्मोक
to
चाहिए.
land.
बूस्टर भाई आ जाओ. बूस्टर भाई.
Spotted trying to jump up and take information. So we know that the Euro is still here. And body's been pulled across, but it was just to take the ultimate orb.
बूस्टर भाई स्मोक चाहिए. बूस्टर भाई.
And looks to be used. Oh, Alpha, no. Maybe deciding elsewhere. KC, though, they want to go hunting for a pick.
Oh, Kron cutting off one of the avenues of approach, though, for Fnatic. And without strong sewer control, it's the lockdown long instead. Can't fully push KC off-site.
But Martinez went searching and found a whole load of danger. And on top of that, Hunter's Fury to deny anybody getting into sight. And Boaster at the same time.
Omen blind hai.
Off the rotates. It's looking worse and worse for KC.
10 second में plant हुआ है, कोई problem नहीं है.
Consider though on the site as Boaster is removed. Crashy the same in main. Effective 3-on-3 if they challenge it, but KC slow on the update.
Yeah, that they are, but there's delay to come through. But Pyro at the same time finds Alpha here. From where? A brilliant spam. But crashes at the same time.
Crashes.
That's over. Time ticking away.
KC
need to get a move on. If they're to deny overtime, which they will not. It's Boaster to take Fnatic there.
4 overtimes in their last 4 maps played. KC winning the final two Liquid, but it feels like such a similar start. A frustrating one for them, but for Fnatic, champions grade quality that you expect to be able to
Holy moly.
turn these kinds of situations around. Now coming into the first bout of OT, it's back to the defense for them.
With that being said, Kayak is going to bring out a glass cannon.
This shows the experience of this team. And Boaster W.
Never mind just the fact with the operator and the fact that he's willing to take no shields.
कुछ तो करके जीत जाते बे Fnatic हमेशा
कहे Kayak on the line. Sadak has to cross. Receives himself a shot in the midriff.
मारा तो भी साइफर अभी किधर भी पुश रहेगा भाई सब देखना पड़ेगा साइफर पहला मरना मतलब दर्द है.
Still got all of that utility to deal with towards the C site if you're Carmen.
Martin, though, you look towards that mid space. He's trying to be the protagonist, trying to be the guy to make it happen. Maybe actually it's just deposited as a potential way to cut off the rotates and get something back, but KC still slow roll their way onto C, where Alpha and Kron lie
भाई मेरे हिसाब से बेट होने वाला है.
Inserting himself in the corner, Molly at the feet of Abba's decision to be made. He sits around for long enough to collect it, but there's no second swing. Oh, it finally comes in delayed from Boaster. Schoolboy, it would seem, shut down, and now numbers KC.
They know exactly what they need to do to hit in towards this site, but Alpha
30 seconds left.
Looking for information, maybe even a pick to get back in towards Fnatic's favour as they are a player down.
In the meantime,
Binks game,
on the other side of the map, collecting all of that information, has enabled the stack, and still Alpha goes down. No synergy between the remaining members. Has to be the Crashy show. Needs to see his name in lights, but put out in the dark by Martin.
4 against 1. Kayak plus a glass cannon up and a run it back heading his way. Make it a 5th, but he's found the first of them. Wolfang is ambitious. Those ambitions put to rest. Carmen Core now.
4v5.
Up to map point again.
4v5.
One more opportunity. This one in OT to convert. Must just reiterate, it is their map pick. Corrode laying in wait ahead of us.
ये Fnatic का round है ये. मेरे हिसाब से ये जो round है ना ये
on the KC side,
attacking Fnatic का round है.
Their pauses so far.
They have, and it's an important one, right? Advantage in overtime.
Chat 3800 लोग देख रहे हो almost like कर दो मेरी जान के डेट like कर दो like कर दो like कर दो like कर दो.
Scott probably trying to come up with some.
भाई मजाक से हट कर रहे ना भाई. मेरे को आज समझा मेरे को रात को नींद क्यों नहीं आता है. रात को मैं स्क्रॉल करता हूँ ना मेरे को बुया आता है भाई. चैट हमेशा एक बंदा दिखता है जो 4-0 डाउन होता है फिर अचानक से चैलेंज लेता है. अब देखना क्या कमबैक होगा लाइक करो करके. भाई जो ऐसा कमबैक करता है सामने वाला गोली नहीं मारता बे. बुया. हाँ इसलिए मेरे को नींद नहीं आ रहा है.
A little bit more when we head to the new map after this.
pivotal a factor that could play. Is KC back?
Do you agree Boston is one of the best agent in the whole VCT? One of the, yes.
Already wanting to get aggressive.
Kare kya apan ek
so
din?
many times. But will it be their undoing? It seemed as if Fnatic were able to adapt to it towards the latter end of that second half.
Short feed, हाँ shorts में.
Just like KC adapted to how Fnatic wanted to play through mid themselves, the timing, and Alfie are up close against the Vez, and he tries to take him out and will do so. A big one to find. KC still fine poster. Sag has a decision to make. Does he want to play on site or drop off? Looks like he's gonna stick it as long as possible, and the trap's done its job. Alpha closing the distance. Quick trade.
Alpha by Alpha.
So important because there is no smokes and there is no players left on C. Alpha caught out trying to escape. He brings us back to a 2-on-2. Pyro with Martin. So many big clutches between the two of them, and now they're 2-on-2. Kron and Crashies. Yeah, I mean, there's so much initiation to try and get out of Garage, but that utility could be the right but instead it's Martin, and he'll win out. Map 1 for KC. We've been waiting to see Martin make his return to the top of four, but it was a driving force behind KC on this open map win against Fnatic. The road to Paris, a long one, but if they can replicate this kind of success in quick fashion, then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. We'll find out after this.
Why, KC?
You know, guys, I've played against Fnatic 7 times in my career. I won 0 times. Guys, today it has to change, bro. It has to change. Nice! Bobby, you're him! Bobby, you're him! I double pick.
7 बार खेला, 1 बार नहीं जीता है.
I love the
Keep ID.
clutches, Dimitri.
मत करो, बकचोदी मत करो.
Bobby, you're him!
Bro, I'm taking those, bro.
Can you imagine what are they gonna think when they see our Corrode comp?
ये वैसे भी उनका मैप था, नहीं वालों का था मैप. राइट का. जापान क्यों जाना है भाई? मैं सुना टिकटॉक रिटर्न आ रहा है करके, वहां पे मैं वीडियोस बनाने जा रहा हूँ टिकटॉक के, डांस करूंगा वहां पे, हाँ रास्ते पे जाके. क्यों जाना है वही नहीं मालूम. मत बोला करो भाई, फैन वैन मत बोला करो यार. बिग फैन शाउट आउट दो, मत बोला करो.
Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
बिंग भाई, वैलो कौन सा गेम है? एक्सक्यूज मी.
Gives you wings.
कौन है आपका फैन? हम तो हेटर्स है. साला पिकाचू. भाई कौन है भाई? सोल चेंज हर ट्वीट पे दिखता है ये बंदा. EMEA के हैवी EMEA वाला लग रहा है. बेटर कॉल सेफ. भाई सेफ वापस आ गया. क्या चल रहा है भाइयों? डांस करो बचा ले. क्या मेरा खाना भी आ जाएगा तब तक. आई थिंक मेरा खाना भी आ जाएगा, वो नीचे ही है. Come back to
It is a great start for KC in this elimination match. They take map 1 of Haven. I am your hosting, so I'm back here joined by Flyer and Kakuka once again. We are going to talk a lot about KC, but at least Fnatic got more than one round on the defense this time. It's an improvement. Not the best improvement, Kakuka, but an improvement.
I think it is an improvement because they were more resolutive with it. Like, they were trying to find solutions. They were putting Kayak in different positions. They were trying to be aggressive. Yes, KC were shutting them down in different occasions, but at least it is something that they identified themselves and wanted to change.
Yeah, better. 5, what is it? Was it 5, right? 5 is better than 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory. But for KC, though, on their attack side, they just had the formula figured out. And what was that formula?
Well, there was a lot of the B hits, and also a lot of the taking advantage of the Garage.
Yeah, Garage going B simulator and Fly, but a lot of these times you see Sadak with his team. He's not trying to lurk, he's not trying to do a nat or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking about before the game even started, it's like calling when you're in the pack versus out of pack is very different. You can already see, I mean, I counted 3 rounds off the top of my head where Sadak tried to lurk A and he died with 0 kills. And then for the rest of the game, he was working Garage or B with the team. You can tell he's very uncomfortable, like lurking by himself and calling at the same time. He's playing with his team the entire round.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there were many different versions that we saw of this B hit. No 2 rounds were the same, even though it looks like so you get to my TP and just get the plan and whatnot. But the incursions onto Garage, they put in Fnatic against the ropes and making difficult decisions with no time. You cannot just, with the composition that KC are playing, you cannot just go in and fight this before it happens. You have to react afterwards. And if you're quick, they're going to be there to shut you down.
Yeah, and Fly, you mentioned beforehand, you know, having the players like Martin and Aves online, the double duelist, is going to be a win condition. And I think, do you think that we saw the best of KC when it comes to having these 2 players?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I will say, though, I think that Pyro was very dangerous in the late round as well. I mean, Martin, you can see these entries. You can get a lot of entries, a lot of value. But I actually think that what I expected Martin and Aves to bring, Pyro and, I mean, even Sadak and other guy.
Sui,
yes, Bra as well, like in the late round, sorry. But they won more late rounds than I thought they would, to be honest.
I completely agree. Like, coming into this, like, especially at the beginning of the game, where I would say there's more tension, Martin performed super well, and he was delivering this kind of situations, and obviously the closing moment and getting the win. I love the fact that we can say now that Martin has been consistent, because that consistency helps Pyro have this performance. When they were on the attack after the post plan, just working from window and how he was moving, it was magnificent. But I wonder if it would have been there if Martin did not help with all the beginning of the process.
Yeah, and something you were talking about in the green room is, why doesn't Kayak just play Yoru?
Yes.
Yeah.
Next map to buy.
Yes, on Haven.
Easy for
he's so good. He would
have
such quick rotation, literally not quick, instant. There's many things I would change, but it's not my team.
Yeah, they gotta figure things out. They gotta figure things
out.
But that was not their map pick. We are gonna move on to Corrode next, and we saw it for the first time earlier in this competition. Now, Flyer, how would you sort of sum up Fnatic's Corrode?
I mean, from watching it myself, I feel like Corrode, they do it a lot on other maps where the lobbies are more important than mid. For example, on Abyss and Champs 24 and they love just working these lobbies super late with like Viper, Yoru, Fade comps, and just being super just like end on 20 seconds and mess around with the lines.
Do you think that this, though, might be a problem with KC? Like, if we expect them to be extra aggressive, if we expect them to play with the duelist, do you think that is something that they can take advantage of?
I mean, it's going to depend, to be honest. When I think of KC, I think of a team that likes to mess around with the macro. They like walking down mid. They like walking through a lobby. Fnatic loves just doing nothing and then taking the lobby and doing nothing and taking their lobby. Like, they just mess around. So I think KC's going to fight them a lot in these lobbies.
Is that what you want to see KC do as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it worked in this case. I think that for confidence, it's not only for KC. It's not only about today. We've already said it. Fnatic are already locked in for champs. KC have to fight every single day, and they have to be very confident in the plan that they have, because the plan is not just for this playoffs.
Yeah, and for me, I want to see Kayak come alive a little bit. It was a performance of him not doing well there, but maybe Agent Yoru. Yeah, Agent Select. Sadak will be ideally KO this time around.
I mean, yeah, for sure. They have no passive Sentinel on this map, which is a very unique approach. I feel like most teams are always going to go for the vibes of the Cypher, so it's going to be different to see. I think with this comp, they're going to have a heavy prioritization on mid.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they're not going back to the double duelist, that they decide to just put Martin on, what is it going to be, Martin? He's still thinking about it. A Jet, a Neon, is it going to be the Waylay? But yeah, as you're saying, they're going for the triple initiator. I know a team that worked with triple initiator against Fnatic and it worked very freaking well.
Not quite on Corrode, but you're right. I think for Fnatic, they really struggled to adapt to that playstyle as well when they faced BBL. And there's footage of Fnatic playing this map already for the coaching staff and also Static. Well, shut the F up.
No.
What is this a misclick?
No.
What is happening?
We were doing this
Brimstone?
Right?
Martin! Martin has never...
Martin, can we get the camera on Martin? Martin, blink twice if you're
he has played Brimstone, a 257 ACS Brimstone, so, you know, it could be worse, but is this a choice that you think you would do, no duelist, triple initiator?
Not with the team that they have, honestly. Like, this is very unique. This is like a prep-heavy counter strat. They did this against Fnatic last time on Ascent when they played them as well with the double smoker. So I think it's a read they have on them.
The thing about giving the teams in the lower bracket 2 days to prepare, like the playoffs started, as you know, on Thursday, right? And Fnatic were playing
Monday अगर किसने rank में ये सब कॉम्प उठाया तो अंडी मंडे अभी बोलो वो लोग स्क्रिम्स और प्रैक्टिस करते हैं अंडी मंडे कोई बोला ब्रिमस्टोन बहुत बाप पे ले रहा
Well, this is very interesting. We don't see this comp very often on this map, so Hazo and Kyra have fun with this one.
We absolutely will. The series taking a turn as KC pick up Haven. They had a couple of opportunities to do it, but now we go to Corrode. The newest map into the pool, and I draw back to that conversation we were having of this IGL head-to-head between Sadak and Boaster. When Lotus came in for lock-in, one of the few maps that Fnatic were able to jump instantly into and find success. One time they lost it, that event was against Sadak's Loud. It's a completely different year, a different roster though, of course. But is that instant success from Fnatic replicatable?
Question is...
Fnatic did really well against BBL and controlling the pace and using that as a way to scale up, manipulate the map, but not a priority. Like we've seen with other teams, and they do so right here is Martin forced back on B site as Fnatic look to be aggressive on B, sorry, and it doesn't work out. Martin's going to get cleared here though, so it is a 4v4, and he simply have to respect the poison orb in play from Kron for the time being. Spam trying to come through from the Sheriffs. Boaster though manages to escape with his life and get that spike down, but crashes CT. He also has the support of Alpha's Vice. That's been detected, and Alpha up in heaven does get taken out by Pyro. And that it does. Crashes though still holding on towards CT. The Lord clear here, and he's finally routed out. Boaster pushing forward, but it doesn't work out in his favour. Neither does the post plan. It's KC, he won the pistol. Important pistol round win for KC, mandatory in some senses. Starting to build up this defender's side as best as possible. Of course, they lost both on Haven. Very weird smokes placed there by Martin. I think he initially wanted the one-way, but the rapid succession of Fnatic players stopped him and kills here. Sadak's trying to build confidence on Arthur, Pyro, newest member in the team, of course, and I think you always want that from your leader. Yeah, of course, Sadak knows exactly how to build up young players. He's done it many a time on that Loud roster that he was in control of for many years. Yeah, and that was the story of their 2024, right? The passing of the torch, I think, before he realized there was work to be done that he was ready for. Closed that chapter, and this new era of KC unveiled in front of thousands of fans. We'll be hoping for a homecoming. Maybe Corrode could be the map that they want in their pool to just look that little bit better to keep this lower run going if we're really tempting fate and a possible miracle.
God bless you.
Start to this round, Kayak already out of the picture.
Direct जीतेगी, no doubts. Best team Corrode. तो main है उनका. सामने वाली टीम बैन ही नहीं करेगी मतलब. हाँ भाई तुम बेस्ट टीम हो करोड़ खेलते रहो.
It feels like it could be a direct counter to that lock wall that we've been seeing many a time on B main from Fnatic in terms of the fact that it will deny those lanes of sight for long. Only question is if that Viper wall goes up, if you try to play in the cubby,
putting yourself in a difficult position in terms of you will have to take gunfights, right?
Especially when Fnatic are a team that play on low
30
time.
seconds left.
We saw that a lot on Haven.
Low time नहीं ही नहीं उनके पास.
So
जैसा मैं बोलता हूँ ना मेरे पास जिम के लिए टाइम नहीं है, वैसा Fnatic बोलता है मेरे पास प्लांट करने के लिए टाइम नहीं है. Bro, shot be Chronicle.
Try and overwhelm the B push, but
क्वेश्चन ये कि इसने आज ये शॉट किससे मारा है? Chronicle ले तो.
Really need here.
Yeah, and all the players staying away from Chronicle here. He will rescue himself a Guardian, so even if he does stay alive, it won't be the worst problem in the world.
The gun that you want at the same time, though, I suppose. So he's just going to run it into the ground, and by a whisker can't find Martin. But yeah, I mean, we've said it, it's an interesting pick, but one which we're trying to see the benefits of. The comp they played here previously was...
Bro, they're not playing around.
Yeah, similar to the Heretics comp with a double duelist, just a change in the controllers, and they've gone one step further this time.
Bucky and
Play for
Anybody try to push in towards that A-link position where it will be so strong with the close quarters. But this time, KC, let's look at B main. Trying to be aggressive, just to throw the paranoia
खाने
out
पे
and
focus है,
don't do
WATCHPARTY
anything
में
off the back of it.
कोई सीन नहीं
Hoping
है.
that's enough to dissuade Fnatic from moving
ये round के
any
बाद बताएंगे
further,
खाना.
but it's not.
Alright, caught on the other side of this Omen smoke. So the one we saw Social using, but it's Martin with a smoking
अभी बनाते हैं ना खाना, save direct.
Corrode collecting two. No stranger to the controller role. We've seen him on an Omen before, but this Brim right in their face is such a problem right now as the bonus goes from strength to strength.
Still continuing on. Fnatic through B main. Fearless delay coming through, but that flash is absolutely perfect. And Kayak can't go any further.
ये लोग एक्चुअल में घर पे जाने वाले हैं क्या chat?
Problems with trying to get out of these mains.
जो लोग champs के लिए qualify हुए, champs, वो लोग पहला टीम lower bracket से बाहर जाने के लिए. मेरा हो गया भाई gaming से.
Oster has work to do. He's not even going to find one, and it is an in-zone flawless in the bonus round for KC. Complete shutdown of Fnatic to start this game.
Especially when you think of the buy that KC had. It was a bit here, there, and everywhere.
And something I want to touch on here is Sadak's role.
Bring back Arda piece.
KO, something we've seen from him a lot more often. It's a sort of move away from what we came to expect from KC in the sense that very often they would be playing with the Sentinel. It was usually elite. It had become Sadak. And now, completely removing that entirely does free up the opportunity for him to sort of back in, I suppose. It seems to be working as it stands.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this composition that KC has is going to do on the attack side, like, because when we look at it on the defender side, I mean, yeah, sure, it's going to thrive. I mean, you've got a Brimstone, for God's sake, that is so much delay.
But still,
standard procedure right now in
more wins is equal to more confidence.
Out of the mid space, an area of the map will constantly have to pay close attention to. They did really struggle when BBL were getting these deep inserts at the bottom of mid. Hard players to clear. Althea through Link has been considered. So get who's watching this.
Last player standing.
Dealt with it as well. So Crashy's on his lonesome.
By the use में नहीं मिलता ऐसा गर्मा गर्म. Panko,
45 seconds. You are
heavy missing.
Look
You
at
are
this as a
heavy missing.
possibility, but
I think I found a new place.
Clean fights.
This is मेरा बचपन में ऐसे
but I'm not willing to entertain it personally. I would love to be proven wrong, but
missing it.
Yeah, my suspicions were correct. Crashies isn't going to attempt this, and it lets us continue to discuss what the expectation is here. Really, Fnatic were much better on the defender's side against BBL. And a lot of that stemming from Kayak and his first engagement, something which we do want to be paying close attention to, and how effective he can be throughout this game.
Yeah, they were better on the defender side, right? But also Fnatic won half of all attack rounds, which is a much better trend compared to other teams that have played Corrode attack.
Yeah, and it does stem back to what we were saying, that KC need this early success. 4 rounds. Yet to end. Already besting their tally than when they played NAVI. Initial outing on here, their debut on Corrode. mid control, massively important for them there. Building into the next round, Fnatic, the only ones with an ult right now. It's the Nightfall to try and build off, but it's another reserve defense from them.
Let's
attack Sade.
They
need something, right? They need... Sure, they need a round, but it's more so the economy. They need some stabilization. Even to just get that spike down would feel like a win. Because they've been completely locked out of the site so far. Something which Fnatic liked to do a lot when they played BBL was set up Alpha to place a deep vice wall. Check for any proactivity, but KC are taking this ahead of the curve. Alfier is unprepared, and with Chronicle sat 10 paces behind him, there's no trade either. Early advantage for the defense. These means at all. KC ready to fight them at every opportunity. And sort of even there, the direction looks a bit concerning in terms of the setup, and now Fnatic starting to reinvestigate these mains. Spread themselves a little thin, and just not winning any fight whatsoever. The re-engage, the utility, they're being pushed back at every point. And that opening is the B site. Martin notes the players coming out of there, and that is where the spike is, and crashes all alone. Get taken out. So a 2 versus 5 to try and clutch from for Fnatic. Plenty of ground still to be covered, but Fnatic have both controllers up. They can put a wall of smoke in front of KC, but ultimately need some kind of tangible advantage, and that's where they begin to hunt through elbow.
Scanning ahead. Still taking the time to come back in. Don't want to get taken off guard by the last 2 players, but they will do. That's the main part of the forces. There's even a molly to take anyone off the spike.
Oh shit,
the VIT put in, but it's Chronicle! Jump again for Fnatic. 2v5! Really important round for this attack. Series was building in a scary direction, but Chronicle, the late show again.
Chronicle तुम्हारा भाई उसको कुछ सुनाई भी नहीं दे रहा है.
Managed to clutch out another huge win to stop the KC streak. And a very well micromanaged situation when
जब वो लोग ने रिकॉर्ड मारा है सिटी वाले को थोड़ा और आगे देना चाहिए ना आने को.
The amount of times that KC had perhaps thrown away advantages, but let's take a look at this one and really pick it apart as we get to know the new kid on the block, Pyro.
Username originated from him typing random letters on his keyboard of all things, but a player who has come up from the tier 2 system and surely
इसके बाद 7 deadly sins का tattoo है Belveders का. मेरा favorite, one of the favorite anime है
debut, but listen, he's done well so far in this series.
Chance to get to know him better, perhaps. I say kid, but 24 years of age. In decent terms of esports terms, 1 year off being a boomer, as people have said, of course. Jokes aside, he has had a fairly healthy career so far in challenges.
मैं तो grand kid हो गया तो फिर भाई.
Saw them in challenges EMEA, brushing shoulders with players such as Alexic, who wait on the other side of this lower bracket. But only just now finding himself in the team environment feels like he really needs to be a key component for KC's success. I think a lot of that is his assistive capabilities. We didn't see all too many picked up, but in this week, on this map, the fade, such an important part. How KC will function into the next rifle.
Molly भी use नहीं हुआ.
Alpha's remembered his lineup this time. Remember, he hadn't against BBL.
मत कर.
That's very true.
मत कर कासल भाई.
And it seems
एक map down है already.
Fnatic are playing more with a death ball group, right? At least 4 strong. Before they were splitting up 2 towards either side, and KC using the Omen ultimate to clear B main.
Very quick clear, and running into Martin here, having already used the molly and sat back on the orbital strike, it can cover the majority of courtyard.
भाई लोग 40 सेकंड में मिल ले रहे हैं भाई. 40 सेकंड में भाई.
Is the site they look most inclined to take.
Nightfall through mid to try and force players back from fighting, and it's going to be an ace split. That's where the spike is heading through. It is on crashes as well too. No, but KC aware of this, and they'll get the first player coming out of line.
Yeah, the vines were broken as well though, and KC have consolidated their position with the Brimol.
No delay, 20 seconds left. Spike needs to go down. Fnatic need to unlock this site, but they are locked out without a key. But unless Crashes is able to buy this round.
भाई क्या खेलते हैं भाई Fnatic भाई मेरे हिसाब से आप स्टीम भी कर डाल देता था ना ब्रिमस्टोन सब डाउन थे सब
His teammates couldn't. It would be back-to-back clutches for Fnatic. He's had time to set this up. No info yet on the two retaking defenders though from KC.
She's distracted by CT. Oh, switches up.
कौन मारेगा मालूम है?
That paranoia is huge. It's hit Crashes spot on. No lines of sight
blind.
And no way to clutch up the round.
लग गया ना दो जन के पास पैसा नहीं है लेकिन वो लोगों को फोर्स करना ही पड़ेगा
Fnatic looking staggered
Chronicle ult के साथ जीत तो सकते हो लोग
wondering who's the front man who's leading them forwards a lot of times we've seen Boaster fulfill that role on the entry ends up getting traded here but yeah, that early loss of Kayak really not suiting them so well KC able to congregate regroup of the previous round loss. And they're set up for a sixth here. The question is sort of how many more rounds can they pack into this defender side, which we know the comp is loaded for, and we know most teams tend to find success on this half of Corrode.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how long they can keep this going, right? If they're going to stall out on the attack side, we've seen Carmine Core struggle with that attack. Well, in general, right across all the map pool, especially with the new map. This Crash is able to get the entry, that's Pyro gone, and an upgrade to be had for one of these players.
All this is going down.
See,
looking to get proactive here.
They are, Martin's found Alpha here, so back to a 4-on-4. This round gets so weird because KC are trying to brawl their way through and Fnatic are trying to brute force their way into sight.
They don't want to go out. They want to follow up on Chronicle. He's lurked all the way through B, now getting a chance to
full utilist पे है ओमन को free kill है.
Oh, the goal barrel! No way! It's completely done a disservice, and so that is the route to B now open.
Well, KC, they need to try and re-clear through CT.
Oh no.
Take it on the chin.
Lick
of damage, trying to run. But the sideline opens up. Without us finding that, his numbers back to KC's favor.
जैसे दिन नजदीक आ रहा है जापान का बजना भी ज़्यादा हो रहा है मैडम का.
Clearing utility to try and find him here as Crashy's forward position has found two heads. The dome piece removed and now it's on to Boaster. Crashes has done his best. Can Boaster stand up and complete the task? Hey, safeguard Thrifty. Problems for
Aura dekho bhai, aura dekho.
Making it back from the ashes yet again.
Yeah, but how long are these problems going to last? Let's be honest here. This defense has got a bankroll to back itself up. In fact, actually, when I look at it, it's not really that big is what we expected after the success that KC's had in these early rounds. So, sure, ultimates to be had here. Fnatic have an opportunity to break the defenders by.
Set piece KC. Looks like this might be a chance to use the Sova ult potentially. This was hanging around outside of B as they double flashed in, and Fnatic respecting this early. KC understanding that they can take marginal victories earlier on in the round by really pushing the limits here, where Fnatic has struggled to withhold.
Good job. W.
There's plenty of bodies for either side to fight this.
भाई ये राउंड इजी होना चाहिए भाई कजा कर
KC know that the last time there was a A split, don't allow that opportunity to the orange and black, and well, they'll decide to start to look towards the mains. Martin using the Viper's orb again, Fnatic, and found a pocket in which to work with, and it works out in his favour. A double kill. One more player to find to make sure that this is his, but it's Kayak through length that wins out and opens up the A site.
Smartly played from Martin. He's done his job of slowing down the push into the retake. Sugetsu has a timing and wins it. That's huge. KC into another retake with numbers.
And the Hunter's Fury hasn't hit. It's only delayed the spike a little bit.
Spike planted.
Pick up. Very slow from the French side.
Facing up on 2 players. Seen so many spray down so far this map. Get the opportunity. This time, still waiting to play in Sigetsu, and he's really taking his time. And Kayak knows, because of the information that Boaster gave him earlier, the paranoia not hitting. But the spike no longer in Fnatic's control. The Carmine Core players are on top of it, but time is getting low, and you know the players need to start to get to work to get this one done. Crashes, knows that the spike's being worked on, but with Sugetsu there, it will be a Carmine Core round.
Sexy खेला, blind करके पहले उनको साइड आने दिया, फिर smoke डाल के एक साथ pick लिया. Sexy खेला भाई.
Smartly done from Martin, playing around the attacking Viper smoke from Chronicle, and then finding a little pocket from which to play. Doesn't get cleared. He finds his 2. 11 and 5 right now. On an agent you weren't expecting to see him play coming into the day, but for all the questions that we had from him, they have been settled up until this point.
Agent action में अभी भी लंडे हो.
They still prove that they can be just as good on an eco as a gun round, and that's something to tap into here. And this is the thing, right? 4 rounds left. If Fnatic can win at least 1, I mean 2 would be a godsend for them. Then you've got a pistol round where, let's be honest, Fnatic have looked so good time and time again because of Kayak. But for a moment, we'll park that. Sugetsu's taking a walk in mid and doesn't want to go any further. But Fnatic have to invest utility to clear that if they want it. This is a split push, and the spike has to head through middle. So KC are in a brilliant position to handle this. Ultimate. There's a TP towards the top of mid, and Kayak's taking that. Sugetsu trying to hold on with the classic, and a flash stops Kayak getting Martin in that corner that we've seen him work from before. The spike has been completely stopped because of this mid duel. And 40 seconds left for Fnatic to try and fight their way out of it.
मेरे को देखने का अभी ये लोग क्या करते हैं. मेरे को देखने का. Martin के बाद ult
see the movement, but still because the spike's in mid, they have to get past Pyro. He's the last line of defense for KC.
And Fnatic once again find themselves in a difficult position. But the patience is what always does them so well. Onto a Pyro they go, and he's holding on. Alpha, spike down, and now Chronicle. He's only got a stinger, for God's sake. He's got no chance in hell of winning this round.
यार कैसे इतना रिस्की खेलते यार ये लोग यार.
The fate of Fnatic on round number 9. KC already with their advantage out of the opening 12, looking to grow that lead. It was a mixed investment, but it just doesn't feel like Fnatic at all. It's so slow, so labored. KC, on the other hand, have got it bang on with this mid-fight. More brilliant utility from Sadak to support. The null command made things so difficult. It makes you wonder why the spike was committed through that part of the map, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It doesn't feel like I don't think slow and labelled is necessarily the words I would use, but it just feels like they don't have the answers that they normally do to buy themselves out of those slow and labelled rounds.
Shadows traveling.
I think his name is Kayak, because you want to draw
parallels
to in previous years,
and
the shoes that he had to fill, the shoes that he has filled. Something that Kayak was great at doing on Apex is being that autonomous leader, the one which brings direction to the rounds which feel hopeless. But if he's not able to carve out those advantages, and already here dead inside the first 40 seconds, then what do the rest of Fnatic have for us? Does it have to be clutches every single time? That's how it feels right now.
Oh, भाई sexy है ये. Ah, ठीक है, मस्त है बे. मिर्ची बजी.
Well, they're identifying at least one in main. KC still looking to find information, which they won't actually get through the drone of this over.
Another Fnatic 5 versus 4 situation. Trying to use the Viper smoke to just push out of the choke, but KC haven't covered.
No.
Twice the numbers now. Still slow rolling forwards, but into the jaws of defeat. Alpha will walk away with one. That is all. The sole concession with 10 rounds played. KC starting to hit the mark of expectation for this defender's side.
Yeah, and I mean, at this moment in time, right, if it continues this way,
we will be missing a Fnatic from a Stage 2 Grand Final. Again, as already said, the last time that happened was 2021.
अच्छा भाई इसका वो नहीं आया क्या? वो इन गेम क्या होता है वो? Pick games. वरना बैंच में गाली खाता.
Oh, that's a reacher. I don't know. Have you got any more of those for KC, perhaps, to get their fans excited? Because I mean, this performance alone
बड़का बे अल्फा बड़का
with the first kill. That is a change of pace.
बंदूक लेके बैठा है वो. भाई जब तक ब्रिम का अल्ट बर्न नहीं करेंगे ना ये लोग हमेशा खतरा में रहेंगे लोग.
Fnatic haven't interacted, but there's plenty of bodies here. And KC know that if Fnatic fill in the mains, they like to try and pivot to split through
ब्रेक
mid.
मिलने का मेंटल हेल्थ फॉर चैंप्स वो सब है रे, लेकिन जिसको भी हार के नहीं जाने का है, समझ रहे हो टूर्नामेंट
The next to follow it up. Spike still in the hands of Crash. He's still entertaining.
गुड साइड तो है, ये लोग अभी हार के जा रहे हैं.
The B site is
ज़्यादा
free. They
प्रेप
don't
टाइम
know
सब
that
मिलेगा,
yet.
सब कुछ है, लेकिन
Working his
कोई
way
भी टीम
through.
को हार के
Big alpha.
गांडी मार दी
Middle
इसने.
there. Okay.
हार के जाना अच्छा
Sure,
नहीं
I
लगता,
guess that
समझ
is
रहे
what it takes. A quad kill.
हो. क्या मारा ना?
Fnatic their third, and that could be the watershed moment here on Corrode.
Yeah, this is going to be a big round.
ऑडियंस इतना बाप है मैं.
Absolutely fantastic, sure.
Nice LPM, sick round, bro.
What do you think is the horrible agent deadlock? It's not a horrible agent
A lifeline
per
ball
se, but
with
it's like a
ultimates
learned
in the
agent.
last round.
KC also playing not just double controller but double scan. They are looking for this information as much as possible. It's actually Sadak's knife that has already spotted the first player in B main.
Fnatic गेम्स के लिए क्वालीफाई हो गया क्या बचपन में?
Kayak's done so well there. A double entry. This is fights that they've not been winning. So that B side
एक
opens
मिनट के
up.
पहले फाइट कैसे ले रहे लोग?
So far away.
So is Sugetsu though, and without his ult, it's going to take a little bit more time for KC to get into position. Fnatic have plotted course. It's a nightfall in here, and Kron tagged in his pit. Oh, all the way down to 17.
Still managing to keep himself
अरे
alive.
क्यों
and
प्लान कर रहा है?
President
50 सेकंड है.
that pit up. Deny
Sorry.
KC a way back in. And that
I would like
awkward
to
strike
apologize.
being offline is going to prove a big problem, a component that KC wishes that they
8-4
had.
is not bad.
Spots the
देखा जाए
first player, they know the
considering
aggression of Kayak.
क्या
Paranoid to
start
take him off the line, but Fnatic still fighting this.
Yeah, but every single time Fnatic find themselves in a crossfire towards CT, and it's crashes up on Heaven with Kayak holding on from down low, trying to make their approach through the pit is not to be advised, but Kayak and his utility gets caught. Time now starting to get low,
पे blind
and this
got real.
round going into the realms of Fnatic, into the realms of it being an 8-4 half, which
क्या मारा
is
उसने?
exactly what is needed if there's going to be any semblance of a comeback for Fnatic.
A huge turn of events for the black and orange, with Paris already guaranteed. They'll be looking to remove one of the home teams from making that grand arrival, and on this map which they picked into,
actual में
to see some of the strengths come through. The
और
defense is
KC
up
हारा
to
आज,
them.
KC
Can
चैंप्स
get
क्वालीफाई
any
नहीं कर
better.
सकती. खत्म रास्ता.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind
इसलिए KC इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है.
gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
मेरा वड़ा पाव किधर है भाई? Where the fuck is my वड़ा पाव? ये वड़ा और पाव अलग अलग क्यों दिए भाई? ये रहा ना बेबी. ये मीठा चटनी तीखा चटनी कौन खाता रे वड़ा पाव में? सूखा चटनी बेस्ट. असेंबल करो खुद. पक्का मेरे को इतना चटनी डाल देता. Plain vada pav. Plain vada pav with suka chutney, OPP.
And with those last couple of rounds, Fnatic have bought themselves a chance to come back in the second half. But if there's any man to deny them, it would be this man on your screen right here. An inconsistent 2025.
went to 1,000 rupees super chat. By the way, ek gali mujhe.
2024 stats, which
gali ne Zaima humble streamer.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. The stats on paper
Oi,
are actually slightly better than last year, but you also have to consider the opposition that Martin has played up until this point. Against, you know, Koi, Navi, Apex in groups. Now playing against your Fnatic of the world. He is looking like the best player in the server, but we turn to the defensive half. Fnatic have built themselves a foundation, and I just want to bring it up again. You have to look at that head-to-head between him and Kayak. Kayak was lights out, didn't lose a single opening duel on the defense, won both of them. The pistol round is one which we will remember for a very long time.
Remember, Kayak has only won 5 duels so far,
and he's nowhere near this, so it's all eyes on the B side.
Yeah, albeit respecting the push coming through, but not respecting Sadat as he finds the entry pick.
The one furthest forwards. The rest of KC now flooding, getting themselves on site, but looking for a way out, an option.
भाई मेरे को लगा बैंक तो सिटी से लड़के ही जाएंगे भाई जिसे स्पाइक जा रहा था सिटी.
Martin and Sugetsu. But listen, there's a contest on the Prince of Pistols. It seems to be Alpha.
Come back.
A usurper to the throne, perhaps. Kayak is surplus to requirements. He'll be hoping to build some confidence up going into the anti-eco.
Jet needs a buff. Very little figure in frozen.
कुछ जरूरत है भाई already down mark के जाता है विजन मेरा. Drops all the way back through elbow with the support of his team. Not leaving themselves exposed. Nice! Knowing KC want to give themselves an advantage.
And the big thing here is that
यार तुम लोग को दिख रहा है कि मुझे लग रहा है अल्फा टॉप फ्रैगर है.
Pistol round to get close to double digits, right?
And that's the thing. Now these 8 rounds feels meager, right? In the face, it pales in comparison to Fnatic just sat on 5, but having this defender's half in front of them.
Yeah.
You have to try and work out what it is that KC want to do, what the theory is here. Already you're seeing Pyro loading up towards the Nightfall.
Well, I mean, so far I don't think we've seen KC interact with
and then qualified for Gems.
I mean, last round it was straight hit in towards B.
This game is very important for KC.
It's been B main and A main with only Sadak really watching if anybody takes a step further.
Got the double smokes there, Boaster, and his affinity to this Astra continues, but all that does is give you extra global presence. Still an absence of KC as they slowly make their way towards mid, but it's crashes with the Outlaw. Let's see how closer he can get to his own Nightfall.
Smokes denying any line
to say
thing here. Oh, but big information, even though the Hunt denies and Fnatic collapsing upon this mid play.
बिना देखे 3 बंदे मार दिए.
Flawless in the anti-equal round will make this bonus even more exciting.
Very much in the same way we saw Fnatic have a flawless bonus.
एक बंदा मोबाइल पे स्ट्रीम देख रहा है.
Fnatic have done it on their anti-eco, but yeah, if you convert the next round, things do look that bit more scary.
वहाँ पे जाके मोबाइल में वॉच पट्टे देख रहा है.
Claps here on the mid position and shots through the smoke.
ये मेरे क्या बंद भाई? Region
Just waiting to see what it is this attack wants to do.
This is our game, boys. This is our game.
Smiles still on the faces. Feeling confident they can turn this around.
Europe, Malaysia, Egypt.
Confidence within the ranks, but Kayak not found through the dark. Aves taken out early doors, so
he's immediately here on the B site as well. So you've got that second player over. In fact, he's the sole custodian of the space.
KC looking to send out, force a way through. Not going to happen. Still delay to be had.
Thank you, Bang. I love you. बोला मैं अंबल चिमर कोई मानता ही नहीं है.
Few through that horn that they're going back.
Right here.
Crashes on the line, he's gonna take the next off those players. KC walking into trouble, not much health left on the remaining forces that are now trying to recuperate towards B. And
timeout आएगा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Still so much work to be done.
Timeout आएगा लग रहा है मेरे को.
To try and get out of. Nah, no chance. KC, this bonus round is going Fnatic's way.
NMA and Nicobar होगा फिर. नहीं, Nickelodeon है, जो तेरे को देखना चाहिए.
After 3 rounds in a row from Fnatic.
Absolutely it does, and the one thing that I pick up on in that round is the absence as well of having a Viper, something to really lurk into these sites and feign effective pressure. KC are struggling. They're having to invest Martin's Brim smokes to trigger the wall, to get in there and
पूरा डिफेंसिव मैप है आज कद्दू का मेरा.
Fnatic have.
Fnatic comeback मार रही है क्योंकि Fnatic है.
Sheriff's here, yeah, they have the Nightfall up, but you're waiting another round to see it find effectiveness most likely.
Something I want to call back to in earlier conversations we were having.
बच गया भाई.
Coach Pal, right there.
A rare miss from Katak bhai हुआ है.
You have to load your comps for the attack side rather than the defense side. And right now, the way that I would theory craft is that KC have loaded for the defense side and only got 8 rounds, which for me feels like a big failure.
Minimal returns, perhaps the best way to put it.
Possible है कि मेरे mouse pad के लोड़े लग गए और सूखा चटनी उस पे.
Kayak starting to gain confidence in these first few rounds, and now through his lens he looks to find more. 2 from the pole and in position.
किधर गया reveal वो?
More perhaps, but 3 versus 3, no guns for KC.
दोनों reveal miss हुआ और फिर भी आ रहे हैं.
Oh, but Crash is not identified through the Nightfall, and an opportunity to deny this fate. And any chance of an upset in this round to get to Sheriff is the only resistance, but resistance is futile. We are all even.
Mr. Mithul Nayak, कैसे मेरी चाय?
Feels a little lazy even to overlook the link position with the Nightfall invested elsewhere.
Team qualified for champs now. Player XT1, RRQ, Sen, G2, Fnatic.
And a timeout coming through from KC, a much needed one at this stage in the game. A tournament lives on the line, a map to the good, of course, but find our decider.
RRQ और T1 का मेरे को इतना sure नहीं, बाकी सब बराबर.
Sold on, their own map pool. These things taking time, measures put in place, and even thinking about the player change.
Yeah.
You don't have LAN experience on all too many.
Yeah, that you don't, right? That's the big thing. I mean, you think about all the players and their days in VCT.
तो सब बराबर है.
But even then, I mean, it's not like you can say Tyrell's the problem right now.
Yeah.
He's 15 and 12. He's at the top of the scoreboard. He was admirable on Haven. It's just a system.
Night market का बारह रात को.
Not quite working to the efficiency that you'd expect, and the attack side doesn't feel perhaps as well thought out as what we
Talon और DRX में से एक और जाएगा हाँ.
For KC.
And well, coming in to the next round after
मेरे को लग रहा है Talon जाएगा.
To talk about what the buy looks like, we are going to get Kayak on his operator and also bringing out the Odin. This map has felt paper thin at times, and I don't think we've really seen it.
जाते प्लास्टिक वाला गेम प्ले होता है तो आज करते हैं, रात को गेमिंग करते हैं. इसके बाद एक दो गेम खेलते हैं.
So gonna get from KC here a slower default. Both mains attempted again. Pyroll over towards that left-hand side. It's gonna be looking for the.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सेफ आज ही खेलने वाला है क्या चाहे?
Bring Kayak off the line. Alpha spamming until the bullets are run out. Martin catches Kayak. A huge kill in the round to influence its progress. To give KC half a chance. It's still the A stack.
सब बढ़िया बाका. नहीं हो रहा है आज नहीं.
First time
नहीं आज नहीं करने का.
Mid and clear it out, but the utility not really there to back it up, and instead no, they go towards A. Fnatic respond to the pressure of just a single knife and smoke, and when it's bringing them closer towards this A side where the spike's going.
Exactly, and when I say stack, I meant
Fnatic
utility, but there's no players to play off it now. Fnatic gutting the mid portion just to make sure that they're in the best possible position for a retake as they sit a man down. That's the equalizer. Pyrol taken off his feet. Crashies has his number. Poster now by his side with the flank closing in. KC will begin to search for that advantage again.
Problem ये है कि ये लोग सब जगह से आ रहे हैं.
He's trying to run Scarpa towards the site, but he's playing dangerously.
Still dwindling around, but here is Kron. The onus put on him here. Quick trade.
Shot. चलेगा उसने एक मार दिया काफी है.
Because it's kept it at 3-on-3.
भाई problem है वो लोग सब जगह से आए हुए हैं.
No more to be done from him in the round. We're still at an even man count as it continues to draw forwards. Double stack of players for KC. Walking in with the Odin Alpha at the back of the pack. It's Arvez.
फिर भी चलेगा heavy damage दिया लेकिन problem है कि वो लोग बस heavy
in the end. The first round on their attack side. 5 times.
Sound delay हो रहा है तो refresh कर दो एक बार.
But finally, they're on the board.
And that's exactly what they wanted, right?
जो आ रहा हो बाहर है क्या? जो आ रहा हो बाहर.
Start, but lots of bodies lost after that, after the fact, and still that attack side economy not looking good, especially when Fnatic can bounce straight back with 3 ultimates lying in wait.
Immediately been checked by the knife. It wasn't for Alpha yet to go ahead and break it.
This round, a lot more difficult, a lot tougher
to crack if you're KC. They've done a great job at removing key pieces from Fnatic's defense before. Oh, what?
What is that?
Sagetsu's deleted Kayak.
Unbelievable, bhai, kya? Hello?
That was something to focus on. The macro, having the Viper's Pit and the op on either side. The A site now loosened up.
Does feel a bit softer. With that Viper's Pit holding down B main, it feels as if KC really have only one option, and Sugetsu identified through the Prowler.
You can also see what they're doing. They're sending Pyrol now towards B to fake that they might want to clear through the pit. Problem is, in the meantime, so much utility being spent on A that it's kept Fnatic interested. No rotation yet to be made.
Bring them down.
क्या आज के दिन पहले वो बॉल ट्रिगर कोई करेगा इसके पहले मैं ट्रिगर हो जाऊं.
That's dragged Boaster over.
Please. He can influence the round through being just Astra, right? And the fact that we're also going to get the ultimate come through, the Steel Guard, and this is a real problem for KC. The firepower not there to support the push.
Preemptive play made, and with 15 seconds, KC have to scale into the A site, the orbital strike to cut off most of the ground, but it's space that they can't themselves flood into. Spike needs to hit the deck still, not committed. Finally, it's a last gasp opportunity, which
nowhere to land.
The kill's still in place for
plant करने की जगह पे उसने ult मार दिया.
Only one player better, and still Kron to come through, but he's flanking.
Alpha and elbow. Completely unchecked here, vigilant round the corner, collecting the first quick trade. Sadak has his number, as do KC. He will set up the contact, the captain. It's Aves to swing, but it has to be through the molly. Disciplined, in position, resolute they remain. KC, in the face of this Fnatic oppression on their defender's side, have finally seen the light and found 2 from 2.
Got to remember, Fnatic are fighting for their playoff life. Sugetsu, that should not have been allowed.
But I failed in exam, but I believe God has kept something good for me. Wow.
If that doesn't show the sheer desperation.
पढ़ाई करने नहीं हुआ, God has something kept good for me. ये बराबर बात है, ये बराबर बात है.
Panic.
जो भगवान के रूप में मम्मी डैडी ये बोलते पढ़ाई करो.
Could be said for Fnatic.
वो नहीं है.
Second and final timeout used in regulation.
उसके बाद भगवान ने कुछ बेस्ट चीज रखी है तेरे लिए.
As well. You've got to remember,
बराबर है.
4 bracket run for either of these teams, a very important match, and KC still have one timeout in the chamber if it's needed later into this matchup. It's both coaches, or both sets of coaches, try to inform their teams on how to move forward. KC have found a vulnerability in the A side of the map.
ऐसे मत reality check.
They'll be looking to exploit it as much as possible. Fnatic getting to terms with what it means to play on Corrode. You can see it in some of the rounds. They picked into it now twice.
Fnatic qualified है Paris के लिए. Yes sir.
When Lotus emerged,
hello ignore मैं काहे ignore करूँ समझी.
that it's so important that they can get up to speed. That is the focus of this exercise, but even then, to be eliminated by KC here would be well below expectation. Despite the stakes, despite what's on the line,
आज ना इन्हें काम है हाँ कल
swing
सुबह काम
round
है
potentially here coming up
मैं रिस्क नहीं ले रहा
in
मेरे
terms of
को
the
रेस्ट
finance
लेना ही
for both
पड़ेगा
Miss Knife Sadak, but matters not. A main is KC's, and it's a pacey take they'll be looking for.
Yeah, and it's backed by the null command, right? Everything offline. But the Vise of Alpha here is on the other side of the map, so that's at least influencing the round. The players trying to break out of this link position, but the body's there. The Odin not hitting. Missing out, but Poster up close with the Stinger, and players have been softened up, which Kayak will manipulate to his advantage. Spike on the floor,
2v1,
and Kayak chasing him down. He needs to be careful.
Spike in a full util belt.
Yeah, but 9 bullets in the chamber. That might be all he needs. And that's exactly
बाप रे गजब
the
से
wonder
बचा
boy
लिया
once again. It's Kayak.
A player reborn on the
भाई
defensive.
क्या है ये राउंड
Fnatic able to spin things back to their own success.
2v3 है अचानक से दोनों डर कैसे हो गए
there with the jump on low HP to get the trade. A much quicker approach with the KO ult used, but you can see how much it means to the coaches because they know that's now the attack on a low buy. A chance to settle the score equal again. It's such a huge piece which didn't turn value.
Yeah.
In a pivotal round.
बेचारा बे
For
assistant
Fnatic
Fnatic
is all the stockpile of ultimates is gone, and they're really trying to scale up.
Comeback ये लोग कर रहे
They've never
फटका
really
होगा रहा
dealt
बेचारा
with the top of it. And Kayak, the player who clutched up last round,
मार्टिन भड़क गया
put under the cosh.
free kill
He's set up perfectly. It's multi-kill madness in this round, and the smart.
W paid alt बोलते
KC think they've sieged the castle, and the battering ram comes out the other side from Chronicle. 4 kills in an instant, played in by Crashy's ult. As quickly as we come out of the previous time, it's on the blue side of the server.
This will be the last time out.
भाई comeback मार दिया भाई 8-2 था ना ये लियो
Sadak had always been so good at doing was those pace
रोज
changes.
को हो गया भाई लोग का
And here it's a gear shift towards the cliff's edge instead. Still a map to the good, still plenty more Valorant to be played this evening. But KC want to wrap this one up quickly. They've got places to be. Paris, the destination at the end of it all, of course. But
NAVI और
in terms of what they
Vitality के
change
बाद
up
होएगा
here,
देखना पड़ेगा कोई है कि
mental
नहीं
game being played between the two. Fnatic reacting very quickly in the previous couple to any presence.
Can't rush a good thing though. Well, they want to get this done early. They might have to wait till to that third map and be patient with it as well.
आज जल्टा होगा नहीं पागल हो गया
As we head into what is
Impossible.
the last 4 rounds of
आज
regulation.
मेरे को जल्दी रेस्ट लेना ही पड़ेगा
Rotations looking really solid from the
too
defenders
much work
moment.
too much
Kayak nearly breaking even in the previous few. Something I wanted to highlight before is, how much is Pyrol assisting the rest of his team? I think while the kills on the surface look good, you want to see more assists from the Fade player here. The scaling has been an issue so far in some of these attack rounds. Take the most out of the tools that they've got. Fight taken from Fnatic in mid. KC quickly again moving into this space.
There they are. Kayak go on the hunt, and he just backs away.
Bro, free kill, दो free kill था यार.
Risk the potential of going down. He knows what it means. The whole first half he struggled.
10-10 नहीं रहता था ना
those
outplay
first
बना
fights, but
देता
now new sense of confidence about his being.
Yeah, but he's heard everything that's going on in A-Link right now.
And that's why Chronicle has arrived on the scene with him beneath the arch.
Comes in at the right time. Sadak denied any lines of sight towards top mid where Kron could be. Look at Crashes.
Walking out, Kayak, first blood on the round, shut down quickly, so Getsu on the swivel, Viper wall up, Kron caught speaking, still gets out beyond the half wall, and Crashes taking down Martin. It's a massacre in middle, yet again,
क्या मारा Crony आज ने
now move in front
on Corrode.
Fnatic lead पे वो लोग एक कोई match point हो सकता है.
Back to the first half, and KC slipping away when the chance was right in front of them.
Think of how many clutches that Fnatic were able to win. Well, at least 3 out of the 4, right?
That now completely alters the dynamic of the game here.
वो ये क्या मारा वे उसने reveal पे.
Play as a unit.
Thank you, Crony. Thank you, Crony.
It's a little bit split. Needing to create pressure on the extremities as well as middle. There's just so much weight on their minds right now.
ये game Chronicle के वजह से बहुत rounds मिले भाई, बहुत rounds मिले.
Is starting to lessen and lessen as they don't have a bye. All on Sheriffs.
I'd argue it's almost increasing at the same time. They've turned up the velocity of these executions. The problem being that Fnatic are equal to it every single time.
Crowd round नहीं होती.
Shot in the dark from Boaster.
तब भी support करती by the
shouldn't get to that point. But Fnatic have a few of their own. Really, you are looking towards that final round. For KC to create themselves any advantages here. One of them would be if Pyro could get an extra ult point.
कल जिस बात में क्या क्या लिटो गुड़ा.
It's Big F. Well, Big F is looking to clear Kron in the corner. Utility there, and they're not going to do it. He's there, equal to the task.
Pulling them in. Match point बोलते.
Gets you all alone on the site. A Sheriff to try and clear this out, but Fnatic are there. And they will reach map point on their map choice.
8-2.
Stage 1 champions
crowd round नहीं होता.
Showing you what it means to go through the gears, the motions. Taking a little bit of time. But rounds like this are just a confidence boost more than anything else. All the util in the choke. KC can't get past it. They need 2 in a row here. The best effort that they've been able to achieve. The timeline would suggest that they're set up for it, but Fnatic have the tools into round 23. One of them is the pit again. Just stop this initial B push.
किसको समझा वो क्या बोल रही है?
Interacted with this Viper pit was when they just said
ओए मॉड तुमको समझा?
Try and clear it out.
इसलिए crowd round नहीं होती है.
Maybe a Vez to find crashes. Kayak's there as well though, and he's immediately re-cleared towards mid, knowing that KC aren't here. This isn't an option for them.
Portal closed.
Was able to draw Bosa's rotation last time. Pyro here, not playing with the util, holding, and has Kayak dead to right. On the angle, Alfie just reclearing A in the meantime, using his flash. Taking down Sadak. 4 versus 3, KC have numbers, but it's that scaling I was talking about. A lot of ground to be covered through the A courtyard.
Yeah, and a lot of Vice utility to try and get through as well.
Also Kron's orb, a little more time bought.
And Alfia has support. It's Boaster, and Alfia straight away knocks in the next head, hit his crosshair. Spike on the ground, Nightfall invested. KC need to try and make their way towards A. They encircle it. An orbital strike to clear out the site. Alfia just managing to escape, or so I thought. No, instead, they've opened it up clearly. And Kron has to try and make his way back through.
Multiple clutches for the man already. Could the most decorated player in VCT add another clutch to his collection? Not gonna happen. Pyro to claim. KC staying in this.
अब मेरे को देखते हैं कि KC क्या करता है. There is very insane B and A retake ults. Insane.
I mean, you can see
what
they're trying to do. They set up the crossfire.
All they have to do is fight mid.
That's it. Strike, and it gives us a 1-round shootout.
Fnatic still sitting on plenty of strong ults though. Strong ults for a retake potentially.
Cutting through. Only problem with that is, if Sadak's able to get an ultimate orb, that could really delay any retake that they want to go for.
Exactly. It's the Hunter's Fury in early. Oh, Abbas finds the tag. Looking for Crashy, searching still. Can't find him. Kayak cracking down instead.
And he's out. No way of a trade.
Fnatic wanted the mid-brawl initially. It has served them so well up until this point. Spotted in the back lines, anticipating the flash. Chronicle
the same fate, but no capitalization. Still here playing from the corner, on the wall. Avas finally takes him down. And KC back in the 4-on-4.
The spike collected, a direction which KC have picked now, and it's the B site where Boaster lies in wait from heaven.
Sadak still doesn't have the ult, so he can't remove all of that extra utility. He would love to maybe fake towards A, but it's a group up and a B hit instead that we're going to end up getting. Boaster first line of defense, he has an ult, so does Alpha.
Ultimate picked up has been held. No command used, and Fnatic respecting this. There's a little bit of spam coming through from Crash's Odin, but it hasn't really netted anything in terms of a kill. The Boaster maybe showing a bit too much. Gives a pick to KC.
Still players low on the KC side though. One of them, Martin, melted through the wall. The hopes and dreams of this team might be slipping through their fingers. Sadak's trying to get off site. Full setup from elbow in post, but where is the spike planted in all of this? Is there safety? A sanctuary perhaps for KC? Something to see on, can they take it to OT? Or a Fnatic gonna hold the line all the way through? Crashy seems to think so! But Pyro has ended it! KC stamp it out, and to overtime we go again.
भाई बोस्टर को सिर्फ जिंदा रहना था रे.
Massive round for KC.
मस्त अल्ट करके अल्ट. तेरा अल्ट करता साइड में.
To get this
और भाई से अल्ट करता खत्म था राउंड.
Let's go, guys.
Just a second in it in the end. KC into another OT, but the statistic will say they have typically won from these positions. It feels crazy to think after the lead that they held early on in this game that faded away from them. But Alex still with
angle भी अच्छा था ना उसका.
KC and Fnatic well aware of each other's positions, as you said earlier, how each other want to play. In terms of being scrim partners, they've played each other in groups, remember. This is a repeat matchup. It opened up stage 2.
All set.
That's what makes Find all the more interesting if we do go there, because there is tape for both.
They played each other on it.
Exactly. Alpha back to business though. Vice will placed on A. But KC have not often looked to actively challenge this space any more aggressively than his positioning would suggest.
Left clear क्या हो लोग ना?
Flash searching, but behind Smoker finds nothing, so Getsu will want to face check this. Fnatic yet to reveal themselves with the minute mark now crossed.
1 minute. 50 second, 50 second. 50 second, 40.
Kayak identified through that knife.
40 second.
Clear. Is there anything else at the back of this, right?
30 second, 30 second.
KC are forced to either face check this into 3 players or allow Fnatic the space.
30 seconds left.
Gets closer to crunch time. Boaster bold from the corner. Util sent out. Still Sadak trying to hold the line, but Boaster bests him captain on captain. Kayak the next. Fnatic 1 by 1.
W.
Making this attack work.
W.
KC have been foiled. Their plans deleted. Alpha, one more. And now
W. Hashtag OP.
On his plate.
Hashtag OP.
Against 4 as well. Kron in the corner. 2 players to try and
not even close, baby.
Swing off of them. This is everything that Fnatic want.
As soon as that reload is hit, Chronicle smells the blood in the water. Eyes bigger than his stomach, perhaps. Martin will get away with another, but this attack round, how pivotal it could be for Fnatic is everything. As KC will have to go back and win another one of their own. There's simply not enough time on the clock to make it happen. Fnatic have played a blinder here.
तुम लोग एक montage बना सकते हो अफगालिया जो तुम लोग all chat पे आएगा.
In our second OT of this series.
Absolute cinema montage.
We need to be aware of is how well this Viper wall is working in terms of creating that pressure.
Yeah, Christmas, bro. Rotate. Mid.
And they won the mid fight. We saw it so many times. Fnatic
सीधा mid बुला रहे बे all पे.
Now, but nobody's there.
Remember, Alpha has stood up though. That might be the curse activated.
Oh right, okay. Is that the way we're going?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Let's see.
सीधा all पे mid बुला रहे बे.
And he's set up Kron here to receive it. Fight in main, double reveal. Aves looking to
W Chronicle ने 2 मारे कैसे तो?
Kron had the double. He's held up his end of the bargain again.
So is the rest of Fnatic.
भाई comeback मार लिया बे.
Looking very lonely.
भाई Alpha भाई लेकिन
Sugetsu, if he goes a step too far,
मुंबई
gets
सर्वर
caught
वाले.
out.
Mid बुला के कूदने गए.
Totally unwinnable.
हाँ? Rotate कम mid बोला और देख इवेंट पे गया help करने.
know how to win a clutch. Sugetsu saying after the liquid
game,
he
hasn't felt a sense
of calmness in years
और ले मुंह पे blind ले
even with so much left on the line. Still think it possible. A 2 versus 2 towards A or B, whichever way they go, but they have to play together.
But they're not. That's the problem. Sugetsu's trying to take a timing.
Chronicle has the jump up here, and as Sugetsu walks in, it's the spike fouled. Fnatic moving ever closer.
Pratham is battling for the membership.
Chronicle yet to be cleared. 20 seconds or less, or we're going all the way to Bind.
By Bind to अच्छा Fnatic का.
He's not going to find it with this one.
By Bind to sexy है भाई. Fnatic का.
For the time being, the lower run continuing to a third map.
भाई वापस come back भाई.
The hump of that first half.
No, they haven't been able to.
कैसे थ्रो किया कैसे ने?
With each other before and groups. But listen, first off, we need to send it
clear
over to
cut
Alice
केसी का
to
मैप
break
लिखा
that
था
one down.
पूरे जगह पे clear cut. But सामने Fnatic है. सामने Fnatic है. Bind Fnatic is even Bind मेरे हिसाब से Fnatic जीत जाएगा. Bind GG well played है. Pam 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 pam. भाई मेरा सेटअप कब भुसड़ा हो गया सुपर चटनी गिर के.
A sense of victory, seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Step into your zone, designed to win.
क्वेश्चन इज क्या सूखा चटनी पे पानी डालने के बाद वो चटनी पिघल जाएगा या गीला चटनी बनेगा? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. समझ रहे हो?
Fnatic versus KC is always a banger for a reason. We will be seeing a map 3 in this series, but first, I'm your hosting, so I've got Mini and Flyer back here with me. Now, I think we were all extremely caught, surprised, off guard, everything when we saw this agent select. Now, Mini, you weren't there. So what was going through your mind when you saw that Martin was playing Brimstone and then the triple?
Well, he gave us a little bait, didn't he? Bait and switch. He was like, "Which duelist am I going to play?"
Yeah.
And then Brimstone, and I was like, "Oh God, it's a KC classic where they pull out something new." I'll be honest, like I didn't quite understand why they were playing it. Like you'd think that it was like a bit of a gimmick, so they have some ideas and some micro. I didn't quite see it in this game. Obviously, it was good enough to get a lot of ranches for Fnatic, but I didn't see the idea behind the comp.
I mean, Flyer, you were talking about a potential counter pick. Did you see any of that? And now you've seen what they do. Why do you think they
I mean, I was assuming it was a counter pick just because they did the same thing against Fnatic on Ascent earlier in the year, where they played a double smoker and Nocenti, I believe. But after watching the game, it didn't actually feel like they had a great counter. It seemed like they just wanted to have one smoker on each lobby, just perma delaying.
Yeah, and talk me through, I mean, we've just seen the end of this round, but this was right after a timeout. And in those situations, realistically, on the side of KC, what do you even tell the boys to do?
I mean, from my, I remember in the moment watching it, I would not know what to call from a timeout perspective. I would just say, more chill out and, tone it down a bit, because I feel like they're doing the same default, knife A lobby, then they go into mid, just, following the same line over and over again. I also didn't like how they were taking mid. They would just take Hobbit, they'd chill, do nothing. I think if you're going to take mid on this map, you need to get mid 3 as well, go past the wall.
I know it's Corrode and attack side is kind of difficult, but the theme seemed to me that neither team really understood attack. After that timeout, we saw 5 players in middle for most of the round, didn't really understand what was happening, and Fnatic didn't look extreme. The rounds that Fnatic got were pretty individual based, I think.
Yeah.
Up until OT, where there was a couple of nice things going on, it took until then to actually see what they were doing. They never really used that Viper wall on B very often. I didn't really understand what they were trying to achieve either.
Yeah, I just feels like if you want to learn something from Fnatic on that map, just watch the 2 OT rounds.
Yeah.
But it's individuals. Chronicle and Boaster, Coaster, Mini. There was a few rounds where they relied on their individuals, but talk me through what happened here.
Yeah, I think in the green room we were discussing oh, Fnatic look like they're completely out of this one completely. It could be a 2-0, and then as per usual, when we start doubting them, it's the individual shining. So obviously Boaster known for his clutch potential, and then Chronicle is just Chronicle. So both of them together just, I mean, I feel sorry for KC because KC this year it's been a problem for them, these kind of rounds. These big advantage rounds, all they need to do is go in together and scale together. But look, the way they go through this smoke together, they just kind of line up stupidly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going up against 2 very experienced players, right, Flyer? You need to count on this sort of experience when you're in these clutches, and also Boaster later than wins a 1v1 against Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that they got the unlucky part of the draw where they got the most dangerous players in the clutch.
You're not gonna hate, seeing these 2 clutching. I assume Chronicle is waving.
W3 billion mal.
Excuse me. But let's look towards Bind, because this is gonna be map 3, and it is elimination. So whoever loses here will not progress here at playoffs. And this is also where Fnatic had a choice to ban Bind and go Lotus, or ban Lotus and go Bind. So why do you think they made this decision?
Well, as I said, Sadak has never lost to Boaster on Lotus, and even this year I believe KC had Fnatic's number on Lotus too. I think that Bind is a map that both teams like. KC in the past running that deadlock, kind of style, and Fnatic running the tail, a bit strange, but I think it's working really well for them.
Yeah.
What did you make of their, I guess they've already beat Liquid here pretty recently, so do you like the Deadlock Vice stuff?
I'm a big fan of it. I think it's actually, at the start of the year, I thought it was a niche thing that's a cheese get wins, but it's actually looking like it's really, really consistently good.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one and done. And on this comp, I mean, as far as I can see, they've only ever lost against Fnatic, actually. Running this comp. But Pyro also, I felt like, has been heating up.
Actually, just to go back to the point, the last time Fnatic played KC on this comp, Fnatic had a great game plan against the Deadlock specifically. On the attack side, I think you need to look out for them doing what I call an anti-Sage default, which means that they're going to go around the map looking for that Deadlock wall. And
membership लेने के बाद भी माल ने बड़ा अच्छी excuse me
and that style actually works really well into Deadlock because they just get to get rid of that wall and then do what they want after. So Deadlock becomes
in which case, how do you have a second layer? How do you respond as KC? Because you know that's what Fnatic are going to do.
You could maybe re-clear behind it or trap behind it, I think that's probably the option. As soon as that wall goes down, they just need something like some re-aggression or some re-information.
Solo Gecko initiator जो जरा नहीं पसंद.
Is not very.
Deadlock जो कि land agent
what have you made about the way they use the tickle?
I mean, my opinion's changed over time because I actually did not like it at the start. I thought it was more like a pick where it's like they're bringing it over from the previous stage because they didn't get much time to practice it. But after watching G2 for example play it recently, I think it's actually a good pick.
एक नया system लेके दोनों को कर बेच सकते
I feel like that's in his own league.
Yeah, I mean, I made the joke that putting Alpha on this agent is like putting Chovy on Nami. I think when Christmas was here. But unfortunately, Alpha's been like kind of incredible.
Yeah. I feel like Chovy would be good on Nami as well.
It's true, but he's not going to get 40 kills, is he? Like.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. But we are in the final stretch now here.
Binks भाई players हाथ में क्या पकड़ रहे बार-बार वो packet hand warmer है वो.
As we head into bind.
I got KC.
You got KC?
Why? I think I got them because they're starting on defense with this comp. I think it's going to be hard for Fnatic to work them.
No smoke cross करके.
Because they showed their game plan before that they could deal with the specifically very well.
You're really showing your
Alpha
bias
के आके कुली.
The Reddit thread is going to write itself.
You know, I love to flame them and stuff.
0-8 या 0-9 तब है सीधा top frag भाई. Alpha और Chronicle ने कुछ ज़्यादा turnaround कर दिया last में.
Map on, which is, you know, your alphas, your kayaks. I don't think they can afford to have a slow of a start. As we've seen so far, you need to rely on them, and it's the same for Martin and Aves as well. On the other side, I think both teams have very clear win conditions, but the pressure is on the side of KC. Fnatic have already made champs, and Hazo and Cairo, if KC lose here, their road will end now.
That's it for Fnatic. It's a road, albeit a bumpy one throughout the lowers for KC. It is the path of which they have to walk if they want to find themselves in Paris, in Ivry Coqueron, in front of their home fans. That stadium feels like a long way away, and you need to take your victories along that route. One of them being Bind, the only map in this series which we saw previously played between the two within the group. As you can see here, Fnatic on that attack side, once the spike goes down, it might already be over.
Well, KC need to stop them getting the spike down, right? That's a way to look at it. KC gonna get no chance of any fights as Fnatic slow roll their way once again through the pistol round.
But this is the approach that Mini was talking about, even on the pistol where there's a little bit less utility. Interesting to see KC, I suppose, not running any sheriffs here, but that's the trade-off. You want to put some of those parts in play. Sadak just monitoring showers. As Fnatic start to drop some footfall behind this Viper wall.
Deadlock idhar hai.
But no sign of commitment just yet, not until Alpha brings the drone out.
Sound sensor up.
Sadak ready. Gravnet in hand. A player close by to support him, that would be Sugetsu, but the delay still coming through. No capitalization and kills, but Sadak at least gets the trade. Elsewhere, Crashes is working on B.
Really a heads up with this wall too, so Crashes has to wait for the rest of the team, and even then a bait not exactly going to help their efforts out. Two players splitting, two players stacked, and they have to force out a hookah hit.
Yeah, that they do. And there's also a Vez holding from CT. Boaster finds Pyro, and Martin now under fire.
Shots in lage.
And Sadak
W baby
road to walk to the site that Fnatic are planting on.
Another Fnatic pistol round queued up, with it being on the attack side as well. KC setting up their defenses yet again.
और उसको बिठाया भी है उसमें.
There's some of the same problems with Corrode. They rear their ugly head.
मजाक हो रहा है इधर.
The only team in the league not to be running a Viper on Bind, KC. And the stopping power seemingly not enough here already.
You can see Alpha getting ready for
very
the
sexy
Fnatic
bye.
the lane to play him in, and the pistol round will be won on map 3, or the opening of map 3, I should say.
Yeah, and what you get from that Viper is, you know, the decay on players jumping out of hookah, constantly being able to replenish that. And it's just clean fights that Fnatic are able to take in the end. That Vice wall slows things down a little bit, but it's just another piece of utility thrown to the wind as Fnatic have got the start that they were looking for here.
That they have. And it's the same positions as last round in terms of how Fnatic are waiting to see what KC do, if there's any aggression.
Fnatic on this map. Early fights will be so favorable if they're able to spin them in their favor. Have to think of how the attack started on the previous map.
भाई जब भी ये लोग टिपी मारेंगे ये लोग को कंफ्यूज नहीं होगा क्या अपना यूरो के सामने वाला यूरो
wanting to get up and running early. He's top-fragged almost every game for them so far. Toronto really being that statement, cementing himself amongst the very best.
Portal closed.
Fnatic into the late round again, starting to work this B space. KC have put even further priority towards Hookah this time.
What if any teams are already qualified for Champions playoff? So next team, the points के सबसे
the Gecko actually who's identified. Martin gets seized though, and that should allow for an easy opportunity onto the fight, but Fnatic hesitant to really take it, and Kayak, oh, he's on the B side. From this position. The gold standard so far as this game has continued onwards.
20 seconds आराम से अभी
plan key component to their success on Corrode, locking things down.
टिपी मार के एक अभी और लेते फिर प्लांट करते हैं तो थोड़ा
looking to farm up onto
होता.
His Yoru ult has been netted. Slowly walking his way into the corner into safety to get rid of that net. I mean, OKC like to try and deny orbs through the spike detonation, so Fnatic go on the hunt.
तो वही बोला, confused नहीं होंगे कौन टिपी मारा?
Kayak around the corner, finds all three players, but he also has a queue behind him, ready to try and break this one down. The utility through, looking a bit dodgy, but Chronicle
मार दिया बे. मार दिया बे उसने.
Someone whose performance dropped off against Liquid. It's a real rarity that you'll see him below par. But it's the weeks following that have shown exactly why
6-0.
He finds himself in Valorant's Hall of Fame, as it would be 5 years into the game.
Next round.
Something that we do want to highlight is their 5 versus 4 win rate sitting almost 10% below average. Converting advantages was something that they'd focused on improving a lot. They'll be searching for an early one here. Push down a short with Martin in position. There's plenty of bodies to find if Martin wants to go and take a fight. Sort of in raising that statistic, it's something that they have improved on so far today. Identified.
TP out.
TP towards back. That's what he's going to opt for. Utility used to actually clear him out. So there's a little bit of a win for KC here. At the same time, that deep vice wall removed at the cost of just a salvo on Alpha. Plenty of utility for Fnatic to attack with them once again. They're just testing the A site. Their focus over towards B. See the TP from Kayak. Spike still sat outside of Market, and Kron already up the length of long with both by his side. Difference being this round, Sadak has the setup, the sensors are there, and a third player also arriving, but oh, this is the change up.
30 seconds, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Only one Thorns on the ground. It's not looking so strong that you would expect. The
30 seconds.
When it's used, it actually gets Martin. None of the Fnatic players.
30 seconds.
The attacks favor KC.
15.
It's so Fnatic in terms of time. They're patient as ever, and we'll get that spike down.
Oh.
2 players remain on the defense side, and Fnatic have an advantage, but that extra player only has a pistol. Keeps things interesting. Lurk of Chronicle has been cut out, but Alpha's looking to interrupt this with his timing through lamps. So Sugetsu has a lot of space to clear. Yeah, so in full sight, right, where the players are sitting. They went in towards Showers, but that's where Poster was. Didn't find them. It gets worse and worse because as the time ticks away, the value of utility should be better. Alpha activates and takes out Sadak. This is going to have to be the surrender in the site. It's going to be Fnatic to win the bonus round. Crashes to catch. Sugetsu trying to escape. It won't work out. One player alive on either side. But Fnatic have found everything that they needed in that round. They've smashed the cash balance of KC. The approach from them, multi-layered. There was presence map-wide. find always a map that has
they're stressing.
been a key component of their pool. Those that described it as an old baby, right? You think back to 2021 and what this initial team was built upon when it came into the organization. And I think, yeah, you just see there, Cron takes the timing. They know that they can reclaim the short space after removing the utility early on and the player presence from KC.
It's an early timeout.
Criminal lawyer bana bhai sahab, excuse me.
Everything going wrong. I mean, sure, like
in
terms of how the sites have worked, in terms of how they've tried to deny Fnatic, it feels as if they're just getting ran over completely. For Fnatic before, showers had been the main area of focus in my eyes, at least in terms of having looked to manipulate the map where you're expecting the player to be later into the round. Alpha, yeah, very often being so important in just sending the drone out and capturing that back for them. But in the previous round, KC, having dropped off of those positions, allowed Fnatic in.
Checking the situation.
See here, Astra struggles maybe in a non-mirror, but this is an interesting one because Fnatic coming into playoffs were the only team that were playing this. They see another now.
Same again from Fnatic, this time a stack from Fountain, just to highlight how slow they do want to approach it. This time, Corminco trying to show some sort of presence behind smokes, as noted by Alpha. Fnatic already with momentum at their backs here on Bind. Speaking to Scott, he was saying of the difficulty moving into champs to generate that illusion that you really do have the wind in your sails with the gaps in play that set up for all the teams. And for KC, this is for their tournament lives, for the most important tournament you could possibly think of. Parisian homecoming for the French organization. The blue wall beckoning them. Yeah.
On this round, Nico just Martin caught by Alpha. And again, no trade from the 5 versus 4.
No anticipation of a player actually having walked through that wall, crashes, and is
big fan.
And Sadak getting the kill. This is really spiky.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Need to answer.
20 seconds.
Identified as the deadlock player on B. Soul Anchor.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
All by himself if he hits the shots.
And well, he's hit the ball.
7 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds.
Will do, but this is a big ultimate. He's actually not hit the player that he wanted to. Chronicle at least is able to trade out. And Kayak managed to be saved. That's a big one.
Released from the cocoon at the final seconds. KC still in this though.
Yeah, they are trying to force it towards But do not challenge Chronicle as he's hitting another level in form.
Shooting steadfast as the series grows on and on. KC growing tired perhaps of seeing Chronicle's name in that kill feed. The lurk until the late round. He arrives to save Kayak, support the rest. The one tap on the fadeaway is just disgusting. And the coach is in disbelief at what they've seen.
Glad that they got out at the other end. Viper's Pit up and available.
Into another gun round, the rifles of which doesn't feel like we've seen too many of from KC up until now.
Yeah, and it feels like having that Viper's Pit is the one thing that Fnatic can use to break the backs of the defense.
Post, and as we know, 23 from 23, yet to lose one, but the focal point for me again has to be the start of the round. KC are able to stave them off as it's a fake TP, double fake TP from Martin. Crash is closing in.
Fnatic scaling up. There's players behind us.
Clean one tap, baby.
Scary. And Sugetsu has survived through the salvos.
Yeah, that he has, and he's went even further forward.
Well,
it's still Kron alive and well, but it's only him. Remember that Viper's Pit that we spoke about? It is still there and available. Thinking about it.
First player spotted and expects a second to be close by. TP's away with this knowledge in mind. Pit still available, of course. And Molly to slow down any retake attempts. You feel like he might just give this one a go with the ult even.
Think about it, but I think he wants just one more. He gets the opportunity, plenty of opportunity.
भाई मेरे को लगा स्पिन मार के मारेगा सिटी यार.
In case he finally have the first round.
Just needed that weak though to put some distance parked between him and KC there. You even attempt the possibility.
Please check keys of abilities.
How brilliant a game Corrode has been having week after week, responding to critics as you expect him to do. Fantastic from Sonic to get a couple there on the A defense, and finally KC off the mark from their timeout.
W. Crazy observation.
This time it seems the Fnatic are up. Have a lot more direction. The default more heavier on the A side.
Oh, Sugetsu with a big opening pick, exploring this extremity now. Alpha 1 knows about the second.
Does he know about the third? Sadak so far back.
Still lingering around with the showers control. It stops any kind of split execution coming in from Fnatic, and it's the first real foray from KC into the limits of bind.
Lingering around kya hota hai chat? Linger pata
really been trying to force the issue as much as you'd expect. With how well he's been doing, that's the
lingers pata mere ko lingers. Acha launches hota
really to offset Fnatic back in control of this game.
बचपन में ऐसा बोलता था मैं.
Available. That's where Pyro is.
Another exposed area on the map. Fnatic knowing that they can contact into a lot of space against the deadlock. Finally the Vice will hit, and that the info. The call to arms for Martin, who's the only real player in a position to actually challenge here.
W Dimag.
Spike plant coming in, and Kron still lurking.
Spike planted.
Still trying to keep KC interested on that A side of the map, but TP's back in. Oh, a cosmic divide has allowed Pyro an opportunity to find Albia. 3 players left on Fnatic, and where do they go? I mean, to invest the Viper's Pit, give themselves some semblance of a foundation in which to work. Poster supporting Kron here. The players of KC are starting to encircle, starting to collapse on down, and crashes down. First 2 players caught.
Hang on.
Martin low as well. Sugetsu on the spike. It's just a 1 versus 1 essentially, but Crashes wants to deny the spike. Who's up and available to take it. KC will double up the round count. So Martin diligently does his job to defend the spike plant there. The defusal, I should say. Pyro gets a cheeky one. A little bit of spam.
Crazy tha na?
KC barge down the door, make their way in, double up the round count. Immediately,
timeout.
Yeah, I mean, past couple of rounds, we think of post plants and how Fnatic were so successful. Past couple of rounds haven't been.
Well, that's it. We didn't get to post on the one before, but there you have it. The round that we've just seen is a record breaker. That is the first post plant that Fnatic have lost.
By mere hisab se
any other reason to call a timeout, that would be it.
KC
felt like they had the right measures in place.
Ne aaj
KC stripping away.
Lunch mein khaya rahega spring roll.
Player by player as the round ground down.
Kyunki wo log mein hai Pyrol.
Not much money behind Fnatic here either, so very quickly we could see the defense put itself in a strong
position. Abhi ye mat bolo kya baat karo, bas time out mein aur kuch baat karne ko hai nahi.
Geared towards finding more success here. And so that makes it feel that much more necessary from this position.
Yeah, I would agree. The fans trying to
जा रहा हो यार हो गया भाई 3 दिन बाद दिखूंगा नहीं भाई मैं मिस करना.
Some big execute ultimates as well in terms of dimensional drift, nightfall, and cosmic divide.
Dad, जो लोग इतना प्यार से गाली दे रहे हैं, लाइक करके गाली दो.
Fnatic really haven't shown us a pacey side to the attack just yet. With all 5 players towards the A side, you would think maybe this is it.
भाई निकाल तो सकते हैं लोग राउंड. 3 heavy ultis है, heavy.
Thousands of French fans on looking. As this is the mixed investment, but Kayak continues to be that issue. Rifle in his hands, enough to maybe rectify it. The defense put under scrutiny once more. Coming into this, Alves able to dissuade a little bit more in the lamps.
bro.
The spike is still yet to go down from Fnatic. It's KC
begin to flood. Yeah,
I mean, it seems like they're beginning to flood, but it's just Martin looking for a different angle of approach. Dimensional drift used, and he's actually went all the way to showers, so it's starting to become a problem. Fnatic don't have a lot of control on the site. And it is completely removed. Before they can even move to a post plant. Alves getting a couple more kills, and that brings another ult online. I said before, this defender's side is under the microscope, and with them now starting to move the needle, not at the expense of some of these valuable pieces that they now hold on to.
Take rest. Rest की नींद तो मेरे को अभी है भाई.
Is absolutely everything.
मेरा right side back पूरा गया है भाई.
Very much direct
कैसा तो shoot करने का.
Fate of this first half.
It feels as if a lot's been done, right, in terms of like when we speak about this first half and
Deadlock, you see, वो लिखने का फायदा नहीं है. Lund agent है भाई.
We spoke about it, right, in terms of how they loaded the comps for the defender side and never got enough on Corrode. Seems the exact same on
Binks. Misclick but it's a Lund agent.
I mean, that's exactly what you're trying to highlight, right?
You're also seeing Pyrol now fit this expectation that he can fulfill multiple roles. The reason why he was brought into this KC team is he's buying into that project, which is very off the cuff. It's not the standard that you'd expect. The different things that they want to try and run as we just hit slight pause before we get back into this one. But yeah, I have to say, for KC in general,
Deadlock player Indian hai. Yep.
Oh, we are about to head back.
He's my neighbor.
I was just going to say,
you said that if there was a tech,
as well as a pause,
that we would maybe wish a special man a happy birthday. Yeah, so happy birthday to Sliggy. If we had more time, we would have sung him happy birthday, but there is no tech, thankfully. So
there
you go. Back to it.
At the same time, KC in this round have been pretty
भाई ये देखो Fnatic master class execute. Smoke आ गया है पीछे एक ult एक जगह पे through एक जगह पे blind एक जगह पे बिठाने का low एक और blind.
Still Fnatic not quite out. Sadak still holding him down. First of the kills picked up, and Moster recall of the smoke to wade his way out into the corner. And Best's the captain on the opposite side. Sugetsu still doing his job, and KC backfilling this space with bodies. Pyrol peeking out. A confident move to make, but one which has established that authority, given them complete site control with the spike.
Where does Fnatic go to get this back, right? So many eyes trained on its position, and absolutely no utility for Fnatic to get it back either. They can't use a smoke to jump out and grab it, and in this moment in time, it feels as if Fnatic are happy to call it there.
30 seconds left.
Reconsidering their options.
भाई किससे आ रहे भाई?
Much quicker round from them, just as we were talking about slugs. It's no snail pace that we get out of them. Talk about the ramifications as well, where they place in all of this to also bring it back. Of course, you would hoping that Liquid do well. You have to think of the other teams at this stage of the bracket. Right? If Fnatic were to go out here, KC keeping the dream alive, that makes things so much more interesting for whoever it is they end up facing, right? You've got GX waiting in the next game, and Fnatic not in a position to maybe make life more difficult for some of the other teams that they could be facing at Champs.
Yeah, and I think as well, like for the most part, when we think of what Champs looks like in qualification, it's really simple for the teams who are out of the top 4 of Champs.
किसको support कर रहे हो? जर्सी पहन के आओ?
Simple in terms of permutations, but the task at hand, of course, a difficult one. But KC up to it.
They need our energy.
Breaking Fnatic's post plant along the way. This
Wait,
being a sign of the times of some change on the horizon. An aggressive move made themselves. Double combo on the flashes is fantastic. And Martin teed up to take the first of the round.
Oh, Kayak is Sadak trying to retreat. There's an opportunity to get the spike towards the B site, but it's so far away. KC have a chance to deny it.
Yeah, Martin caught inspecting his own footwear, but forfeits the space in the end.
मेरे को नहीं
It's a
लगता
very
वो
neat
लोग को
flash
एक्स्ट्रा
from
का
a low
पता है
HP Alves, not wanting to get caught and making sure he makes the full clear, but Fnatic fighting through elbow. Left alone in
ये
this
लोग अभी सिटी मार के जाएंगे ना क्योंकि 1 मिनट है
Just look at Hooker right now. Sugetsu still lying in wait.
Oh, but Kayak on the line and Alves still falling back.
3 बंदे
Sweat
एल्बो
beads
के
on his
तरफ है
forehead,
3
knowing
बंदे
that
स्पाइक के
it's the
साथ
last line of defense between the A
ये
side and
40 सेकंड
Fnatic.
है
Continuing to push the issue on B as Martin has made his way back inside the tube.
30 seconds
Fully committed to this position as Fnatic feel the same.
Left.
Backing up
20
towards Garden,
seconds.
reconsidering their options at this point in time. But even
20
then,
seconds.
Alves now sat towards short means that he could be the late play that stops the A push if it does make its way through. It is
15
B though, there isn't
seconds
enough
15
time.
seconds
Martin inside the smoke. The first of the kills needs more though, and finds himself
10 seconds
looking for the gravity well to stop the plant, but it just about goes in. Crashes edge of the area.
And both KC players now together. There's no Dizzy. There is a wingman to clear close corners, but both players make their approach.
One of them dropping in from Hookah to get to
दूसरा वैलो खोल के इन गेम रिपोर्ट करके ऊपर
silent drop attempted. Kayak not yet hearing if it's all about timing. Peeks round, can't find the kills. Sugetsu punishes it, and it's all on Crashies. Finding form, finding his first. Wingman on the defuse. And Alves to save the day. The former Fnatic trialist finding the lead for KC.
बीच में Fnatic को याद दिलाते हुए निकालना पड़ता
that they can begin to grow in this half. And when you think the Fnatic
Big Bab, hard work करो, rest को हम संभाल लेंगे. W.
Push it a little bit forward.
W.
And Alves
When
And for
Bang
KC,
Babu
the big takeaway from
mad
that round is they're
27
not scared to make a play. This
27.
combination of flashes between the Dizzy and the Yoru flashes is brilliant because you've either got to break it or turn face away from it, which means that you're going to get caught in an awkward position. Boaster finds himself on the receiving end.
And the big thing as well is since Fnatic's timeout, KC have been able to win 3. It's a total of 5 in a row.
नशे कर चुके हैं माँ गलत होया मैं
Yeah. The question entirely is, do you invest that second timeout later in this half, right? Do you want to really challenge what KC are able to do? Keep one timeout in your back pocket for when you move to defense.
So we're waiting to find out. Fnatic will be happy with how this half has gone so far. It's up to scratch, but their attack also the stronger of the
डिफेंस
two.
में तो जीत ही जाएगा
Pieces in position. Something from the strat book. An A execution with Showers control this time.
Can I get out?
The blue blind.
Reality good. And they can't find the kill!
दूसरा मर गया
Completely blind!
पीछे
But he can't even walk through the smoke. His poster's sheriff. And he's only able to find one that was
चलेगा मतलब देखा जाए तो 4 राउंड
will at
काफी
least
है
be even on the half.
बाइंड है देखा जाएगा तो
Sugetsu showing his best side. Both of the players that we've seen.
किस जगह घूमोगे जापान में टोक्यो यार इस बार
that is with 11 kills right now. Brilliant anchor work from them, and even Sugetsu, a player who's been around so long, almost having to reinvent himself as an anchor on smokes rather than sentinel in this KC side.
कमर के अम्मा बहन होगी
Retaining the
भाई
ball with all the shake-up that the pyro change would have made. Ults for them to
कमर
work
में
with
क्या होता है
now.
वो शोल्डर और बैक के बीच में काफ
all this, right, was we were expecting an improvement from KC and it still continues. That was the spike down.
Boaster finds a double, but it's that concession.
Yeah.
Alpha penalized. Little less utility to hit the sights with. You're really looking at Kayak being the one to close the gap. A recurring point that sometimes just the setup perhaps not quite being there for him. Needing to over-deliver in some senses as he's currently just bookmarking the B space.
काफ बोला बे काफ नहीं बोला बे हाफ ये हाफ
It's what KC have to come back in
हाफ
with, right?
दुख रहा है
If Fnatic even are successful and finding
हम लोग को बैच
Pyro
से पूरा
getting a
जिंदगी
spike
में
down,
काफ
you're
ये
going to be
सुनाई
looking
देगा
at The Annihilation, the Steel Garden, if Pyro's able to be alive, and the Cosmic Divide. This is not over even if Fnatic can get to post. Pyro has the Wolf along, and he's ready for this TP if it comes in. Early Steel Garden, fine, plenty more time. Yeah, think how long these primaries are going to be offline for.
W, 20 seconds, आराम से.
Nightfall to come in Pyro's way. This to set KC up for a 7th. All focus on him as it stands, but Sugetsu's arrived to the scene. The knight in shining armor sprays down his first, but there is more to find. Medical supported by Crashy's on the side of the wall. Sadak arriving with an ult of his own. Corners to be cleared, it's not quite gonna hit, and Crashy's stepping out into the open. Saving face for Fnatic. Sugetsu in another clutch. Kron on the other side. And in a head-to-head we've seen so many times across the years, Chronicle has remained on top.
And continues to do so. Big round to win out if you're Fnatic. It's not just the fact that you win the round and bring yourself one step closer, but all 3 ultimates that I named were used.
You're Terminator, Chrony.
अलग गेम खेलते हैं Fnatic.
So when you think Fnatic were finished off,
इतना है कैसे खेलते पता नहीं भाई, कुछ अलग ही गोटी of steals of Mercury से बे.
KC here with Martin bringing the op out for what feels like the first time in this
ऐसा भी नहीं कि कुछ प्लान भी है, दूसरी जगह कोई इंसर्ट होके बैठा है, कुछ नहीं. Chronicle बचा रहा है आज, just saying. ठीक है ना, पैसा मिलता है उसको खेलने का. ठीक है बात.
Up his angles, being dynamic as ever. I mean, Fnatic would have identified this
op on B.
It's now A side. Kayak needs to be careful.
KC re-clearing. Oh, an Alpha on a very wide angle gets caught on the full clear by Martin. Mesh broken Kayak.
क्या बाप का जेंट था, वॉल देखा 2 ही निकला उसका.
Big information through that arc rose. Got to remember, KC only knew that Alpha here was towards this side of the map.
जहाँ पेन हो रहा है वहाँ आइस लगाओ.
He's going to flash himself for the peak. It's not the op, it's the shorty this time. 5 versus 3 situation. KC in prime position to get a 7th to keep their advantage for the second half.
30 seconds.
The B-side execution again.
पूरा दिन यही करूँगा क्या?
That we look towards.
वो भी बोली भी गेम वाली.
Get these 2 players clean. Fnatic can find themselves in a 3 versus 3 post plan.
20 seconds.
Big F though. An even bigger exchange about to happen. Boaster first through the window. Sugetsu able to claim it. As he is the rest with Sadak. An in-zone flawless. Minimal returns you would feel for the defender's side. Comp coming in for KC, but they've given themselves a lifeline. Fnatic have to follow this up on a half which hasn't best suited them so far.
Okay,
it was a 7-5 half that Fnatic were able to get on the defense last time out. That would give us overtime, and the way this series is going, that's probably the expected result. We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
भाई मेरा गला गया भी लग रहा है मेरे को यार. ये क्या आइस पैक?
I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break. I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice.
तुमने कल जब भी सो रहा था तुमने मेरे को लात मारा क्या? जब मैं टेढ़ा सोया लात मारा ना तुमने मेरे को? तुमने मेरे को लात मारा.
Well, the KC fans watching at home still may be a ways away from booking their flights to Paris in the hopes of seeing their team there. Do have a discount. VCT EMEA 15 or 15% off those champs tickets as we've unlocked further capacity at Corrode Arena. Ivory Cooker on the home stadium of KC, hoping to step out in front of the blue wall, but it still feels so far-fetched. A lot of thinking has been done. The often animated Stadak sat with a stoic expression. 7-5 the scoreline, KC lead, but that could all very quickly change.
Yeah, we were just talking about it last time that these two played.
For second time, Aspas, Chronicle and Binks, my all-star lineup. Love you,
positive defender side. Can they go one
better?
better
Royal Rampage?
As we head back into the second half. Pistol round, which Fnatic have shown they are good at time and time again. Kayak hasn't had the best.
I feel LF is Chronicle of India.
But it's always the defender side where we see an uptick in his performance.
And always that second half. The same for Alpha, yeah. The two players highlighted by the desk coming into the map. Close to the one with a lot on his plate right now. And Martin, the face of opposition, has managed to find the opener.
Kayak looking to find something else, break off the weaker arm of the push. They haven't found Getsu, the stun will get
dancing stun.
Put the advantage towards Fnatic as Kron looks to post it home. Unless Martin come up with a clutch. It's a must for Martin now. Has one TP, finds his first. Fade away, Martin. And the spike planted on the other side of the box. Yeah, up against Crashes, but he's taking so much damage.
Not even close, baby.
Coming right down to the wire, the 1v1s. Alpha wins a huge engagement down short. Stunning his way in after gets a clean kill. Same for Chronicle. And Martin's best efforts still outshone by the Fnatic full force.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं
पता
नहीं
भाई.
ऐसे सब गेम्स में ना सब पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठने का. PRX हो गया, Fnatic हो गया.
Might just be a wave goodbye soon.
एनालाइज करने का, काउंटर करने का, दिमाग लगाने का, ये सब कुछ नहीं करने का भाई. अपना खेलो, जीता तो जीता, हारा तो हारा. मैच
Fnatic now to go and even out the round count.
Slow attack speed is what you expect from coming core.
3 बंदे.
Especially with a comp like this. I mean, they have a lot of utility to throw at it if you want to go down that route. Playing through the channels already and
what about 10?
Setting up players in showers with the spike. So potential to come back here later on if they want to. Just getting orbs onto Martin has to be priority number 1. 2 away from a dimensional drift coming into the first gun round.
I mean, Norb, spike plant, whatever way you can do it, even finding kills. I mean, he's good for it.
Banda, as per you, top 5 agents in Valorant. Simple है भाई, जो ऊपर है patch.
A lot weaker than KC with making the right decision on which side to hit.
Pick नहीं है.
Caught by the net other side of the wall. KC flooding out. Spike is tapped by Stadak. In fact, they want to go ahead and chase down at least another kill, and they're going to pick up 2. It's already looking like more than just a silver lining here for KC, but that's the spike now dropped by Moster. And Fnatic starting to find players in position on site.
Shigetsu just left.
3 seconds!
Realistically, just trying to hold off. Martin's going for the round the world.
Goes the 4-way round, and he has the space now to get the D-plant. Oh, he can't jump over the top. It's going to be enough. So an extra 300 credits per player. And his ultimate available for the next. But could he win it with Phantom in hand?
And there's your answer. No. But what it will get is more dimensional drift that they were looking to build towards in the next round. So, that being said, Fnatic's bonus will still look pretty decent overall. Rifle saved. There from Boaster.
Quick adjustment, but it's
too easy for Fnatic लग रहा है मेरे को.
For both teams, for KC, securing extra finance, full shields on almost everyone, and the Euro ult of Martin, of course, having its part to play in this following round of Fnatic. Finding the first couple.
Feel आ रहा है.
Time to jump.
मेरे हिसाब से 13
Fnatic do a lot more on their defense than what we saw from KC is push these extremities. This time it's long.
13-10 13-10
Statement of intent from Kayak.
या फिर 9 mostly 10.
Finding this so much space for Fnatic. Look at the bodies straight away. The reaction to this, starting to head towards the A site. Martin using the dimensional drift to clear out.
Still don't have full backside control though. Fnatic with a monopoly on this, and Kayak continuing to use his lurk has dropped the fake out to potentially trigger the flank. Watch from the wall as well. KC still setting up, still no spike plant.
Yeah, and this is going to be a problem because Fnatic are now waiting for Kayak to get into position, and finally he does so. Getting Sugetsu, spike down, and the bodies of Fnatic ready to brawl, ready to fight, ready to send this and make it a flawless start on the defender's side. It's a monumental Fnatic, and an incredibly well set up one at that, stemming to the initial B long control, which KC immediately turned their nose up at. Kayak moves into a flanking position. He finds the kill here on Sugetsu, and even had a fake clone to step over the wall on the second side of short. So anyone still considering the possibility would have been looking elsewhere. A layered defense.
Okay, now come back. quickly. Ults भी आने वाला है.
And a timeout
called
on the KC side of the server. You were wondering when they were going to use it. It's early doors in the second half.
बहुत ज़्यादा ही जल्दी timeout ले लिया.
After 3 rounds, they want to use a timeout. They don't want to allow Fnatic to build into the half.
अपने on देख रहा था.
You can't help but feel you would rather use it on a failed rifle round. I don't know. I'm not a coach.
I'm glad.
What are you trying to say?
Look, I mean, it's good enough that I understand.
यार बहुत गलत सोया यार मैं.
Jokes aside, it's 3 retakes from 3 for Fnatic. Sure, I think you gloss over the fact that the second of them was Martin getting a plant in towards the end, but KC's been able to find site control and use their own plants, which was struggle. You compare that to Fnatic and how efficient they are from a similar position, and there's a stark contrast in terms of what the overall theory, I suppose, is from both teams, and naturally that will differ, and they have vastly varying compositions.
Fnatic booster, FNC booster setup, Angel 1 stacks my 5 top IGL.
A slower one.
Stacks nearby.
Like after the timeout, they usually go for the quick look, and towards Hookah, that's what you're expecting here.
इतना पतला कैसे? Excuse me.
But at the same time, Fnatic are happy to give that to Carmen Court.
देख लो मत करो यार कल ही लात मारा है उसकी वजह से हुआ मैं 100% लात मारा
and him holding on the longer line of sight. Fnatic are maybe thinking about going even a step further than
आज तक इतना टेढ़ा तो नहीं सोया होगा.
As they send the drone down.
Some important reconnaissance in the information game for both teams. Fnatic with their B
आप तो बहुत पतले हो. Dieting by
revealing where this operator currently sits.
Healthy खाना खाता हूँ dieting होती है.
Take the long control as Kayak has backed up towards defender spawn.
पड़ी.
Oh, and Boaster just caught.
भाई बचा कैसे Boaster?
But Alpha, he has his line of sight back.
Boaster बचा कैसे भाई?
Boaster playing anti-flash, waiting for Alpha to take contact, and it half-eye spray, and it goes their way.
क्या स्टन दिया बे बूस्टर ने भाई.
Big
brain booster बोलते हैं अभी लग गए hashtag के साथ सेव करो.
And get the spike back.
सेव करो.
The spike is in the teleporter.
9-7 by है नहीं उनके पास ulti का एकदम वो है.
Entirely, but they have players in the right position. You look over towards A. It's both Chronicle, Crashies waiting on the other side of the door to open up, and with the money on KC, it's looking like it's going to be a save call. I mean, there's just not enough time. Too far to go, too far adrift.
10
just seeing
seconds
if he
left.
can spot a straggler, but Fnatic have done their job. The defense gets stronger. KC's money. But there's a hole in their pocket.
Fnatic now 1 away from double digits, which they will be looking for. And with that being said, there's 2 big influences on the server.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't just come through the kills, it comes through the calls and the plans, the creations that they're coming up with round to round.
And for Sadak here, you can see as well how switched on
by
he's
coach
been
नहीं
throughout
करते
the
because
entire
that's a different
halftime. He was
job.
the one leading the conversations. That's why he's here. Imported from Americas, a world champion in years gone by, trying to fly the blue flag for KC, but with a shortage of IGLs regionally.
Op भी है, ults भी
It's one of the
है.
best to bring in. It's these mid rounds that you're really putting under the most
Proper
scrutiny.
trade ही करना पड़ेगा.
Mixed investment to try and make something happen, but with Martin and Pyro blunted.
तुमने मैच अपन में लोगों handsome लड़के ज़्यादा पसंद आते हैं.
Kashi's happy with what's been got, knows where the spike is, and well, the reclear confirms the information.
I have the spike. Spike dropped.
तो मैं आधा chat ही पढ़ता हूँ.
Into this. This is the area of the round where Fnatic have so often been well set up when we think about the calling and what KC want to do. It's a freeze for now. Just seeing if they can spot some kind of overextension, but with the knowledge that Kayak is on the line, yet to be routed out. He's ready for this.
KC still taking
30 seconds, 30
We're
seconds.
so concerned of KC's post plants. If they can even get the spike down here, it's going to be so difficult to convert.
Yeah, and well, Kayak's got the angle.
25 seconds.
That spike down, and KC left scrambling.
20
How do
seconds.
they get this one into post? But they're trying to take it a step further through the smoke. Still utility.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Still they can't get any semblance of control. Sadak caught out. The spam working, and Fnatic now on double digits. Confirmation.
Not the full investment from KC. That's the round coming
अगर
up, and just
ये
as
round
important
हारा,
as the last.
hashtag के साथ GG,
Still
hashtag
seeing
के
a lot of the
साथ.
same issues though. Really strong start for Fnatic in finding the first couple of kills.
Language Aman bhai.
Kayak's op now firing on all cylinders. Everything falling into place as you'd expect. Still, the attack, such an issue.
Augustin पे क्या news है? Japan
Spike
trade?
down
हाँ.
now feels like such a Herculean effort.
Yep.
For KC.
Still, I mean, what only really. You look at the ultimates, only really one online, right? I mean, sure, Sadak's a couple off, but in terms of executes, finding that extra step, that extra something, KC, so far to go.
Language, DS, language.
Same as before. Sadak, part of the pack, on the Sentinel.
भाई बात करते हैं, बात chat, let's talk. ऐसा क्या कर सकते हैं KC जिससे लोग जीतेंगे?
Pyro involved.
कुछ नहीं, क्योंकि सोलो गेको है.
They will leave the former in position towards Hookah. Spike setting up towards long, and that is where Kayak lays in wait. Through the looking glass, he could very well decide KC's fate for the rest of this year.
Oh! And it's a collide to wipe them out!
इसने crucial round में 2 मार दिए भाई.
And he knows that another player could be close in towards Hookah. In fact, it's 3. Alpha here to support, and not a lot of time left.
It's a thankless task, jumping out from
गलत मारा
Hookah
बे,
into the open arms of Kayak again.
But the utility, it's not even going to buy them enough space. His poster finds Pyro, Alpha finds Martin, and Fnatic find 11. They've got everything that they need. So Getsu's trying to even just get away with a rifle. That's what their win is in the round. Fnatic are trying everything they can to not allow that. But it will be that gap of 4 as it goes bigger and bigger. But even the smallest of triumphs is an admission of defeat. KC have not been able to get past Fnatic's
Let's go Fnatic!
6 successive, and through the scope of Kayak, he delivers the blow which may just have put KC's Paris run into extinction.
Need that back.
We're not quite on the very last chance yet, but we are certainly getting there.
बोला था मंदिर में सरप्राइज. जापान वाला एक सरप्राइज है, बाकी तो कंटेंट आएंगे हेवी. Heavy वाले content आएंगे. Heavy.
To play, it's Alpha's ult here to crunch.
Exactly, but I mean, it would only really be one player that they would find. Kayak's operator. It's going to find Kayak as well. It's going to find Martin. Don't think it's even necessary to invest ultimates, which allows Fnatic in the next round to have 3, potentially 4, depending on how many orbs Kron can collect.
Sadak should have been the next to find his name written on a tombstone. Martin, the one exclusion from this round as it stands. Those conversations of consistency to be brought back up again because Fnatic ever consistent on their defensive holds. The Spike has managed to break into the site through the hands of Sugetsu. He must deal them.
भाई बेचारा कहाँ तक भगा रहे? क्या ही है उसके पैर पे क्या-क्या आ रहा है?
Have some space to play with, but the wall forces him to fight in front.
Straight up safe.
Oh, and he's stunned as well. That should be it. His poster is the man to hold the defuse. The rest of Fnatic are there to hold him.
कैसे बाहर में इतना अच्छा खेल के?
Point for Fnatic, an extinction point for Carmine Core.
भाई इतना अच्छा खेला था केसी यार ये सीरीज.
We figured that it may come to this point today.
Fnatic
still favourites wherever you put them in the bracket. They rewrite the narratives themselves. That's always been the story, especially in stage 2. Never to be sent to lower. KC never return.
Which is your go-to perfume?
The opportunities for them to finish it on Corrode, perhaps now. The one that they'll look back on in the following months. As it stands, the big thing for me continues to be Martin. You know, just not quite enough, and I hate to point the finger, but this is him in the limelight, his chance to step up, and it's Kayak instead.
Yeah, I agree to an extent, but I think there's been many more problems than just player performance in this. Outmatched. The game plan just hasn't hit for Carmine Court. The Spike now beginning to group up with the rest of the pack. It seems like the final curtain call could be on A.
You want more? Here's more.
Do have some ults to throw at this, but it's the last left to give this half a chance. Fnatic in position. They have the shadow control again. KC needs something in their last opportunity. Kron again, giving them nightmares consistently, plaguing them from getting to Paris. They will live to fight another round.
Keeping themselves alive for one round longer. That's
what it needs
to be. One round at a time, taking it
slow.
You know, off the back of that round win, they did also get to do is space these ultimates correctly, get through Fnatic's own ultimate cycle,
yeah, a couple for Fnatic, and a couple used by KC in the previous. Kron's pick towards short. Not often will he ease up from this position. Martin's ult is the direct counter and the expected one. KC may want to play with those kinds of expectations. Is there fuel in the fire for Sadak to turn this one around? The group up on B.
लेकिन बहुत कंटेंट आने वाला है चैट बहुत मतलब तुम लोग ऐसा है ना ए बिंग्स बैंग गिली में ऐसा करोगे बहुत कुछ आने वाला है जापान से
information allows Fnatic. I mean, you'd imagine to start to throw people towards the B side, but no, instead.
ओपी से गेको को मार रहा था
maybe thinking that KC second guess themselves and move towards the A side. It looked like they were, at the very least. Martin is going to create some sort of a fake here. Using the ult. He has the TP to re-clear hookah once he's searched for Chronicle within the fumes.
हाथ से मत कर वापस उस दिन लगा था तेरे को मैं सुना दूंगा तेरे को
Doesn't last for long. It does not.
30 seconds left.
And Fnatic will start to have an idea and a quick TP through allows KC to enter in towards this round with 2 big picks. But they're going elsewhere. And 20 seconds remaining. Kayak lies in wait. His operator to hit. And the spike down. Oh no! It's all falling apart! Wingman denied! And time getting so low that KC need to somehow find a way to win out, but no!
No plan!
There's no way!
Denied!
Not like this! And that's how it ends! With
ऐसा
complete
खत्म हुआ round.
chaos. The blue wall unable to break convention. And Fnatic's lower run begins by ending the hopes of the home favourite in Paris on foreign soil. A tragic conclusion.
कोजक ने क्या मारा भाई लेकिन
Coming. Heartbreak for KC.
भाई कोजक ने क्या मारा बे लेकिन बे
already at champs. You've got to feel for the
भाई
players.
कोजक ने सेक्सी मारा बे
A monster
दो
performance
मारने
as
में
well.
पट से घूम के विंगमैन
12.
यार कैसी
But
डिजर्विंग तो
Fnatic
था अभी
just up to the challenge here.
अच्छा खेला ये
Even
स्प्लिट कैसी
Chronicle
अच्छा खेला
just below Sugetsu on the
फर्स्ट टाइम
scoreboard
में
of
बाहर
the
जाऊंगा
final
लेकिन
map
खेलने
was
के लिए अच्छा
really
खेला
feeling himself from Corrode onwards,
Considering
made all of the difference.
रुकी है
Commiserations
उसमें
given
नया पायरोन
by the Fnatic players and staff because they
सड़क पे
understand how
फुल
much it would have
वाइबिंग
meant for KC, but it's a shake of the hands at the end of the day, and they won't be able to make the homecoming that they would have been looking for. Respect shown by the fans as well.
ये
Too many issues to try and fix in that honeymoon period. You can't put it down to just one problem.
ओ मेरे को लगा फैनेटिक वाले को भी बुला रहे
But could not succeed this time. And they deserve to take their bows.
भाई वो कोच सेंटी हो गया है यार
As well, your victors will be heading to Paris themselves.
भाई कोच ज्यादा डिसअपॉइंटेड लग रहा है बे
For Fnatic as they take their place on the stage, of course,
That-
plenty more to come from KC in future, but what we expect.
फैनेटिक बोलते मैं नहीं कर सकता मेरा मेरा
This revision of
मेरा कंधा जो करा मैं नहीं कर सकता
has just about gone through it in
W.
the end. Too grand of a celebration from them.
That for
knowing
सड़क
that there
भाई
is still a
सड़क
lot
भाई
at stake.
चिल्ले बे भाई बे
Heading into champs, it's all about the map pool, all about
वो
making
क्यूटी
those
है
improvements.
Yeah. And I think as well, we're talking a lot about champs and about that story, but we've also got to be thinking about this lower bracket run and what lies in wait in the next
ट्रिगर
game.
कौन हुआ
And
टैग
in
करके
form GX that nailed
कौन
the
बोला
beat team
मतलब
Liquid. It's one step at a time. That is the ultimate goal as Fnatic. We'll be hearing from them in just a moment, but as you say, even on the other side of the
bye.
side,
अभी कुछ
doing
leaks
a
नहीं
pretty good job, all things considered, on a couple of maps, but that consistency so hard to build over time.
टाइटन मोबाइल लैंग्वेज PRX जीतेगा
Just
लेकिन
waiting now as we should have
कार्ड
Corrode with
ओपनिंग
you.
स्ट्रीम जापान से आके
Just
वापस
a moment.
बीवी
He is
मारेगी
waiting
बे
on the
भाई
stage
क्या
with Su.
भाई मेरे को जेन्युइनली बताओ वन पीस का क्या बजट होना चाहिए अनबॉक्सिंग कार्ड्स अनबॉक्सिंग का क्या बजट होना चाहिए
The crowd a lot today.
I mean, if you have so many moments in the game, you actually want to be proactive with the crowd. I'm not gonna lie, today was the day.
Yeah, very special. I think they really enjoyed it as well. They're still screaming.
कि माँ का तेरा नंबर लिख कर दूंगा मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूं नंबर लिख कर दूंगा मैं बोल रहा हूं जापान 27 को है क्या भोसड़ी के यूट्यूबर को गाली दे रहे तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूं मैं तू भोसड़ी का ये क्या है भाई फोन रख क्या भाई चैट में हाँ पैसा भेज सुपर चैट कर सुपर चैट भाई सब लोग ही एंजॉय कर रहे हैं तुम लोग हेलो मैं पे गांड मरवा रहा हूं कॉल मैं कॉल करता दो मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम दे मैं कॉल करता स्ट्रीम के बाद चल बाय यार मेरे दोस्त लोग
How many reps have you had
कौन है
on that
निखिल
comp?
चौहान रे
Not that many, but it's a progress.
निखिल
We got
चौहान और
5
आशीष
rounds on
बॉडी वाला
defense.
That's
You
what I
know, that's
said,
a win
yeah.
in my book.
It's more than 0. 5 is more than 0 every time.
Previous was
3-4
1.
महीने में एक
Oh, there
बार
we go,
मिलते
more than
हैं
one.
वो भी
And in terms of Corrode, that comp from KC, we've never seen that comp before on Corrode from any team in the world. What was your initial reaction when you saw them
उमर है
lock
भाई
in the
बहुत
triple
टाइम हो गया रे
initiate
मिल
double
गया हमको
smokes?
बहुत टाइम
I think they will just try to shuffle it as much as
लास्ट
possible.
टाइम शायद
But if you'll
6-7
bait it
महीने
enough,
पहले
it's
मिला
going
रहेगा
to
मैं
be
दोस्तों को
not as hard as it looks like. when you do a first look, of course. So
यही होती है streaming के लिए sacrifices, friends time, family time, यही होती है भाई. One membership is equal to one prayer. यही होता है.
I think we could close it even without overtime, so not gonna lie, because defense on Corrode is our really strong point. Like we are really strong on pracs and even on officials. Like we played already twice on it. We're just unstoppable there. And obviously looking on that we still had overtimes with them is kind of strange, maybe sad a little bit, but it's maybe a good thing to maybe focus. Because like Corrode is definitely one of their best maps in our map pool, maybe we can make it even stronger.
Get your reps in, get your reps in. And speaking of reps, some of your teammates have said, you know, playoffs is a great time to try and new things because you don't get opportunities like this without pressure. Some of your teammates said you don't really care about winning EMEA at this point. You won so much. What do you want out of this playoffs?
Honestly, just to play as many games as possible.
Do you want to win?
I mean, we're already in the lower bracket, so we definitely will play as many games as possible. If we will obviously win everything else, so be it.
Do you want to win? You want to win this title?
Why not? I mean, it's a secondary thing. If it happens, it happens.
Nice little bonus. Unfortunately, your opponent, I saw some very wholesome moments just now after with the hugs and, you know, your friend N. It hasn't been easy for them this year, and it's going to be a shame for us not to see KC a champ. So anything you want to say about how they did?
I think they did actually well. Like, again, they pressured us really well. They prepared really fast against our Haven comp, which is like very admirable for, like, it's a good point, not good point, a good thing for their coaching stuff. Like, I really like it. And for the players, I think they still really did well. Like, it was hard to match against us. Like, I mean, basically, I was expecting that it was going to be like a mid-grinder, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, thanks for that. One more question. I did this to you last time you were here. I'm gonna ask a very hard job of trying to get a camera on Durka as he's setting up. Because, Kron, are you wanting Vitality to win for Durka next? He's over there. He's over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking. I'm just looking. Удачи!
You supporting your friend? You supporting your friend? Oh, we love this interaction. But thank you so much, Kron, for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
He's in a lot of pain. He's not telling you.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
차고 있죠. 이건 deja vu 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그리시다가 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 that stock. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Stop this 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never win I'll never fly Win I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Win, I'll never fly Win, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine
La 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 तेरी तो है सुपर पावर भाई हीट पैच डाला बे पहली बार जिंदगी में अजीब लग रहा है पीठ पे कुछ होता भी है क्या उससे लेके बस एक एरिया गरम गरम जैसा लग रहा है इसलिए हीट पैच बोलते हैं वो पता है मेरे को
You've guys seen the news, and just in case you haven't, I can confirm.
किसी का बर्थडे विश तो करो
He's back in the building.
चिचा का
Welcome
बर्थडे
back, Safe. What you been up to?
Content.
Content?
Streaming.
Quality content?
Made outfit.
Okay, highest quality content. I don't think a lot of people expected you to come
Safe
back
बोलते
you know, after the announcement at the beginning of this stage. So I'm just gonna get straight into it. How long have you been back on the team? How long have you had to?
भाई इसका रोज 12 बर्थडे नहीं होता असली का बर्थडे क्या
3 days, but I've been.
कितने बनाने वाला बर्थडे भाई
I think randomly because one of the players maybe couldn't play, so I was like, I'll emergency sub just in case. And then turned out they could play, but while I was here, I was doing, I was helping out. And then I think there was a lot of appreciation for the help, so they were like, hey, you know, it could be good for playoffs too. So, yeah, now I'm here.
भाई पीठ गरम हो रहा है
Whose decision was this? Was it yours? You
चैट पढ़ लिया कर नहीं तो
or
आपसे
was it-
मेंबरशिप नहीं लूंगा माफ करो यार
I
चार
mean, I
मेंबर
got
काहे
asked,
विकसित हो रहे
and I felt like
शोल्डर
you
राउंड
know,
आउट
it was nice to help, and obviously I love the guys, and if I can do something for them and they need me, it's the end of the year, isn't it? So I mean, either you go to champs or you don't. So I mean, I'm here, I'm happy. So it was more like the org asked, and I was just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you've been to Chance before. You know how important this is. You know how to get there, what it takes. How different do you think it will be this time around for you? and
मार
for
दिख
the
रहा
team?
है सिर्फ हाँ ना बे
It's a bumpy road.
ग्लो कर रहा है
It's not like we have the best, let's say, present.
Skincare करके आया पक्का
Good circumstances or like the easiest path. You don't know what could happen, but I'm just happy to be with the guys. That's it. I'm not thinking so much.
What is your role this time around? Because obviously you were IGLing previously. Are you IGLing
Duelist, main
now?
duelist.
What agents are you gonna play?
I'm not calling, and I'm playing a lot of agents that I had to take into my head in 3 days' time. So it's gonna be banger.
भाई है
Can't
बे
say which
और है
agents,
और है
but
और है
it's telling.
Okay, but can you say
All right.
is it a 1-for-1 for Kovacs agent?
50-50. It's
Oh, 50-50.
it's
So
like
ISO?
it's like there's a jack of all trades. There's like a bit of everything. It's like a goodie bag of candy, something like that.
And my
Yeah.
last question before I let you go, I think this is probably the $1 million
देख
question.
बोलते हैं
What is the mood like? What is the atmosphere like? What's been going on with Team Vitality?
सब लोग
I mean-
chillings कर रही है सिंपल बात है
There's a lot of smiles. A lot of people are happy that they like to. I'm a bit of a silly man, So people get a giggly and it's fun, and I think everyone feels good. Even like
रेस्ट क्यों नहीं ले रहे हो जब पता है पेन हो रहा है तो आराम करो मैच इतना अच्छा चल रहा है ना यार मैं क्या करूं
weird vibe. It's a nice vibe and everyone is helping out. So
इतना अच्छा मैच चल रहा है भाई
Very nice to have you back and good luck.
चीचा का बर्थडे तो मेंबरशिप लो ना इधर चीचा का बर्थडे तो मेंबरशिप लो
Safe is back. He is
नहीं
on
मिला
stage.
सुबह से
He
चुतिया
will be
बनाने को
playing on Team Vitality instead of Kovacs. I've got Flyer, Kukuka and Mini here with me. I think we're going to have to theorize a lot.
भाई हीट पैच में मिंट का क्यों स्मेल आ रहा है?
But did you honestly, the three of you, expect this to happen going into playoffs for Safe to come back?
I don't think that's fair because we did hear that this might happen for week 5. But if you would have asked me this question on week 5, I was like, absolutely not. Like when I read that message in our Slack, like in our conversation, I was like, oh my god, this is something I did not see coming.
Yeah, and we were speaking about for KC, right? They had a desperation.
क्या प्यारा बंदा है सेफ भाई ने जब से मेरे साथ
That's
फोटो
why they
खिंचाया ना
decided to switch on some roles, some players. And Mini, are you seeing a similar theme
ज़्यादा
here?
cute
And
बन
is
गया।
this Safe for Kovacs the right choice in their current circumstance?
आप
I
भी
think
ये बोल रहे हो
again,
यार
like with KC, they probably needed to do something. And
शोल्डर
having
एक्सेस
someone
हो
as
रही
good as
सुबह उठ के
Safe
किया मैंने
there and just
बहुत
ready to
गलत
come
सोया
in,
भी
I
पता
think
नहीं भाई हाथ पे
is
सोया
the right
टेढ़ा
move.
सोया
Obviously,
कुछ तो गलत
I think that it's unfortunate because Vitality have been, like it says, musical chairs. Like it's not been a consistent build-up of a team, and it does feel desperate. So I do think some criticism has to go towards Vitality.
प्लस
Yeah,
ये लोग
Flyer,
ifs and
again,
buts में
what are your thoughts on
आए
this
यहाँ
move?
पे
I mean, I like it just because I think this guy's like a world-class player. I think he can play anything that's asked of him. Obviously, he's going to be the best on the duelist, but I think in a time like this, just like with the KC roster change, you know you have to win, you have to make champs. It just makes sense to bring him back because he is the best option, in my opinion, out of like the 3 that they had.
And you need to go back at the beginning of the year and what we thought of Vitality. They built this super team. They didn't want to be the super team. But at the end of the year, the goal is the same, and it's make champs. If this is what it takes, and now with them being the only French team in the running for it,
बैक भी दर्द हो रही है शोल्डर
I'm not gonna lie,
भी
you can probably build a super team with the
बैक
players
मेरे
that have
शोल्डर
played
और
on Vitality this year,
बैक
no
के बीच
longer
वाला
on
पार्ट
Vitality. But I think the one week
उमर क्या हो रहा है
you
इतना
have to
स्ट्रीम
address
कर रहा हूँ
the
बैक
interview
बैक टू
as
बैक
well.
गलत
Safe
सोया
in,
करके वो
Kovacs out, there's
सीन
gonna
हुआ
be some maybe
और कुछ नहीं
agent roles, overlaps. Safe was talking about how he had to learn some new stuff in 3 days. You said he's a world-class player.
नहीं रे सोते
Can
सोते
he
शिप
be the
नहीं आता
difference
मेरे से
maker, learning things that he might not even already know in 3 days?
नंद भाई क्या
Yeah, for
लैंग्वेज
sure.
है
I mean, he's played Flex before on, I think, Liquid. So
Backbone बोलते
he
शायद
can
नहीं
play
नहीं
the
backbone
characters. If I were them, I would put Kicks on the smokes.
Backbone
but
का
I
right
want the
side.
full Flash characters.
so you put Safe on the smokes and
No,
just
I put Kicks.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's probably what I think they should be doing. And yes, I think that Safe is just going to be flexing on a lot of what Kovacs was doing. But he played so many things, and honestly, I do not think that Kovacs did that poorly. You know, like I think that he had good showings, that he had good samples, and it would make me incredibly sad for Vitality to lose today and have this last taste of Kovacs.
Yeah, I know you guys are sort of trying to know your opinion, but I personally was extremely shocked. I was even
Safe
more shocked when I heard that it was being swapped out. So, Mini, if Safe were to just plug in 1-for-1, and not calling as well, bearing in mind he won't be calling, how is this going to look for Vitality in your opinion?
I think it should look decent. As you said, like Kovac was doing alright, so like I do think that there is a slight scale upgrade. Like Safe is safe, but I do think there's intangibles there that we're probably not talking about so much. Like when I watch this team, like they don't look like the most excited or happy team. And
He said they're happy.
Now, maybe with Safe's energy,
we'll see it. We'll be looking
I
at the
think,
react.
I think there are intangibles that Safe brings to a team, like maybe secondary IGLing, like if he's got that experience and stuff, that it's not just going to be about the scoreboard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying they seemed happy to see him, to have him back. They appreciated the help and so on and so forth. And again, him not calling, he is the type of player that even if he's not calling, I'm sure he will have ideas. I'm sure he will want to chime in. Because if we take a look at what Les said about Unfake last week, when they had to, you know, really get themselves back into a very large deficit, he kind of sort of, you know, credited Unfake for this. He was saying he gave him some ideas and Unfake managed to execute this. And Flyer, I know that you had a point about when you look at the comms, it feels like there are some individuals that are definitely a little bit more vocal.
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching their game the other day, in the mid-round when they had the camera on Durka was just talking the whole time. So I think with them bringing in Safe especially, I'm not sure how much Unfake actually can be calling maybe like in the mid-rounds. Maybe they'll talk a lot in the pre-rounds, but I think Unfake will have less to say in the mid-round.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting because it's a different type of snowballing. I think that what you're saying, Sue, is very true. Like Safe brings a lot of ideas. If you combine that with Les, with Derke, I think that that Unfake will make the right call and snowball in his mind that he's just masterminding the game.
Well, can he mastermind this against Navi though,
W.
Millie? Because despite losing to Giant X, Navi are still Navi.
W.
You know, they're still good.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus
and
one,
something
plus
that
one,
I well,
plus one.
But in the last game, I would argue that they weren't so good. I've
Angel
been praising them quite a lot recently for
Bolte.
their simplification of their game.
Yeah.
Especially on the attack side. Angel was
Kind
kind
of
of
the final bot in the corridor.
yeah.
Is this nightmare for you, or is this your dream situation, walking down the corridor 3 a.m. and you see Angel? Yeah.
I think I'd laugh. I think I would laugh.
So dream situation. Sorry, go on, carry
so
on.
anyway, so I was praising them, like Angel had a quote last week which was about him simplifying their game. And I think that's been very good. And it meant that on attack sides, they were able to rely on his IGLing and his mid-rounding and let the rookies be comfortable. The problem is that last game against Giant X, it wasn't so good. So I want to show a round here that shows that Angel's cooling last time wasn't so good, and it's going to need to step up for playoffs. So here's the context of this round is, it's round 3, Navi are on Ascent versus Giant X. They are on an anti-bonus. So we see Giant X here have a bonus round, and there's two things that Navi need to look out for, two win conditions. So they need to look out for a push, number 1, and the second thing is a stack, which I don't think they do a very good job of. To give them some credit, they do look out for the push. So we see Hero here with a camera ready for B main and tiles, and he's getting ready for a tiles crunch from Giant X through here, and he's in a safe position. If that happens, then Navi would just send it towards A. The problem is that Navi are all in on this idea, and Giant X aren't going to do that round. And so they're stuck in A main, and that's going to cause some problems. So I'll play out the round. Navi start in the A main. They knife 2 people. And off of that information, Angel's going to make a simple call. He's just like, let's just go A main now. We've knifed 2 people, let's go A main. Problem is they're slightly too slow. The knife wears off. They get knifed themselves. They get delayed, they get paranoid, they're getting delayed, and then here they're going to get smoked and trapped into A main. Xiao makes a desperate attempt to try to drone through, but ultimately no one's got the balls to actually go through there. I just want to pause here. So we now see Navi stuck 5A. We see they've used a lot of time, and they've used resources.
Lot of time mat bolo, Fnatic का game
दिखाया है हम लोग. Have got control over mid and B, and so Navi are going to cancel. But how are they going to cancel? They've got to use time, and they don't have the resources to do it. So now, once again, they're in the pack, going back, going to top middle and middle. Giant X have made the read now. They're across with 2 players, and they have to contact. Navi now have to contact that. Hero gets a nice opening pick, but Giant X have numbers behind it, able to trade nicely. Navi wishing they had that drone in this moment. Now the time's getting quite low at the 45-second mark, and so they now have to just go towards B main as like the last attempt in the round. West side is here. Once again, a nice angle. West side gets a nice frag. And now we're in a 2v2. 2v2, that's where individuals shine. And this is where Flickless makes a nice little cheeky play through the smoke and gets a kill. Now Giant X are going to win at this 2v1. But in my opinion, I think that it's almost egregious that Angel is calling a round with such clear win conditions and such an important round in the game, and not able to meet those win conditions.
Yeah, and on Ascent, he's the most experienced IGL flyer. What's the fix? How do they turn it around?
I mean, honestly, I'm not entirely too sure.
Snacks birthday. Are to membership to.
I actually like their approach against us on the map. Obviously, we had a different comp, but I think them being simple is good for them because of the players they have. They can shoot super hard. So I would keep the simplicity, but have more to fall back on. I don't think like 5-0 in A main on Ascent is not the most ideal thing you could do. Obviously, 4-1's better. So
yeah, it's maybe too simple.
भाई एक्चुअल में बर्थडे है क्या बेंच नहीं रे क्या बना फेक बर्थडे है ना चैट फेक बर्थडे है बे अब भी तो कुछ टाइम पहले विश किया था 1 साल पहले दिसंबर में होता है वही तो मैच चुता होता है La la ta na ta na ta. औरा अरे मेरी आंखें भाई एंजल वन कब से भाई प्रोसीन में भाई 1972 से बेगोट मेरा
Not seen safe on this stage since May. Earlier this year, it didn't end up well. It was a loss in the end, but they brought him back for a reason. But on the other side of that,
भाई इंडिया की कोई टीम है जो वालों खेलती है 269.
They have to win today. They have to win tomorrow. They have to win the week after.
3 games जीतने का
बेसिकली. If they make it to a grand finals, they will make champs. So this is not going to be an easy route for either of these.
Basically 3 games जीतेंगे back to back.
Are going to be pretty interesting. I think a lot of what we've spoken about has been the mind game conversation. So what do you guys make of this?
No surprises on the Navi side, just fun in the Lotus.
मिल जाएगा
Haven
कुकी
is
जी
the
टेंशन नहीं
same.
टेंशन
So on
नहीं
stage 1, we did see the Vitality versus Navi, and Haven is the map that
मतलब ऐसे में
Vitality
excuse me
picked against them. With safe back, I think it makes it very easy to just have the double duelist run. No?
Surely, right?
Surely.
मतलब सेव बोलो 3 महीनों से मजे कर रहा था अभी 3 दिन तैयारी करके आया सबीन
then that could set them up for the map 2 and 3.
And speaking about Bind for the second one, for Navi, it makes sense. It's a map that they've liked, that they've experimented a lot, that they play with the KO, and most importantly, is a map that Vitality has not won since the Techo meta was out. So I expect to see some innovation from them. Hearing Safe and saying that he hasn't had a lot of time, and maybe something cheeky.
Just play Techo. I mean,
ये rivalry देखी लगती है. अच्छा मैच होने वाला.
Yeah, I just thought that Corrode third was interesting too. Vitality, we were praising their Corrode.
सारे goats से सारे goats.
It looked like the kind of map that
मैं करते मारेंगे.
For Vitality, I think they're going
सारे goats से.
The Doden, the double Odin. The Doden. I'm saying the Doden. I like that Corrode is map because
क्या लगता है लेकिन यार?
You know, it's good for both.
कौन जीतेगा भाई मेरे को smell आ रहा है.
A lot to say about this Gen G comp.
नावी जीतेगा.
It feels like, do Navi have enough time to change anything? If they don't change it, what do they need to do, for goodness sake? How do you actually win on that comp?
I mean,
very doubtful.
If you watch how Gen G play, they abuse front B all the time. They like doing the double lurks on A. I mean, as you saw from the last game, we just watched Fnatic. Obviously, they had a different approach. They were doing more garage. And more like A conditioning, so it just depends on the style you really want to take. In my opinion, on attack, you just want to play super simple, just B post plays.
And how does it work into a ISO Yoru?
I mean, in my opinion, on the attack, you want to play a bit more like simple, like I just said, the B post plants, you want to double lurk on A. On defense, you just want going garage. The name of the game for double duelist is going garage. You play the Killjoy mollies and the Viper mollies in garage.
Surely Angel can hear you. Surely. I mean, Boaster couldn't hear you. He didn't do anything you wanted him to do, but...
किसको support करने का? दोनों अच्छे बे.
I think that is very smart for them to
दोनों
come
टीम
to the
अच्छे.
Haven because I don't think that this is well drilled for Navi and they could definitely be exposed because I don't think they're going to change anything and they're actually
पूरा टीम ही है.
And Safe is back on ISO. I mean, we expected this.
Fnatic comp, लेकिन Fnatic नहीं खेल रहे comp.
The IGLing as well, so at times maybe not able to put in stellar performances, but overall I thought he was pretty good on it still. So now he doesn't have that burden. There's no excuse for him.
And I think he was doing pretty well, like even using his utility to help the
Japan
team.
का visa आ गया, सब कुछ आ गया.
I think that he was doing a very good job. Maybe because he was also on the IGL, but especially with Vitality starting now on the defense. And with the taste of Haven that we had today, I would like to see him getting aggressive. I want to see plays with Durke. I want Vitality to be what they promised us they would be in January.
And so interesting, they choose to start on the attack, right? We had the same comp earlier. They wanted to start on defense. Wasn't the greatest, but Flyers given a lot of info on what we want to see. But what about for Vitality here, Mini? Do they just want to keep it simple, considering, you know, they are bringing Safe back?
For Vitality, yeah, I think it's just about... I think they already know the fundamentals of the comp, like they played it before. It should be pretty plug and play. This isn't the map where Safe should have issues integrating, in my opinion.
Do you agree, Bear?
Yeah, I don't think that for them, like, this was a good map. I think that they understand it, they understand the competition. I think that there is a brilliant hero. I think that some of the things that we've seen in the past, like I want to see if that synergy is going to be back. Maybe it's easier with Save. I do not want to see them throwing advantages, not grouping up, not talking to each other. Like, look mad sometimes at each other. They don't want to see and go together. I am not worried for Vitality in this map, and that is something that Navi should be worried about. If Save starts having, he rejoins Vitality and starts having a stellar game, this is the team that will have a run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about honeymoon periods, we talk about, you know, these plays. If it's anyone that you're going to bring in to try and like activate a honeymoon period, you can't think of a better player in this situation. But I also want to shout out Hero too. I know Kukuka, you're such a fan of him.
वहादे होता है वहाँ WAHAN वहाँ से एक फोन लाना मेरे लिए लाड़े क्या होता है लाड़े लोड़ू
Look at comp to comp, I think that the Gen G comp just shuts down double duelist every day of the week.
But if they know how to play it.
Exactly.
He would know. He would know how to know to.
मत करो chat मत करो.
Every ingredient right now.
Friend की याद आई
बस. To be the surprise, to be comfortable, to be sometimes when you play a little bit more loose is when things go your way. You know, if it's not only like having the easy plan, but having just like some cheeky ideas. So, I'm going to do this. You trust it, it works, and it starts snowballing in your favor. And that is, you know, sometimes you should not go back to your ex, but in this case, it might be different.
I mean, this is a few. I mean, that's a safe quote.
That is literally what he said after
when he left. Sorry,
Can I ask, why do you think the Gen G comp is so good against double duelist? I'm sorry, I had to interject.
I mean,
some strategy.
In my opinion, the Gen G comp is really good against double duelist just because that Viper wall requires two players to play on A no matter what, on their defense and on attack.
Like
I said, the name of the game is Garage. You always want to send the Yoru in. If you deny the Yoru, being able to clone Garage with the mollies, it's good.
Have you ever thought about IGLing, Flyer? I feel like you would. I feel like you would do really well.
I tried, but it's not that good.
I think you should keep trying. Keep trying.
It's all good. And of
language, Mango, language.
Bring his #1 fan to cast this game. Mitch,
man. Go karo na yaar. Pit dard ho raha hai.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Great to see him back down on that stage today, and I'm excited to see what kind of performance we're going to get out of Safe. We talked about it on the desk a bit, roll shifts and so on, but starting out on ISO should be a bit of comfort, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think going into the Haven is almost perfect for them. It's a map that Navi haven't looked great on, and it is a map that in the past Safe looked fantastic on. So getting him ready for the stage, I don't think was ever really necessary. Like when in stage 2, he is a phenomenon, and it's something that I'm sure Navi are going to have to consider. Of course, the story going into this matchup, though, the last remaining French org versus, well, the last remaining French person in the head coach of Happy. It is going to be one of them being eliminated here and now, as they need to make it to the grand final if they want to qualify for Paris. And I'll be honest, neither of them have looked like they're going to make it so far, so a big performance needed today.
Well, especially with Heretics up against the winner of this matchup, you want to see this be a 2-0, a dominant display, because sure, Heretics looked a little weaker. I think they played some of the worst Valorant we've seen from them in their last game. That's not going to happen twice in a row. I would stake everything on it. So for whichever team takes the dub here today, you've got to be looking at them as a strong contender and as clearly better than the squad they came up against. To start, pistol round, attack side for Navi, and they've already taken a couple of blows, dealing a bit of damage onto Safe, pressure to be applied to that C side. It looks like a lot of talk about Garage over on the desk, and that's where the first real bloodbath may well go down.
Shield fading. Going to have to be a timing pick from Safe. Blind good, and actually Kix has managed to find Alexic. That's the hard entry of Navi gone. And a lot of the time he has to almost just dive in and try and take space. That's not going to work for them here. Sneak him around the edge of the smoke. Durka looking to try and flash himself out. Strong, leaving just a couple standing. Angel and Xiao to try and save the day.
Xiao already tagged up so heavily. Plant needing to be secured, and difficult task awaits them, that is for sure. Smoke goes towards spawn, but this player's already out on the logs. They look to isolate those fights, finding the first. OHP on Durka, but if you're not looking at him, that's not going to matter. 8 health left on Xiao, and he finally picks up one. There's 3 players left to play against him. get a little bit of info as well, and he is firmly trapped in that corner. The step heard, and these players looking to swing him on backside, a double peek, and he'll find the first, but full HP unfake, Sheriff in hand, cleans up in the end. A 1-0 start for Vitality.
Yeah, solid start from them.
What damage
diya bhai Safe ne lekin? He's definitely someone that has to be a highlight going into this matchup. I mentioned the fact that when it comes to stage 2, Safe is always up there. He's been in the top 5 in ACS both the last 2 years in stage 2. The only man to consistently beat him is done. To no one's surprise, of course, that he is the person who's always in the shout for the #1 duelist within the region.
हाँ senior, मैंने सुना रे.
Him looking to try and make it to champions.
मेरे को already 4 watch का order है. Plus 2 मैं लूँगा.
Hell of a start for Durga as well. 3-1 early on. You look towards those orbs then as this next round plays out. If he can find a few more, that dimensional drift online for the first full buy from NAVI. And I'm not expecting a force buy, obviously, to come out from that attacking side. NAVI should be taking this one slow and steady. A shame to lose that opening pistol, but
phone लाके दे दो यारो, जगह नहीं है यार.
And I think as well, like the fact is, this map is not really where we expect Navi to thrive. Like, you look over the last few months.
Heavy mood में डर के, yes sir.
They've got a loss to GX, Mates, and KC, and each time they've only managed to get 3 rounds over on the attack. That's the set every single time. So starting off on this attack side, obviously anything more than that would be great, but I think realistically what we've seen from this composition, especially if you get that double duelist work.
अरे वाव, क्या जब से आइजल बना है रस्टी कॉल्स है. तू उस बंदे पे कमेंट कर रहा है जो पता नहीं 20, 30, 40 साल से स्पोर्ट्स में. हाँ, और तूने स्पोर्ट्स का ई पे भी पैर ने रखा है. इतना रस्टी कॉल्स दे रहा करके तेरे को नॉलेज है, तू क्यों आइजल बद के कुछ नहीं करता? क्योंकि तू नहीं कर सकता. समझ रहा? दिस इज द डार्क रियलिटी ऑफ द ट्रूथ. तो यहाँ पे बैठ के बकचोदी करने से अच्छा ना गोट को रिस्पेक्ट करो. समझ रहे? जब भी वो एक मारेगा ना, घर बैठे बैठे मैं करके चिल्लाना. समझ रहे? रस्टी कॉल्स दे रहा है.
It was suboptimal. He got there in the end. And that has been the thing for a lot of teams here. Slow starts and then looking like a completely different team later. And as you said, with the map pool that's in it, starting on the attack side as well. Oh, yeah, it's a polar opposite.
Sit back only one piece and Pokemon card कुछ समझ में नहीं आया.
Something we could see. Weaker performance here on Haven, bounce back on Bind, and a tight one on Corrode. But they will be looking to solve problems. And we've talked about Hero. They said it on the desk. Kuka said a man that doesn't have any problems when it comes to defending towards Garage. But they do need to crack their attack. That's where the innovation, the changes, and the improvements need to be. A very strong start to this round. I said I don't expect a force by him. We didn't get one. It's a couple of pistols invested into, only one classic. But Alexic's the one to draw first blood, Marshall in hand. And now they can afford to run this clock down a little bit, see if there's a reaction that they can punish from Vitality.
That's the thing, if you have a good sniper player, the Marshall is a pretty cheap option to try and do damage with.
Where win qualify now? Too far from qualify. They need to win 3 matches in a row to qualify for camps.
Big problem right now for
एक भी हारा तो घर पे.
King, they found Durka getting a little bit aggressive. That'll be a weapon on the ground to be retrieved. That's a lot more dangerous than the previous kill. And now Unfake under pressure, but that pressure came individually. They now need to try and swing this one together, and he's got the support of Les, as what looked like a dangerous round quickly forms into nothing.
I don't think that's a terrible idea from Durka. Unfortunate that the entirety of the enemy squad is there, but that wall goes up late round when there's been no contact for 50 seconds. You've got to try to figure out, are they pushing here, or are they going hard on C and Garage? Are we going to see that split so you can get ahead of those rotations? And even with him going down, this is the problem of having a Neon, right? You're going to try to take that space so quickly, but Vitality had Unfake not that far away, so he's able to slip into a position to punish and does very well to hold his ground up against so many players swinging in. A little 1-by-1, but it's a good recovery on what could have been a shaky second.
Nonetheless, this will now be the buy round. Safe going to be down to just a pistol. See how much.
ले नहीं सकते जाओ लोग, ले तो सकते हैं बे.
Great start for Les. Someone at times who's seemingly been on a bit of an island within this roster, but an island that you don't want to go to.
A default क्यों नहीं ले रहे हो लोग?
I mean, now he's got his Wilson with him. See kicks over on that C side. No gaps left in that position. They concede garage control, but the risks are being taken elsewhere. Zerka in the corner has a gate crash to fall back on, and Kicks has gone down on Plat. That's going to put pressure back onto Les. He needs to deliver a little bit more. The camera, the trap, this utility being such an annoyance to deal with. They are just, well, I mean, I was going to say slowing it down for the rotates, but they're not coming in. Les is going to have to do this almost alone. He finally has safe there, rotating around from garage, but he's so low. This could be an easy take for Navi.
Got dinked through the wall. Alexic still holding onto that garage control and safe. Overwhelmed in the end after picking up the rifle. Again, this round mostly comes down to
almost clean round. Agar ek
he's not
mara
even
kuch
gonna
nahi na.
What's a
Almost clean
solid
round.
sign is Alexic off to a good start.
Yeah, really solid stuff. I mean, for Vitality, they do very well to find the opening pick. The fact that Les gets tagged so heavily, the fact they don't get a punish on Alexic, despite utility, you're giving up your cam, the trip close, the vulnerable as well came through, I believe, from safe to stop a push, but it was just him. Everyone else contacting through C long, so they take all that space quickly. And with Les being so low, with safe not having a rifle to fight with him, I think he was only on the Sheriff, right? So you retrieve that off his course. It's not as strong of a two-man backside setup as you would have imagined. A 2-to-1. This is a buy, and indeed aggression off rip, but Xiao's punished. He's got plenty more players here though.
Fury being utilized, the vulnerable in tandem with it, even tags players. That's a huge amount of damage. Off that Hunter's Fury, the initial push failing, but the response has left 3 players low over on the Navi side. Re-aggression as well from Unfake to take back any level of C control, and even having kicks deep within A. They got a decent amount of information.
Question is, क्या ये trip टूटेगा? अगर trip टूटा,
yeah, the shock dart.
तो ये लोग attack कर पाएंगे.
It's going to just land around here in the entranceway, trying to break that trip, but it's much further back. And I think Alexic might go running into it if they take that backside space. Unfake steps out, looks for the duel, takes down Xiao. Anyone that steps closer would hit the trap, but it's been broken at long last. Still, they don't have the control they need on the backside. Safe here now as a player emerging from the smoke, and his spidey sense is kicked in just in time to catch him. The numbers looking good for Vitality. The help low on Hero, and a very late play coming up through main as we speak. Kicks has got a freebie with Angel all alone. He was caught on his fallback. He has at least got the spike. A chance for him to get a plant on B or A. From there, though, this is going to be a very tough hold.
Makes sense to run it down to the A site. You don't know if there's somebody lurking nearby, so this will likely be a free plant with no chance at denial. One away from his ult, but in this sort of scenario, the value of it doesn't hold quite as much, especially with the players on Vitality all looking to move together. Move as a unit. Keep this tight. Make sure there's no opportunity for Angel to try and find some sort of isolated battle. The one thing on his side is the time, but the Plant definitely not in the best position. He's going to try and potentially catch them on the cross, maybe not expecting him to be here this late into the round, but less a safe pair of hands. It's not going to give the IGL a moment's notice.
If there were 2 players left alive there, I think this was the perfect play. Planting backside, playing for short. As soon as they get eyes on the spike, they're going to realize, okay, he's probably Heaven, he's probably playing in spawn. And so you can catch them off guard, but because there's 3, those 2 players go forward, one to defuse, one to cover, the other guy just watches the back. So you don't, there you go. You don't really get away with the sneaky play, but it definitely could have worked, and I think that's what Angel was going for.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Unfortunately for Navi, this puts them in a bit of a weak spot economically. Even the couple of weapons dropped in the last round is enough to make this one awkward, but they are still going to be investing a decent amount into this, especially with that Hunter's Fury available. An early...
Look
how much damage has been done onto Alexic. That was a shock dart fired through with the vulnerable through the wall. A nice little setup.
A very nice opening as well. The shot connected straight to the head of Hero. Alexic tagged low, and I think any option they had to throw this Hunter's Fury, which by the way was gained by Angel getting the plant.
I love Binks here, bot to hashtag to pay.
But it's kind of gone out the window now, especially with Alexic this low. The potential to follow up on it is null and void. The thing about Neon is it's hard to get that headshot in, but
give Rooksick gun. They are stood next to each other.
Godspeed की वेबसाइट का नाम क्या है? naughtygodspeed.com.
Rooksick's gonna pick it up. this seems like it's unlikely to have success. And oh, there you go. Brooks got the gun in the end. It took his teammate dying to get it. Well, Fake now knows exactly where he is. They're still committed to going into this A side.
सही है, बता दिया. अब normal membership नहीं ले रहा मैं. Excuse me, language.
Angel gets nothing. Xiao gets nothing. And well, Ruxic, he does have that gun.
Yep.
That's about it.
Hasn't got a lot of HP left. And they don't know he's there, I suppose, so we can add up the positives. I think they are starting to connect the dots.
Already 4-1
push up A long, push through mid, window clear, spawn clear. The only place he could really be right now is short.
Last round is like more than enough.
A glimpse of a gun, and that gets him one.
Defenseman,
Durka's
more than
3K
enough.
seals the deal for Vitality, 4-1 up. And yeah, I do think that was a very weird scenario. Seeing Alexa,
hey, Vitality किसकी वजह से qualify हुई थी chat?
He could be the human drone, slide in, ensure he's dead, get the info, and then Ruxic can trade. But Ruxic ain't trading with a classic.
Definitely. It's not gone to plan, but ultimately this is not going to be a scenario that
love you, Anand bhai, love you.
And going forward, they're going to be taking that tactical pause, giving themselves an opportunity to try and talk things through, because as I said, this is a map we don't really expect them to win based on some of their previous results.
एक टीम जीता करके ये टीम क्वालीफाई हुआ था.
It's been a little bit rough to start.
Vitality's way to playoffs. Mates losing and they win. Footloose, BBL win. There you go.
That's what it took. Like, that was ultimately the point of this, is
भाई
that
ये
it
लोग
was
मेरे को
based on another team's success.
मेरे को ये लोग क्लियर कट स्ट्रीम स्नाइप कर रहे हैं क्या चैट? या फिर मैं फ्यूचर से हूं? भाई कैसे बे? हैं?
Which almost is worse when you face a team for your qualification and you still need another result to go your way. And that team doesn't care. Right? They can win, they can lose, they can try something crazy. They don't have to worry about anything at that point. And when the stakes are off, that's really when things can get spooky. But Vitality managed to win their battle. The other results went their way, and now they're here. But this could be the end of the road for now, though. A very good start, 4-1 up. Rifles in the hands of their opponents again after a pause. This is where Navi could be dangerous.
It's scary though, safe having that.
You're
up against two ultimates that can very easily ruin your setup, like ruin everything you have planned. Any sneaky plays will just be destroyed. So it's a round that Navi are desperate to win, but one that has a lot of potential on the other side. Now Ruxic, he's got very far up here. He was the lone sort of lurker on this side of the map, but after getting so far, the team have rotated towards him.
Nice opening as well. Less down. Unfake falls in the corner. Durka's still standing, but they spawned once at his hand. That is a clean take from Navi. Direct, simple, and it works out with safe. Left alone, 1 versus 4, and he doesn't even want to try this. There's no orbs to be gained for him, and there's no real chance that that rifle could clutch this out, especially when you consider their economy's in a very good spot. So but I still think this save early on is the right call. No point throwing away the advantages you've worked so hard to earn.
But yeah, and something I want to mention as well, like, I didn't believe we cut to the coach cams during that tactical pause, so I don't know if she's actually in the booth.
Binks, I only watched one streamer, the GOAT. Love you, Assassin Place.
Who they have brought in for today. So the fact that they take a pause immediately, it looks like a better scenario for them, a quick and clean, concise round. I think it's so important because when you have a team of youngsters, I think it can very easily get to a point where mentally the pressure starts to get to you, you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed. As I said, you're in your opponent's map choice and both of you have to make this crazy run. The fact that she's now here today, I think could be a big play for them. And obviously, I think the same for the other side of things, Vitality. I think they always have their
free skins, dead of list.
That was a crazy spam from Hero we get to see in the replay.
Last super chat कब आई थी?
Gotta feel a little hard done dying that deep up in heaven.
$1
4-2. As we said, economy for Vitality hasn't taken much of a scratch. They're still able to get a full buy here. Operator in the hands of Durka. Light shields being the choice because they know they're not going to come up against that pesky outlaw. And with full vandals on the other side, a headshot's a headshot, as I'm sure Angel would say.
Trip nahi hai.
Oh, they found one. and they now convert it into something a little bit more. Early control towards Garage seems to be a huge point of contention for Navi. Clearing out that position, pulling players across the map, but ultimately it hasn't been a big part, and immediately they're actually going to manage to grab Alexic safe, taking that 1v1 versus the Star. Jewel is at the opposing team, and it's close. But he will take it over the line. Back to HP, and Alexic not leading the charge has definitely been a problem for Navi in the last couple of rounds.
Safe definitely has the tech for that ult as well. Stand back right, easy pickups for him. On Navi, Alexic down's going to, as you said, cause a lot of issues in terms of that push. Going to try to pad the gap. Asian utility already removing the cap early on towards Garage, and now removing kicks, putting the numbers back even and giving Navi a chance. They don't have what they need to push deep into this site. And they have no control over their back. It's wide open. Dirk has walked up, but the shot missed. Now they know. The flare in the sky, but safe, holding strong for the first. Brooks gets them the double. That leaves Dirk alone. He has his clone with him at least. Maybe that can get him the info he needs. With a player tucked in the corner, it's done and dusted. Well played by Navi, losing Alexic early. And having Durka on the flank, and they still get away with the round.
I think well played from Brooks. Player ends up pushing backside alone to try and take the fight versus two players who are waiting for him to push backside, and he gets both with a lovely little spray, and that's enough to turn the round on its head. Up until that point, they were boxed in, like they were trapped from going anywhere else. But this is sort of the guy we've been highlighting.
Married life is better or bachelor?
Came in as this relatively unknown Turkish star, and well, has definitely made a name for himself this year.
Ooh, he's ahead of the turret. They might not think that Durka can be here. It took them a little too long to get Timmy online. That's huge map control. Navi, I think they're going to be cautious. They are. Yeah. The drone goes through, thank God. Otherwise, that could have been a free double. But instead, it will be Durka reset, that control retaken by Navi, and well, I was going to say a nice slow round to ensue, but Les has found a pixel on Alexic.
That's important. After losing player over on the A side, that early operator battle for Alexic, they quickly rotated in that direction, and just look at the sort of split on the map right now. It is one player trying to defend basically everything, and the other three from Vitality, they've only just cleared out the A side. So much control has already been lost. Kicks is completely unaware that they don't have that control, and in fact, the same for Dirk. That's enough for Navi to dominate.
Yeah, I think we might see a pause from Vitality after this one. That button is getting smashed right now for a timeout. You get two players within, what, 3 seconds? Completely flabbergasted that there's someone in front of them. What did Navi do? They end up finding opening pick, lose a player, and then just full default. Super slow round, take space gradually towards that B site. Ruxic walks in. That space that you've conceded for 15, 20 seconds, to not even imagine there's someone there, and then the immediate, look, you're on B, what's the chances there's someone around or in window? Like your opponents are. Pretty high chance that they've got someone there. That's a blip that I don't think Vitality can afford to replicate.
It's especially when you three-man
बस मैं अगर मेरे पास 1000 करोड़ होते तो मैं एक्स्ट्रा सबसेट करता तुझे.
There's only so many places that they can be left on the map, and mid of B is very much the focal point because they had less on the C side. So I have to feel like that was almost just a lack of communicating in that moment for the side of Vitality. But hey, Navi did well to exploit that additional space.
But emote भी नहीं लिया भाई.
A lot of damage the economy over on the Vitality side. What was a solid start for them, 4-1 up. Has started to steamroll, and also over the last few months, this is a new attack side record for Navi. As said, they only ever got 3 rounds over on the attack. Made it to 4.
Yeah, the 4-1 start for Vitality, the economy in their favor. They could lose 2 rounds, still have money to buy. Everything was going their way. And now to see it crumble to this state, I'm surprised we don't get a pause. But it does mean that, at least how I read that, is Faded is hearing the right things being said by the IGL, by the players. They're identifying the holes in their ship already, and they've got them patched up. We'll see if that's the case. Maybe we won't see it in this round. Again, like the buy is not great.
Yeah, or he'll call a pause next round.
But exactly. You hear the right things. You say, it's a low buy next. Let's see if the guys make the adjustments. And if not, that's where you start to really mount the panic stations. But this round, it's not about winning, it's about the right ideas.
Angel knows where the cam is.
Being removed, though. taken back by less because he knew, well, they're going to break that now, aren't they? So he'll reposition it.
Let's lie.
Well, it's back up already,
Wow, that
Tom.
was really quick.
45 seconds goes by so quickly.
Don't worry. Angel's got another
30
shot.
seconds left.
I don't think he's going to be
It's
the
the
same.
same again. They lose a player. The gap is then
I'll
found
kill
over on
there,
the B
Viper,
side
I'll
because
kill
they've
there.
scrambled
Welcome to my
where
world.
that
Go
drone went through. Obviously, a quick
I'll
rotation
kill there,
available.
I'll kill
Shot
there,
guards
Viper.
being put out by Unfake. They're doing
Viper, I'll
considerable
kill
damage.
there.
They're actually going to try and get into the site
Viper.
early. 13 seconds left to get that spike down.
Must kill.
Kicks should have a
I'll kill
freebie.
there. I'll kill there.
But from here on out, it's not
I'll
going to
kill
be
there,
easy.
Viper.
You players tag low, and that's a huge spray. Not by one, but two. Ruxic alone. The information is there. In goes Hero. He's got to get one quick, and he will. In danger, but perhaps he is the danger. Only one man left, and Hero will deal with him. The hero that he needed in that round. It's 5-4. The lead is theirs.
Oh, that's madness. That was Ruxic having to
The
run
fuck?
away because he was on 50 HP at a Viper's pit. If they lose the Viper's pit, they lose the round. And then Hero goes, well, if he's running one way, I'm running the other way. Two with a single shot, and then the other with an operator in a Viper's pit, which if you speak to anyone, is a mad thing to do. But he didn't have any bullets there, so he had no choice.
I'm just running at
He is just running at them. They thought that they'd be given a bit of respect there, but no. Full aggression from Hero, and that's what they needed.
Hero,
when it looked like they were down and out, at least for a couple seconds. They'd have to reset into the pit. 5-4, the lead lost, and that's when Vitality called their pause. Evidently, the adjustments made mid-game, not living up to scratch. And like you said, Tom, the fact is, for Navi, we don't expect this to be the side where they put up good numbers. Never mind take the lead after being 4-1 down.
I'll be honest, this is not where we expect the map to have good numbers. I think the
Hero
last three
bola
times they played it, I don't think they've won a half. So it's not like the attack is normally worse, but the map is just not good for them. Like it's not been good for the last few months. So I don't think that Vitality would have come into this and expect any real resistance. And as of right now, yeah, it seems like on the fly individually they've
Hero
looked a little bit better at times,
I
and then
love
just,
you,
I
yaar.
think the calling
Smash
as
by
well.
love
Like,
you.
when we see Vitality basically gamble on the side of the map, they're leaving a huge gap every time, and that gap is being exploited by NAVI.
Attacking.
Well,
attacking
Ruxic's being dropped immediately. No gap towards the A site. Durka went
Attacking
walking up on long. Catches his prey, but there's a return right away as Alexic patiently waits up in hand on C long and picks up kicks. But in the corner, Safe is lurking, and he'll find himself the return. The advantage back in their favor. But this is very much where the problems have been. When they lose a man, Vitality, as you said, they've left gaps wide open. Navi have been very good at sniffing them out. For now, though, it looks like they're going to go running into Durka, which is a dangerous strategy, especially when you don't have your weapon out.
He can escape from this point. But he has the support. Unfake rotated in. Two players coming in from long. It's expected. Alexic has managed to get one. You can tell Durka's plan is just to try and hold for time as less will round
5-5. जीत गया ना?
Pause called and
Five
an
rounds
immediate
is
response
enough.
for
Vitality
Vitality. And I'll say as well that
और
if you
Unfake
look
के पास
across
ult
the
भी है.
map, once they had the advantage, you had a
जीत
late
गया.
trip being put into B by less to make sure if they did double back, they had the info.
What is this?
You had a
Omega
long
3
push
and all
out
written
on
in
C
team logo?
as well coming
वो
in
लोग का
from
previous
safe.
group.
So this time they had a lot more cards on the table of
Group
information
A or
rather
Group
than
B
okay, we're
वैसा
going to
Alpha
gamble
और
one way
Omega.
and then try and retake, because that's what's caught them so far.
Maybe that's the result of that pause as well.
Killing me on some crazy pixels. I will not swap this long anymore like this.
Yep, that's a good call. Alexic certainly has the patience. That has been shown. He's going to go aggressive early, but the wall from ISO blocks him out of that peak.
It was for the orb.
Knowing that those players could be close, he has to back off. He gets them the orb, but also gets them a lot of control. The only
heavy advantage है अभी आराम से खेलना है, दूर से खेलना है बस. Omen को नहीं मरना है, Cypher को नहीं मरना, बाकी जिसको मरना मर जाओ.
He's had some very aggressive sort of takes over on that A side.
Heavy assault है, heavy
Majority
assault.
have been successful. Alexic now waiting, a pixel given.
इसको भी नहीं
Just
मरना
heard
ना.
Kicks talking about it. Got to be careful versus this guy, and now a complete change of pace. He's going to pull out the overdrive, attempt to take space, but he's been caught in the middle of it. Has to go forward. Remember, he only has the operator in his back pocket. That's not the gun you want. And Safe just had the easiest fight of his life.
Yeah, you know, a valiant attempt towards it, but that's just not going to work out. Kicks backside. Can't get into the safety of the corner. The Nano Swarm down, less barely survives. Sent through. Team kill possible. Got to be careful, and that's a huge tag. Hero down. Another player so desperately low that Les can easily take him out. And Michelle on 3 HP. It should be impossible. Even the spams through the box will take him down, and they are coming in full force. Vitality, 6 on the board. You said Navi not winning a half in their last games. On Haven.
और मैं आपका 6-pack abs है या फिर family pack?
I don't think they've drawn one either, so that
hey, that's still an upside.
there's still some positives to be had, but no, ultimately a good resurgence. And actually, this is both teams now. We've seen an early start, 4-1, a pause taken, a big streak around for NAVI. Then you have the same on the other side. So clearly the pauses for either side are having their impact. And while for Unfake, we sort of mentioned it in early
weeks. What are your thoughts on government banning gambling apps and promoting esports?
The board, 11-7.
What are your family's thoughts on you sharing thoughts on all this? Huh? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on TikTok coming up? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on ye player? What are your thoughts on Escarosi Bhai? What are your thoughts on LF? What are your thoughts on?
Utility, making that flank a little bit more open. They've already got that with the alarm bot down, but here comes the lockdown. Wait, did the alarm bot go down because of the range? I'm not sure if they broke it or if he stepped forward to put the lockdown in play. Angel doesn't know there's a second part of that push. He gets dropped to 3 players in mid now, or in and around it.
What are your thoughts on this drone?
Rook sick, but you don't want to peek into that, man.
Viper, what are your thoughts on?
He's always clean
peeking
when it comes to these angles, and while Hero holding another, waiting for somebody to peek. Kicks almost taken out as well. Another pixel angle he's got to deal with. Still going to be put through. Space attempted to be taken, but the paranoia in the other direction has made things that little bit more awkward. 2 players to try and find a way back in, but with a stun immediately thrown through, there just isn't a road back into the site. Now, of course, you'd be talking about needing to go for it, but honestly, there just isn't any way they're getting this diffused.
अरे भाई ठीक है ना समझ गया ठीक है समझ गया तो ठीक
either side, but more importantly, Navi, they're going to get 6 at the break.
Tied up neck and neck from 4-1 down. That's great work from Navi on a map we don't expect much from them on. Maybe there is still promise for that second half. I guess the question there was, did Navi know there was someone behind them? And, well, they put 2 and 2 together either way. A good half from Navi, but another to be played out. We'll see if they can keep up the pace.
Language, Red by language. प्रियंका जी हैप्पी बर्थडे मांग रही है हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू many हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे प्रियंका जी ऑल गुड लैंग्वेज अनुरुद्ध आज चीचा का बर्थडे विश किया नहीं झगड़ा हो गया बस भाई गिरी तुम्हें प्लीज नूब मी
Welcome back, folks. Before we get back into the game, it's time to let you know these guys competing to go all the way to Paris, and you can go there too. Scan the QR code on your screen to get 15% off the tickets for VCT Champions Paris. Make sure to use the code VCT EMEA 15.
Sure. Definitely worthwhile, I would say. It's always been an experience every single year, and I'm sure in Paris it will be no different. And of course, if you use VCT EMEA 15, it is the best code because it has EMEA in the center of it. Nonetheless, for both of these sides right now, this is a long road. Yours is quite easy. You just use a code, you get a discount, you get on a plane, or if you're already in Paris, you can literally just walk there. But for these teams, they have got to go all the way through that lower bracket, make it to the grand final. That's the road. It feels like an impossibility, especially when the likes of Heretics, Fnatic are in that lower bracket. Either Liquid or BBL will be there to greet them along the way.
Standing ahead.
A pistol round, especially for Navi, on their opponent's map choice, with, I believe, Bind coming up next. If they could take the pistol here, maybe they have a chance for a 2-0.
Thank you, Zil, for the cheeky reveal we got to see. He's a menace. The teams hate him. He's always revealing their lineups. It's something's got to be done about this guy. But I'm happy because we get to see them. Oh, I can't wait to miss it in my ranked game. Just like those shots missed. Hero deals some damage, takes some of his own, and information that the C side has very much been lost. Still seeing presence across the map, but Alexic manages to catch a rotation despite being quite low on HP.
I like that little bit of aggression. They realized the control they lost, so attempted to try and gain some on the other side, and Safe has just had a jump scare. That's Ruxic isolating another fight. They're going to be able to clear out an awful lot of map control. Vitality trying to bait them in. They've tapped the plant over on the C side, and now are trying to move back. The risk here, though, is just the amount of time. Like, if they go all the way to the A side, okay, it's completely open. Left. That's not a bad post plan. If they go in any other direction, they're going to meet an enemy.
I know I said Alexic is low. It is 100, not that low of a number. But it is Hero in that corner, tucked in garage. He might have had contact with Durka, but the contact's coming in elsewhere towards the B side. Durka 28 HP, 12 seconds on the clock. He sort of needed to keep these players towards the spawn.
Thank you for the dream membership.
The plant secured over his corpse. His Kicks looks to fill in that space, catch the rotates early, but he won't be able to pluck any of the Navi players out of the round. And with 2 on the flank through short, the rest coming in all together. This is going to be a big crunch from the defensive side.
So much to do. The stun already causing issues. Kicks gets nothing, and in fact, neither of them do. A great pistol round again from Ruxic. A solid hold and re-aggression from Navi, and I said, getting that pistol could be the start of what is already looking like a pretty solid Haven map for them.
Yeah, it is. What a turnaround. In-zone flawless, locked in. The lead back in their favor after a 4-1 start in the map. We expect nothing from them. I mean, throughout this series, they're like, oh, well, look, Haven could be one that they don't deliver on, but we've seen plenty of teams make that bounce back. Just the other day, so many teams are doing it, so it's all right. Don't worry if Navi bomb out of this one. Well, they're in the lead coming into the second half. Now it's a very different story. Now we start to get worried about Vitality. You're moving on to Bind next. Navi, if they manage to put up a couple more rounds here, hell, even make it like double digits by the time the map is over, if things do go the way we sort of expected at the start, that's still a great sign for how this series could evolve
W.
Direct play.
Double tap used, trying to catch them off guard with the timing. Hero, obviously only having a ghost. Is the rest of the weapons that are worried. Navi.
By Navi actually जीतेगा तो कुछ ज़्यादा crazy नहीं हो जाएगा.
So any damage from this point is a win for
Vitality. क्या हो गया लेकिन रे Vitality का team strong नहीं है क्या? है.
He's got 2 somehow.
नहीं है.
Well, when he goes down, it's less falling with him and a quick cleanup, but still.
That's decent.
Considering 2 players were low on the way through, like, it's always dangerous to retake against pistols because you're running into them. Here, Durka actually ran into Navi, and he comes out with 2. That's phenomenal.
He's done great work, as said. Like, from the get-go, with Hero, the only pistol player, getting 2 kills, kind of go, okay, this should be fairly easy from this point onwards, but the fact that he swings in, gets a double, and then, yeah, makes it a lot more costly. You're going to look at the fight coming up in the next round from the side of Navi.
आज तेरा भाई जल्दी
and it has a lot of pieces missing. This is a good opportunity for Vitality to get themselves back in. Of course, the plant, even in the last round as well, is going to make sure they have full shields, so that Outlaw isn't going to have anywhere near as much impact. But when you have 2 pistols, even a single bullet hitting can be a nice touch.
Agree with Angel. Durka is just something else.
It is bye. Thank you for the membership.
8-6 still, but rifles on the other side. Xiao getting a little aggressive. Durka was doing this in almost every round, but somehow Safe goes down. He had the angle held. He looked ready for the fight, but certainly wasn't in the end.
Can't really peek off of the snake bite because it's only a pistol. Space has been taken, but it's almost a ruse. Angel does go pushing off the back of that, but still spots a player on this side of the map, especially with that being your controller player as well. Omen not really known for its lurking capabilities because of how powerful that paranoia is.
Scanning ahead.
The fact is, though, it seems like Navi maybe has slightly the wrong read. 3 players over towards that C side of the map now.
Maybe even just expecting after the Omen seen on A that
I
they'll
think
rotate, they'll leave this area, but no, still looking to push in. Xiao does well to find one, but he's revealed up top. He shouldn't be able to get away with that. He can't even get out. The shrouded steps not shrouded enough as Durka picking off 2. Puts this into a 3v3 with Navi. Again, it is a bonus, so damage is often the question. They've got an opportunity to do a little bit more. The Outlaw on the retake, also not having many easy targets to take down.
It's kind of where you want the space to be taken. Give an opportunity, and actually, Alexic's done incredibly well! He'll come out with 2 kills, the Outlaw, starting things off with a pistol to finish it.
Huh?
Eat your words, Mitch, man.
Well, you know, what I said was he doesn't have many easy targets with the Outlaw. The one he did have was Durka. He was already tagged, so it ends up being a perfect target selection from Alexic. The Ghost evidently just as powerful, and that's a hell of a round for Navi. Man, I am perplexed by what we're watching. Obviously, Safe losing
that a replay of him looking at the map in that moment. I think that's what we've just been given by EBS. He does. He takes a quick look to the left, gets shot, and then looks back to the center of his screen. If that was just timing, that's so unlucky. But if that's what EBS is giving us, that's a fantastic replay.
Yeah, I didn't even look at
the
replay itself. How dare you? My bad. But that also explains it. But it's more so the fact that, like, Navi, 3 rounds in a row now, a 3-round lead in half number 2, 4 away from connecting this. We expected this to just be a blowout for Vitality. There's no other way to put it. And 4-1 up, it seemed like we were getting exactly what we expected. We're already thinking about bind and the difficulty of reverse sweeping the series, but it may be Vitality left with that task. And with elimination on the line here, this is where the pressure really starts to mount, because, Tom, we can expect this to beat Vitality's map. I'm pretty certain they came in here expecting this to be the easy one as well.
Of course. And with them being the last French organization, of course, an organization that made it to champions last year, built a super team for this year, got top 4 at the first Masters. Expectations are that they will make that run. That's what the hope is, at least. And right now, they're being slaughtered. He takes one and he's out. Not over-facing, disciplined in his positioning. I've enjoyed watching him play in the last couple of months. Definitely someone I hope that we will see a lot more of in the future. 15 and 10 right now, Angel alongside him and just jump spotting if anybody's on the other side, but they are both on short. And Durka, I feel like he's been the one major threat in this map so far.
Oh yeah, even with a Ghost, and now upgraded to the Sheriff. When he goes through this wall, it's going to be panic stations. The flank coming in quite late from Safe, and with Angel holding ground, this round should already be done. They'll need a perfect plant position. It has to be stuck, and Alexic's still here. Safe, not nearby enough to delay, and that's it. Done and dusted in favor of Navi. Double digits on the board, and Vitality are still on 6. If I had to bet the way this was going to go, I wouldn't even get involved if we're talking about how Navi are going to win it. I'm leaving the room. And here we are. Vitality calling their second pause, and I am not surprised.
This was a little bit peculiar at the end. I guess they didn't expect the second player to be here, but it was like Safe's lurk was meant to catch the rotators while they were
left right ho gayi thi live, but now
wasn't enough
on track. Love you guys, bye.
Obviously, it was still a lighter buy, so it's not the end of the world. But if they lose this next one, it kind of is the end of the world. Like they will be going into a map that they are yet to taste victory on in the last few months, with losses to BBL and GX. Solid teams and close losses, but it's still not a great sign when Navi have actually looked very good on Bind. I've enjoyed their Bind specifically. Your own map choice, a map that Navi, but they've not even got to 10 rounds on. They've done it here already.
I don't know what's changed on the side of NAVI. Obviously, we do know that Zeus is there now as well, having the performance coach, no doubt helping out, but this feels like such a major shift from the standards we've come to expect from this team on this map, actually on most maps as well. They're playing clean. Alexic's on fire right now. There's been moments in previous games where you've seen him taking on the frustration of some of the rounds that are lost, but it feels like NAVI here are able to bounce back so well. They're not losing the mental game. They're certainly not losing the game on the server for now. This could be the final domino falling. A pause for Vitality, and maybe one last chance on this map.
Yeah, the pieces of what you need to see from Navi are on point. Alexic, Ruxic, Hero, though that trio of youngsters have been more brought into the playoffs in the first place. And what looks to start that road in the lower bracket. It didn't go well versus GX even after a blitz of a first map, so it's best not to get too far ahead of ourselves, even if the next choice is theirs. But for Vitality, they're going to want to hope that they can turn this around now. It's not been the homecoming just yet for Safe that was promised, especially on, as it was said by the desk, the map where he actually doesn't have to shift his role at all.
Sneaky little play. Xiao's down below the window, and Vitality are none the wiser. Movement towards this A site now, going to be off the back of Durka's ultimate dimensional. Did he see the player? There, he's seen him now. He's seen him now without a doubt. The flash primed and ready. The rest of the team waiting for the nano to fade. That flash is already faded though as they turn from it. Ruxic and Hero able to put this to bed. Angels there to pick up the pieces when they fall. And it's all unless 1 versus 3. The credit invested into this round. NAVI pushing up to 11. And there's barely a peep on the other side. Vitality are stalling out at the worst possible moment.
Who expects a Theo to be on top of that box? And it's exactly how Alexic did it just then. Like, Lex had to be so confused as the way he just got killed for the. Look at it, it's such an obscure spot to see someone in, but you can see the stress on the side of Faded. That was the round that they desperately needed to win. The economy now off the charts for Navi. So much so I believe Alexic has given himself an extra gun to fall back on and an immediate TP. That's been stuck straight into the B side. This is far more aggressive on the other side of Vitality. They'll get a plant immediately, although Hunter's Fury is being used in his court kicks.
Spike down B.
Big pickup, smokes removed already. The spike down, good idea of the intention of this round. And Xiao's caught two, looking the wrong way. And NAVI were in heavy traffic. Out goes Alexic and Unfakes, not able to deal with him in time. Left into a 1 versus 3 for NAVI. It's nothing but success for Vitality. Nothing is going right. I don't think Safe's had to kill this half.
Whatever it's been, it's not been good. Let's put it that way. It's been a rough one, and I think just now the manner in which they're losing these rounds, like they clearly spotted a gap, but then they were so committed to this sort of aggression over on the A side. They don't realize that players rotated round from the spawn. They don't realize that the spike hasn't been planted, and Les has to go back for that, and then he's in a 1v2 on the site. Everything is falling apart for Vitality, and everything is coming up trump. You currently have Alexic at the back of the C site with an Odin.
And that's common.
Yeah, you've kind of got me deserved, I'm not going to lie.
It's kind of dangerous now. Safe.
Look at Steve, he's at 1 HP.
He just activated his ult. I was going to say he just got his ult with 1 HP, a chance to pull that back into the round. He's going to get his health back, and he misses the ult. So his first kill of the half, pretty sure. Oh wow, 26 health. Yeah, that's going to save you from a bullet from a classic. Yeah, wall. If you've got an extra armor of concrete, you can at least survive 1 extra shot.
It is a really strong wall. Well, the drone
कुछ info नहीं लिया.
hasn't got them the information they were hoping for. The deep Viper's pit has locked them out. Yeah, this is that's as deep as you're ever going to see a Viper's pit, by the way.
Be covered by Alarm Bot.
Now the Hunter's Fury being used. Shout has sidestepped that incredibly easy. It will connect onto Hero. That should get the kill. That's important. That's given less the space. Now they have to clear the back side of the map.
30 seconds
Assumed it was clear, even though that was fairly easy to sidestep. The swing out from Angel. Ruxic alongside him as well, but it's come down to just one. Kicks versus Ruxic. Kicks has not been having the best game, whereas, well, dare I say it, Ruxic has been a different beast.
Well, मैंने क्यों blind नहीं दिया? Triple blind होते थे वो लोग, right side blind देते थे तो.
In the map, in a step.
इसको sound का आया था.
Ruxic's already right on him. A step back here would be immediate demise, but he's gone the other way.
Ruxic knows though. He's got all this information. Player hasn't stepped to the left. Maybe he's towards A main. A link, I should say. But, and actually that's probably the likely position. Once he sees the plant, you start to think it's an A-link play. He sat around the corner on the left. He's around the boxes. The problem is Kicks is very far away. He might start to panic. There's the steps hurt. Kicks knows that's not being defused now. No need to peek. He's going to hold the line, though. This could give a chance for the duel. Nice headshot connected. Ruxic looking for the battle, but he'll lose it this time. Finally getting around on the board, but it looks like it could be too little too late. 5 in a row just for an OT.
Really smart stuff in the clutch from Kicks. So as said, he's not been having the best of games, so you can understand if maybe in those moments he would have panicked, but calm and collected, a perfect reposition. Doesn't panic as well when that spike is really tapped.
But a bit more cojones, because I...
A bit more cojones needed. There you go. At least it was a 6-6 out.
NAVI का तो पूरा team almost similar kills पे है.
Purchased up by the defense. Alexic is that first point of contact, and he's been smoked off. This space has been taken quite aggressively by the attacking side. The Outlaw is going to be one shot to the majority of those players. Not Durka, though.
There's an opening shot landed. Durka down to 10 HP. He's at least able to take the brunt where his teammates couldn't. Now everyone's falling. Someone once said everything you lose is a step towards something. Well, here it looks like it's a step towards defeat, towards elimination. Throw from Champs looking blocked, and it's Navi standing in Vitality's way. 13-7. A dominant display on a map where I think most people, us included, counted them out entirely.
Yeah, for sure. It was a huge sort of step up, I guess, from NAVI, and now going into their own map choices. Seems like this path is paved in gold. We'll have to wait and see if I
भाई मेरा गोड डर के या तो रुकी मचा रहे भाई गलत रुकीज अभी तक हम लोग को एक भी ऐसा रुकी नहीं देखा जो इतना खास नहीं खेलता रहेगा पहले मेन स्टेज में आके बैंक पता नहीं क्या है कुछ प्रेशर नहीं है क्या है एकदम प्लेस भी बनाते हैं रीड्स भी अच्छा है कुछ तो सीन है एम भी क्रैक्ड है गेम सेंस भी है काफी लोगों का
Your body knows a sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed
nice
to win.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
पानी से तो तेरी होती
It's all that I want.
एक सेकंड रुको रुकी क्या होता है रुकी वो होता है जो रुकता है लेकिन रुकता नहीं है समझ रहे हो
About me If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me.
On Navi, they're back to their winning ways by taking map 1 against Team Vitality. I am your hosting, so I've got Kakuka and Flyer here with me. That comp finally won. The Genji comp has won in EMEA. Flyer, did Navi bring a lot of what you wanted to see?
I mean, honestly, not really. I wasn't a big fan of their wall on defense. I mean, I think that against the double duelist, you want to do the wall for Garage, in my opinion. But I think it was more so of a Vitality not playing the comp correctly than Navi doing it correctly.
Yeah, I was so hopeful at the beginning of the game because Vitality had a very good start. Like, Unfake was getting a lot of kills. He was very good at shutting Navi down. And then on the second half, it just went away. Like, look at the post line. Vitality wasn't even able to get the spike down in most of the rounds. They were really, really struggling in the attack. I agree with you, Flyer. Like, that wall can be countered in many ways. And there was just situations, like, even when the game was about to close, where we see Vitality trying desperate things that are a little bit like, whoa, what is going on?
Would you go as far as to say Vitality are not good on attack on that map?
Yes.
I'm just reading.
Yes.
That was actually just me, yeah.
Yes, that wasn't good. That was not good.
I think we have a round, actually. Or is it, was it the Hero Clutch? Yeah, the Hero Clutch.
Yeah.
This round, from start to finish, you know, it was a lot of shenanigans, but Flyer, Navi, they were going B. This is one occasion.
I mean, this is a bar-for-bar Genji round. If you look at how Genji plays this comp, every time they have Viper ult front B. I think it's just a classic. It's super easy, like almost like a guaranteed post-plant round. I think that the way Hero won it, though, was very unique. Not like Genji.
Not like Genji, but I think it's very like Navi. We expect this kind of names. We expect the Hero, the Ruxic, and most importantly, I think that this game as well, Alexic had a very, very good performance. Yeah, it got dicey at the end, but just because of having those advantages and these amazing players, this is big balls for doing this.
I've seen Dicey do this as well. Sorry.
Who?
Dicey. You said Dicey. Yeah.
Flyer
I got a chalk out.
I played with them, actually.
Yeah, we got a chalk out of Flyer. But nevertheless, an incredibly important win for Navi, especially after what happened against Giant X in that upper bracket. Now, looking forward to the next one. Are you expecting a similar performance for it to carry over? Is this really over for Vitality?
I mean, it could be, right? Because at the end of the day, they did choose to go to Haven. Go to Navi should have been weaker than them, and just Vitality didn't step up. Going on to Bind, as I said, since the Tejo meta, they have not been able to win on this map. I expect changes. I expect maybe now that Safe is back to just run a little bit of shenanigans, something that is going to make them comfortable. Because on this last half, it's not only that they got one round. I don't think they were convinced at any point. I didn't see a moment in the round where I'm like, oh, Vitality has got this. Like this strat, this is going to be it.
Yeah, and of course for Angel, he loves talking about how much he's enjoying the KO, says it really suits him as well. And Flyer, what have you made of, that KO comp and how Angel's been doing on Bind?
I mean, overall, I think Angel's just in general a good KO. I think that from my experience with both teams, Angel's a really, really solid Bind IGL caller in general. I think they play the map macro-wise very, very good. I would say Vitality overall in the year just
Japan se pehle full record on full energy vlogs and stream. Get on soon, buddy. Love you.
He's a very good IGL on Bind, because I feel like we can tell when Angel likes a map and when he doesn't. Like, he was so happy to play Corrode, and I think that Bind for him is the same. One of the keys that we saw against Giant X for them on this map is being very conscious about the aggressive ways of Giant X. There were many rounds that were made very easy by them just being patient on the attack and just waiting for Giant X to go on these pushes and be very careful. So I want to see that kind of same vibe. I want to see see Navi kind of gaining a little bit of control, because by the end of that Haven, I think it was more Vitality's fault than Navi. Like, I like the fact that, oh, we don't overheat. Like, we get a pick, we put a Lexic here, he gets another one, everybody walks back, like we're not going to take risks, and I love it. That is simple.
And for me, again, I don't want to harp on this too much, but when you guys are talking about the period, they were good on bind, you know, with the Techo meta. They also did have Trex, and Trex was phenomenal.
Is phenomenal.
He is phenomenal, but he also did a lot of the heavy lifting on a map like bind. And now, new roster as well, Safe is coming back. Unfake at least had a good Haven, you know, he was shooting, it felt like he got himself into the game a little bit quicker than the other players, but looking at agent select here, it looks like
it looks like less Viper.
I did not see that one coming. So Kicks is going to be staying on that Brain, so I think that they did some swap here and there, and they decide to go away from the Gecko,
not gonna lie,
and just put Unfake on the Fade.
Solo Vice
se and save on the Vice. So okay, a lot of defensive util. I want to see how that is going to affect, because I feel like there were times where Safe wasn't really still in his element on Haven.
We like the Safe Vice?
Yeah, I'm not like Safe on anything, but I'm not a big fan of the comp, to be honest. I think that the KO will be a direct counter against the Vice in general. I also am not a big fan of Euro Solo on this map as a duelist, especially going against the comp that doesn't even have a hard sentinel. There's not like much to do, like objectives you can complete.
So like bait and
exactly
and whatnot. Yeah, I agree. I think that I want to see at least comfort. Maybe Derke going on the operator. I want to see some confident plays from him.
I mean, if Saves Vice anything like this Cypher back in the day, Mitch and Tom is going to be a fantastic performance. Am I right?
Is she right, Tom?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think he was always very good with the way that he used his utility, so I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out over on the Vice. I am very nervous for Vitality here, though. Like, even though they've had the map compositional change, I think this is a very comfortable map for Navi, especially on that attack side. So again, we're going to kind of look at this map that if Navi do well in this first half, it's almost going to feel like it's done. I think that Angel was very comfortable calling on this map. I think individually you have some very good players. I do think on the other side, though, like having that Viper is always going to be exciting with less. I think that he's very good at sort of taking space, having that lurk and basically causing mass amounts of issues. It's the rest of the composition I'm looking at and going, okay, are these players going to be able to fit everything together perfectly to win this map that they desperately need to win?
And Alexa coming off of a solid first map as well. Here on the Rays, I think he's going to be a big factor that you have to shut down as Vitality, and they certainly struggled in the previous. And I think a couple of factors for them, not just like you saw the pauses with nothing really working in their favor afterwards. We saw Safe have a really bad second half, and that's him on an ISO. Now on the Vice, he can at least play around his util a little more, but as Flya said, you've got a KO on the other side. There's going to be less than an easy defensive half for Vitality. We'll see how this plays out. Navi, they've surprised us on map number 1, making it look easy. But the start of this one sees Ruxic falling.
Bit of a gamble from Ruxic. They knew that there was only one player isolated behind that knife, but a gamble that hasn't paid off. Dirk is actually still holding on to that control as it seems like they have just gambled in onto this A site, which is where the pressure's currently coming through. I guess the idea from Vitality was like, okay, we've just got to kill on the other side of the map. They're probably going to hold players there. Instead, there's a fast flank coming in from Angel. If they go back in that direction, they'll be met by the IGL. The rest of it slow down. That nade just eliminate a couple of players. It's not quite caught, but just look at the time. 25 seconds as they're now pushing into the stack. They're boxed in from behind. Hero's already caught another. This pistol has turned into a disaster, but they still have Durka to try and save the day. Now left onto Unfake, but look at the time. 12 seconds left. Angel just trying to buy the clock, but he's eventually going to have to take the fight, and he'll win it anyway.
Very nicely done. A pistol round for Navi early on. Vitality left in the dust. A hell of a try from Durka. That's the second opening pistol we've seen in a row where he picks up 3 at the same performance when it came to Haven. They had a 4-1 lead and lost 13-7. This was the story we were telling. I very much expected it to be Navi showing up early, then teetering out and losing Vitality, and now worrying as we move to this. I like the investment from Durka as well. 2 away from ult. He's gone in with the Outlaw. Gonna look to try to take advantage of the light shields, of which there are 3.
They're Doing this deep smoke quite often though. Looking to try and fight for B long control. We've seen aggression on the other side of the map. This is what this composition does for the defensive side, and it's a little risky. I don't think we'll be seeing that peaked again. Although saying that, Ruxic immediately swings after the smoke.
Well, the two players peeking there are the ones with full shields as well, so not quite as scared of that outlaw as everyone else will be. And I think now you'll see some more shallow angles being held by the rest of the squad. That is a brave jump up from Shao.
Sorry, you were saying?
And he did have full shields, but 2 bursts to the outlaw and he's down. Very valuable opening pick. They've all retrieved the weapon, but the hope here is that there's been a rotation off the A side, a panic play. As we can see, that is not the case.
No, but the players on that side of the map are only with pistols. The gun has now been retrieved by Ruxic, but if he's going to get in to try and support, he needs to get in fairly quickly. There's high potential. He gets absolutely nothing. Now the rifle is there. But this is already looking very dangerous for Navi.
Ruxic's rifle recovered as it was! It gets it too! 2 of the craziest kills I've seen! Running inside a smoke! One of them was a headshot! Damage done. But the plant already in, and Vitality look to play this post plant now. Molly on kicks, snake bite on glass. They've got quite a bit to work with, but not a lot of players. The Molly's going to be burned up first. Alexic toying with the idea of getting it to half, but pulls off early. The time really starts to tick away now. This gets dangerous. With less finding another. The elbow onto the wall shields of Alexic, and it's all on Ruxic. He's sticking it to half. He might even stick it the full way. Snakebite goes through, but nobody's peeking until the very last second. 1-1. Vitality find their way back.
Ruxic almost won that round from straight BS from start to finish. A running spray and then almost defusing all the way at the end. But it is just unnecessary gambles, I feel, from the side of Navi. Like, you know, at that point they definitely knew.
That's insane.
They knew there was an outlaw on the other side. And then once that spike goes down, we know the value of those post plants. That is a frustrating round to lose.
Main वो था कि 2-3 है, मालूम है मौली वहाँ से आया.
Well, they have 2
rifles. Next step में वो लोग को लड़ना था.
Also have a bucky.
So I feel like the impact of the outlaw there was what had Angel playing so passive inside of bathroom. Like, you look at his position where he went down, like, what the hell are you doing? You've got a pistol, you're up against an eco, they're going to group and push, and you've no information on back. So holding close like that just seems like a fool's errand. But again, if he peeks wide and there's an outlaw there, he loses his life, and all of a sudden A is being heavily pushed on. So I think probably falling back to site would have been better, but it is what it is. Hero, oh, he'll get away.
That's the danger. You still have a rifle in Hero's hands. Angel will take the other. Maybe not most people's first choice, but when we go back to their last performance on this map, he was one of the best performers. Ruxic. Bucky has been revealed, and well, speaking of that, he shall appear. Les has now lost the fight versus Angel. That Guardian's still standing. An immediate response would be as damaging. That second round going into the fray. Unfake trying to get back in. He tries to hit the timing on the back being used, but Angel's won that fight as well. IGL leaving just 2 standing on the Vitality side, and there's going to be another fight. This time Safe will put him down, but he is all that is left, needing an ace. And well, there was a rifle delivered to Alexic just moments ago. 15 seconds, there is no chance.
He will be dropped by the wide swing of Hero, a 3rd kill. Coming out of Hero, putting him one away from a Viper's pit of what could be a very formative round for this early half. It was him getting aggressive to open, finding so much value in the late round with those 2 picks.
Yeah. The unfortunate is this pay safe card Thrifty is just undone basically everything the Vitality managed to achieve in the last round. Like, it was great individual brilliance from Durka to start it off. The pistols overwhelming everybody else, and now Navi sit there with all those rifles picked up. It just happens that their opponents bought them instead.
Yeah, huge economy buff. Viper's Pit online for the first full buy, or the next full buy, I suppose, Vitality. It's not a pretty sight, that is for sure. The aggression here, it's all part of the bigger plan for Navi, sending players through the TP, but this leaves B much more open, in fact, completely open. it seems like Vitality are being a bit hesitant to take that space.
You would be. Like, who's going to gamble on the B side being completely clear? Even if you've seen
crazy.
3 people, like, there's still 2 others that you would expect are probably on the B side. They're not. But there will be 4 players on the B side by the time they actually go to push into it. A very quick rotation now from Navi.
Oh,
and the
by
knife
big
is
suppress.
going to give the game away. That's at least a couple. And one of them has already been dropped. Durka now aggressively placed. We've already seen a player jump through this wall once. It seems like he's going to try it on the other side and is met by Alexic. The Hawk just a little bit late. Nice shots coming out from Safe, but anything more, well, it would have to be a miracle.
Yeah, there's none to be found here today. Insane, actually, that Navi get that much space to rotate all the way back from 4 players deep in bathroom, all the way around to the B side, and they're still there earlier than Vitality go for the hit. In fact, they even get the throw.
Yeah, भाई Esports ज़्यादा tough हो गया.
It is a bit of a misplay. And even seeing that many players on the other side of the map, I think that's where you need to accelerate into the B side, even if there's 1 or 2. You know that otherwise those rotations are coming in. They don't see anything on A short.
Operator in play now. Alexic immediately looking for that fight. He dropped the spike, the swing out.
Almost. Almost 2 को मार दिया
Just trying to lock down the other side of the map. Now, having this Sentinel alongside the Viper, it does leave you in a spot almost double lurking at times. At that dimensional drift. Now, obviously with Durka low, he can still work as a recon. He's invincible for the time that he's in that. And the push coming in once again. Safe's watching for it, but Angel is winning that fight. He's been doing well in the last couple of rounds. Ultimate even going to be garnered, so they try and use any utility. He might be able to take it away.
And these walls that Vitality put up to keep Navi back have come falling down as Les is out of the round as well. That's both of their pieces of utility on short gone, and with a flank coming in from Alexic, with the spawn being held, these players are completely boxed in. Durka uses his gate crash to reposition. Now has an angle up in heaven and a chance. He knows someone's coming from back. That's his target, and he is locked in. But it's Hero and Angel.
Question
is
क्या
the trade, and it will be found. But it's Xiao wrapping it to the spawn that finds it, kicks it with 1, suspects the flank. Thinks that Alexic will come in this direction, crosses the off, and lives to tell the tale, but the seas, it's causing problems. And an easy spray for Xiao will close out the round. 4-1 lead, just like the previous map, but this time it's Navi who are dominating these early rounds.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is they're not even changing up too much what they're doing. It's these aggressive pushes through showers that are causing so many issues. They're just re-aggressing in the mid-round, taking that control, catching the lurkers, and it almost feels like then Vitality are forced to aggressively push. Like, okay, we've lost too much map control, we have to try and do something. The other scary prospect is, do you know how many ultimates they've used in the process? None. They have used 0. Absolutely nothing. They are 1 away from having all 5 of them online at the same time. And sure, they're building up on the other side as well, but you'd at least hope 1 or 2 were gone.
Yeah, very much so. Baiting those out can often be seen as a silver lining of losing a round like that, although more so in a round like this, the one coming, where I don't think Vitality will go for a full investment. You can see in the bottom right, that's Vitality. They don't look that healthy economically, and sure, Kicks will have the rifle. He's running his credits all the way down to their last to do so, but it'll be a mixed bag. Looking at the ults you're up against as well, if there's a response from Navi there, this could set Vitality way back.
जैसे पंकु क्या कर रहे रात के 1:30 बजे पहाड़ों के बीच में से बाइक चला रही है बे हाँ वैलो रैंक पुश करने की जगह पे पहाड़ों के बीच में से बाइक चला रही बे ये क्या ये माउंट फुजी ट्रैकिंग चल रही है इधर
8 rounds on the attack side versus Fnatic, 9 rounds versus GX. So they've already proven to be a very competent attack side team. They get to 5 or 6 rounds, they'll be happy, but definitely not from this point.
Well, you said 8 rounds on attack against Fnatic. Wasn't that an overtime game? So they
an overtime loss.
Loss, indeed, but they only got 4 on the defense. They've already hit that mark, so this is a huge step up from Navi. And again,
इसके बाद कोई वॉच पर डालने वाले क्या नहीं इसके बाद कल चार मारे
They tried to pick their battles, isolate some fights, but the battle chose them. And it's only less. Oh, that's a disaster of a round. At least they didn't go for the full investment, or this would be a very sad story.
Well, it's also, I believe, their own smoke that he's used to dodge the Prowler. So, yeah, that's nightmare fuel. As you said, lucky they didn't put too much into this round.
I do feel like they've been robbed a little bit, though, because he'd stepped out of the smoke. The Prowler went from looking to, from its perspective, the left to the right. So it did have him in front of them. But as you said, I think maybe a part of that smoke was just enough in the way of the Prowler's calculation. Either way, I mean, if I'm putting that Prowler in, and it's not catching him, I am fuming.
If I'm the person that gets shot in the face after the Prowler goes in.
It's Ashish.
But the person, all four of them.
I found the first one. I feel like the next three know there's a guy there. The first one's just like, well, why didn't the Prowler find anyone?
Les did get an off out of this, which he's also found a pick with. It's not bad as far as damage.
He'll be able to potentially hand that over.
Hello, my name is Ashish.
Winning the round is not happening, and Angel's having a wonderful little time, a little jaunt to try and find him. But yeah, there should be no way that Les goes down from this position unless somebody can fly. So they will get that conversion round. Honestly, 2 kills and operator for free. It's not the worst case, but I'm now looking at Vitality going, okay, if you don't wake up soon, you're not just being eliminated.
काम करने के बाद मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगर बहुत काम पेंडिंग है मतलब तुम
Set 4 was actually 3 players got shot in the head, Tom. Yeah, it was a lot of spray, so 4 accuracy from Ruxic. I mean, you really come to expect more from him. But actually, for Vitality, they can be pretty happy with that. Like, considering a horrendous start, Les gets 2 picks, finds an off as well. Big buff for them coming into this round. But the main thing is, we said they wanted to look at that as a success in terms of baiting out Navi's ults. No surprise they don't do that when 4 players die immediately. And now there's all sides to work with. There are a couple there for Vitality, as we said before, and it will be dimensional drift sent through. But Collapse is completely clear, so no easy connection to combine what kicks his ultimate.
It's almost all 10 ults at the start of the round. Les was the one that was missing, and there you go. That's now online as well. He's managed to catch out Alexic, so that showstopper has been removed, and they're just pausing while no command is available. A wrap around.
What?
It is. It's the timing, though. Les now goes back in the other direction. Ults are being spammed. The weapons have been taken away, and that's going to cause the problem. His ultimates are being well utilized by the side of Vitality. Ruxic is still a thorn in their side first. Second as well. Somehow this round has become dangerous. Hero emerges from the smoke, but does he expect a player to his right? He may not need to. Ruxic now with all the information, but with all 3 players grouping up, this should be impossible.
It should be. Hell, he almost got away with a ninja defuse earlier, so you got to be careful with this guy once that spike is tapped. But when it comes to the position, it's wide open for these Vitality players. They've got a reveal on Unfake. As you said, no smoke. It's just coming online now. It's bought a little bit more time for the opposition. He plays around it. Prowler spots him though, and now they know Diffuse isn't being stuck. Peek from backside, clears it yet again. Very nicely done by Vitality. It cost them a couple of ultimates, but they still have plenty more to fall back on, and some were used on the other side. So this is a great way to get back into the game if you're Vitality.
I think the Steel Garden like
when
all the fights were about to go off and just every single weapon removed from the players of the Navi side. An important round to kickstart their attack side. But as said, plenty on the board financially for Navi.
ऐसा नहीं बोलते
Operator
ज़्यादा हो रहा है
being thought about from Ruxic, but
भाई मैं आजकल वो देख रहा हूँ बे तारिक भाई का प्रो सिटी Gameplay भी, fun भी,
a bit more
masala भी.
Patient when it comes to that Shower's aggression. Bear in mind, last round it was watched by an
on top. Tariq bhai on top.
Clear direction.
Love from Karnataka, no replay. Reply.
B-site making some noise. We saw the go through. They've cleared out Hookah, and then presence on the A side afterwards. It looks like for Navi that they've cleared this space on B and then gone back to the A side. That's what they want. Their opponents to think, and look, already a rotation in this direction.
Because City.
The fake has worked, but I think they don't imagine it has. they're now moving towards the A site, which is a little bit more stacked up.
करेंगे जो भी जीतेगा
They've played against their own
मेरा काश दोस्त membership लेना
ahead as well. Paranoia in, but Nightfall is going to force him to move. Alexic though holding on to that cross. Showstopper thrown in as well. It's only a trade, but it definitely slowed them down. And Angel spamming through. The lurk from Safe as well through Showers has been spotted. 30 seconds left. That's at least potentially going to deny the peak, but it hasn't worked out. Angel knows exactly where he is, even looking like he wants to take the fight, but with the fact that the spike's now down, it is all she wrote, nothing more to be found. And Angel with that final fight, it is a blip for NAVI and an immediate response.
I love that from Ruxic in the end. You know, he's 11-4, he's having a hell of a game, and then you know where the last player is. What does he do? He says, come on, Grams, I'm going to swing wide. He won't be able to hit me. It's an easy kill for you, and that's exactly what Angel gets.
Pallo bhai coming out used with the 10 gifted shots. जिसको भी gifted मिले tag करके पल्लो भाई को छुपा दे और OP करे.
I need the orb. I need the orb. You have ult.
I'm still thinking back to Icebox the other day.
Love you, Pallo bhai. Love you. Love you.
Oh well, Ruxic playing passive. He's got walking down on B long, spotted already by the Prowler. Play inside the pit. It's a dangerous game to play. And Les finds that out the hard way.
I like this. They also have Alexic just holding deep within the showers as well, so wrapping onto Hero is going to be incredibly difficult. They've then got the double stack up over on B, so they basically have everything covered, but with minimal players needed on that A site, they can put the extra personnel in. Angel also available potentially with a flash if they need it for the swing. Already setting up for them to go for it, and it is well placed. A perfect setup from NAVI. And well, Vitality have walked right into the trap.
This team's already been in similar position before, right? Looking at that group stage, they had to beat mates, they had to rely on BBL to make it here. Their road to Paris was almost cut short earlier on in this stage, and now the problem is, as this series goes on, with an in-zone flawless attack on top of it, NAVI with a 5-round lead on a half that, honestly, if they walked out after that 5-1, they ended up on 5. I'm still saying it's a good half for them. And now they're not only winning, they're doing so dominantly. It looks like Vitality are out of answers. Well, in the back of your head, you know, this is it. The last chance, perhaps the last hurrah of the final French team. All eyes of the home ground of that Champions event are going to be on Vitality. The weight of expectation certainly sitting heavy on their shoulders, and it looks like they're on their way out. They need something big to bounce them back into this one. That was a fight that we may do well to just forget.
I think we're going to see too many of those, and unfortunately for Vitality, they didn't even capitalize off it. A little bit of damage, but Alexic lives to tell the tale, no gun to be picked up. Now they've solved this ruse again. B is definitely the lighter of the sites, but the smoke's being placed by Ruxic.
भाई लोग B पे प्रेशर देके मतलब ही नहीं है, वो लोग बिलोंग छोड़ ही नहीं रहे, डीप स्मोक में डीप स्मोक दे रहे हैं, और वो जैसे रिबिन डालेगा वो लोग को मालूम पड़ता है कि पूरा बिलोंग खाली है, ये लो प्रॉलर आ गया, पूरा बिलोंग खाली है.
Which has been stacked up, but this time maybe a little bit more of a question. Prowler being hurt though will immediately pull Angel back to this side.
That's what they want though. We've had unsuccessful push and pulls from Vitality where they second-guessed themselves. Ended up on a triple back instead of a double back, and it ended up working in favor of NAVI. This time, they pull that rotation to A. They believe it's worked, and they're coming into the B side.
Paranoia. There's so much utility left. They haven't baited out the utility that's dangerous. Paranoia is only going to be used onto the one. Now Xiao becomes in a little bit of trouble, but he's joined his teammate. They're going to just hold on to this hookah control instead.
There's nothing to deny the plan. That's really secure. And look, Vitality have a decent chance if they can get a proper foothold. It's going to be a 3-man push into elbow, running deep for this fight, but the knife is already revealed. In goes the Viper's pit, though. That could be the turning point. You look at NAVI, what do they have to get back through? They've already used their boombot. They don't have a pit of their own. They don't have a reveal. This is going to be very difficult, especially with the pistols on the other side. The best case scenario for Vitality. They've lost kicks already. The nade goes in deep, drop down, he's gone! Ruxic again! The man to bail NAVI out! That could have been an awful situation! but this man, ever the savior of this defensive side, has just locked in an 8th round.
Honestly, he's definitely been one of the signings of the season. Like in terms of rookies coming into the league, I think Navi would have been long gone if it wasn't for some of the individual brilliance we're seeing from this man. I love the fact that they throw the nade in. Like you already know that there's a gap around the back of the pit. He plays above it. You put the nade in, forces them into awkward battles. But then he does the rest. Like the rest of it's still not easy to achieve. But he's been so down.
ये अल्ट वाइपर का अल्ट बहुत अच्छा था, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या था पता है? ये लोग बस हुक्का कंट्रोल नहीं था, और वो अल्टी इतना वो था, क्या बोलते हैं, इतना शैलो था कि हर जगह से स्पैम पड़ रही है, और जो एक जगह पे जहाँ पे वो लोग खड़ा रह सकते हैं, फिर पीछे भाग सकते हैं, फिर रिपोजिशन कर सकते हैं, वहां पे रेस ने नेट डाल दिया और उस पे रुक्सिक ने प्ले बना दिया। भाई है बे लेकिन है लेकिन ये लोग को हुक्का कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा बे, कुछ तो कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा।
Sweat. No, it is looking easy. And look, Vitality, like I said, they've had their back against the wall before. You look back to playoffs, they looked dead and buried, and it seems like it's the same story here. The road not looking like it will be traveled all the way to its end, all the way to before Vitality. All they have to do is rise up from the dead. And they do it all the time. They did it in playoffs, but here and now, on the map pick of Navi, a team 8-2 in the lead with some young guns shining, and even the old man on the squad going positive. This is where Vitality faced their biggest challenge with more pressure than I think they've seen as a roster, certainly as this roster.
Oh, okay.
Nice openings.
That's not a bad start. Less is traded out, but it's more so getting rid of Shao. That's a lot of the information.
ओमेन क्या ब्लाइंड है तो इतना ऐसा भाग के क्यों जाते हैं लोग? दूसरी बार मैं देखा बिलोंग पे ऐसा एक बंदा मरते हुए।
So the other two players,
प्रेशर आता भागते प्री फायर खा लेते हैं लोग।
If your Vitality have been able to group up on that B site, they are walking into the heavier of the two, but the dimensional drift will give them that information. It will put some serious pressure onto Hero, who has now been spotted within the tube. Brooksick runs out to try and help, but actually works as a distraction. Eventually he's dealt with. Now it's Angel in the clutch. Most of the time I'd be banking on Safe and Durka, but he's so well placed. He needs to get his gun out. Safe walking in, and he's already lost Durka on the other side. Angel with a chance to put the nail in the coffin, but Safe will save the day. It's been a rough match so far, but at least they'll be able to close out that one.
A third round on the board. I mean, it is a little consolation prize, a thin silver lining on an otherwise very dark cloud, but losing this one, that would have been it. You lose a clutch to Angel like that. And you got to give props as well to Hero. When he got 3 kills in the tube, they knew he was there. Nice. You can see the stress.
That is the stress of a man who almost lost a 1v2 to Hung.
And Angel still going positive. All thanks to that wide swing from Ruxic. 8-3, big play. Alexa going in early. Reveal is there to open the doors of the off to follow up, but no one is home. Vitality sending this in the other direction. We may see that rotate from Angel. This looks like it'll be a more direct play from Vitality. Less is able to land himself a little something. They've slowed it down.
It's been fairly hit and miss from him. The battle to just try and stop Navi pushing this side of the map hasn't been going well. He knew Alexic was going to be there, but doing anything about it has been a problem. Already losing half the map, and it almost feels like they're then forced into a committal elsewhere. The knife is going to give the game away, and now they know that Angel will have rotated. That's going to leave them nervous. 2 players stacked up. They've done decently well, but Shao coming up with 2 keeps the advantage in their favor.
Look how low Durka is as well. Angel still sitting around here. He failed his 1v2, and this time he will have backup, but a little bit later. He needed to buy time as he bought enough for Hero to land this flank. And it doesn't look like he has, as they quickly make the rotation through the teleporter. The A site plan to be locked in. It's going to put Safe 1 away from ultimate. Durka on 4 HP, they need a big play. The nade, not in the right spot.
No, he's forcing him forward. He forced him into Hero. The nade was just to deny the one plant spot that was actually safe from the flanker coming in. That's a brilliant nade placement that pushed them in to hero, and of course, well, with kills like that, it's all too easy. A 9-3 half coming through for NAVI. Vitality on their last legs. They need to turn it after this.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Mind games by NAVI? पता नहीं यार 2v2 है आराम से स्लो खेल सकते हैं पता नहीं कैसे बंदा आशीष को परेशान ना करो अच्छा फ्राइडे डन आशीष बोल दिए फ्रेंड है मेरा ऑटो करेक्ट मतलब तेरा ऑटो करेक्ट उसको फ्रेंड फ्रेंड नहीं मानता कुकी जी समझ रहे हो ना आपका गूगल और यूट्यूब और आपका कीबोर्ड और कीबाइंड सब कुछ उसको फ्रेंड नहीं मानता उसको फ्राइड मानता है इसलिए उसको ऑटो करेक्ट बोलते हैं और फ्राइड
Vitality fighting to stay in the running for champions, the biggest event of the year, but we will be losing one of these teams after this series. And they are no strangers to each other. But Tom, it looks like we're going to get the same old result as we have so many times before, a 2-0 for NAVI in 3 out of their last 4 previous matches.
Yeah, well, the 2-1's what breaks them up, and that's exactly what's needed from Vitality if they're going to be able to turn this. But it's a terrifying position to be in, a team that they've struggled to beat, a team that is 9-3 in the lead on their map choice, on their weaker half of the map. All, well, everything points towards a NAVI victory at this stage. And you now have to look at those players on the other side. Players like Durka, who's been to champions many a time, won internationals less, who is a champions winner. Back with Loud. They need to dig deep and find another level in this second half, otherwise this is game over.
9-3. The pistol round carrying so much weight for Vitality. An injection of rounds for NAVI may send them straight to the finish line. It's on this defense. A lot of control, a lot of slowing and stopping power on A. On B, they look for aggression. Standing outside that smoke was Durka, back up further from Unfake. And it is just a wide net being set by NAVI as they look for aggression. And they find it. Nice shot from Alexic.
He is sharp. Going into this attack side, he's definitely going to be a focal point. He's even spamming through, but the reload has been heard. Durka was tempted, not knowing how many are on the other side, and Alexic has already fallen back, regimented in his positioning. Angel is trying to push up on the other side. There's a nasty setup with that Arc Rose flash ready to pop if anybody tries to activate that one. Alexic is still expecting aggression, but Durka with a nice shot will even things back up. 30 seconds, Mitch. This is getting a little bit late now for NAVI.
They found opening pick, but then they stalled out. Going back towards the A side. Viper Vice there, the setup. Well, the setup is to slow the bath push, and that's where Vitality are looking to fight, but they've got 2 here. Guns trained on the angle, safe to find the opening.
The wall, though.
The wall's going to block them out. The jump goes over to start with. The other 2 make it through. Okay, they're on site. 10 seconds left. The plant needs to be found. It has to be stuck as Hero bails them out of this situation. But still, Les is here. No ability to deny the plant. Hero's got another! NAVI suddenly in the lead with flying colors. It looks like they passed this test. Only Les stands to challenge them. 3 players to drop, time against him, and they just bail out of these aggressive positions, falling back to play together. They know Les is coming from this angle. Might be able to catch the jump on one, but now they're locked in. Time ticking. Diffuse not being stuck. Les tries to find one, but the crossfire is too strong. And double digits locked in now for NAVI.
Insane. Like, the Heroes just turned this round is here. We were raving about Ruxic up the top of the board. He's now been overtaken. Hero Man who had a pretty rough performance in the match versus GX. I don't know what their performance coach is doing, but evidently Hero is having a better day. Calm and collected. And just decimating the opponents. And just look at the other side. Like, other than Durka, it really has just been a bleak display on this map for Vitality. They had a really good chance with how little time was left on the clock. And even still, the round slips away.
Well, I said coming into this series, whoever wins it needs to dominate their opponents. It cannot be a game of inches. Because when it comes to facing off against Heretics,
but VC पे बोलूँगा कभी.
If it's a close matchup here, it should be a pretty concise one in favor of Heretics. But this is inspiring faith. A different level hit by NAVI. When push comes to shove, when elimination is on the line, this squad seems to have locked in. Vitality better hope that that's a temporary burst of energy. They have a huge climb back into this map, into this series. And, well, it doesn't really start here, you'd imagine. All classics, outlaw play on the other side. Hero still fragging on the Ghost.
Hero's got Ghost. Like, I don't know if they even stand a chance. Been eliminated by Safe. Kicks with a nasty angle, but it's almost like a fade-away shot. Way back around, trying to group back up. Of course, they know that normally NAVI will be running either 4 or 3, depending on the scenario. So
are you like fried?
At least a couple of kills to make this one costly. And Alexic is waiting and watching the jump across. It's used as bait, but whoa, that was like aim practice for Alexic. 11-3. Oh, Mitch. It's gonna have to be a pretty big streak for Vitality if they're gonna remain. Not just in the tournament, in the year. This is the end of their year if they lose this map.
I mean, we talked earlier about them rising from the dead, but now they've got a couple feet of dirt to dig through, even if that happens. 11-3 is such a difficult scoreline, especially when NAVI are playing the way that they are. It feels like they have so many big players to rely on. It was Ruxic throughout that first half. Hero started to step up towards the end, and he has not gone anywhere on the side switch. For Vitality, they need heroes of their own. Durka's been having a decent game, but he's got to be godlike to drag them across the line.
HP.
Just about escaped with his life. Hero is just going to activate the wall, put some doubt in the minds of the opponent, of course, with the Viper wall up. It sells the possibility that they could have lost control, but not the case here.
Alexic वापस वही angle पे.
Alexic already knows that there's a man just around this corner. Wants to fight. His aim in the second half has just been crispy as hell. Headshot percentage going through the roof.
क्या ये बंदा?
Bear in mind
that
the year started with kickoff going swimmingly, and a top 4 at a Masters. They might be about to not just beat Vitality, but decimate them. And with Durka now already low, less already gone. Safe is going to be that point of contact, and I think he's about to get trapped in by a Seize.
Can you like nade?
Oh yeah, there is quite a bit of utility coming his way. Snake bites, grenades.
By top of flesh.
And there's not much to say about this round. Vitality, they've only taken Ruxic down. Now it's a 4v2 playing into the post.
क्या खेल रहा है भाई नावी? Hello.
Finding the first onto Alexic.
क्या खेल रहा है नावी?
We spoke about some saviors of Vitality, and we may well have found them. Kicks
भाई क्या खेल रहा है नावी?
Quickly thereafter. NAVI came into this game, and the climb to get all the way back from this lower bracket all the way to champions, it is a steep one. But where there were mountains, especially Vitality, a hell of a climb up against them. There were mountains, and they have made them move one round with 9 chances to close this out and send the final French organization out of the running for Champs Paris.
They are turning a mountain into a molehill. They're making it look easy. Well, right at the depths. We said it all the way through. Oh, they've got a big lead. They've got to step up. It just doesn't seem like it's happening. I've been waiting to see the light. Vitality and NAVI have stamped it out round after round after round. His team is definitely making a statement. Their game versus GX was shaky. It was not the Na'Vi that we expected to see. Many, including myself, predicted them to take victory in that game, and I think GX have proven that even versus Liquid, they can fight versus the best of them. It definitely seems like there's still some competition in this lower bracket run. Heretics awaiting the victor here on Unfake, waiting his demise.
Oh, well, he will not go quietly into the night. Becomes the nightmare himself for Navi. A nice double opener. And Durka following up. It looks like they've stabilized. But so late in the game, with so much more to do. And still, it's no formality. Taking down Hero and Ruxic. Yeah, this is not a guaranteed round by any metric. They're going to look to push the tap first. They now play close. Molly goes in, but they come out of the smoke. It's only Hero. He's alone, but still managing to push. Find picks and give them a damn good chance.
Oh, Viper's Pit as well. Two players looking to come in from the flank, but it will create an awkward scenario. Ruxic also playing within it, looking to try and find the fight of anybody around. He's looking for a gap, and Safe is the only man on the other side. They're going to try and wrap back around on the Vitality side. This should have been a formality. This should have been a done deal. But these two are looking to try and make this the end of the run completely.
Where are you?
End of the line. Unfake into the pit. Already down low. Hero has been dealt with, and they will live to fight another day. Vitality still stand for now.
Oh, that was way too close. With the pit up, I mean, they're lucky that we didn't any longer have a snake bite on Hero to slow down that push. That Ruxic was looking the wrong way as they pushed back into the pit.
Easy round.
This could have gone so badly wrong. The 2v5 denied. Round one by Vitality, and an immediate pause coming out of Navi. They've still got an extra one after this, and plenty of rounds to burn. 8 in a row needed from this point forward for Vitality to get an overtime. They need to win the overtime, and then they need to win Corrode. The scary thing is, Tom, if you add up, if you were to just add those 7 rounds from Haven in here, they still would be trailing.
I wonder if this is just like
yes, sir.
Like, I wonder if they've got something in their back pocket that's just like, okay, this will close it now, or something was witnessed in that round where it's like, you're getting ahead of yourself. And I think it might be the latter. Like, just, okay, there was some swings in that round I didn't like to see. There was some aggression that wasn't necessary. Let's not even give them a look in, because a little bit of confidence on Durka, a return to form from Safe, and this could go back the other way. Do I believe it will? No.
Absolutely.
I've been trying to build that
narrative.
But, unfortunately,
आज
Vitality haven't been
तक
playing
तो
ball.
पड़ेगा.
Navi, on the other hand, as you said, 8 chances to
तो
close.
उठते काम है मेरे को.
Hero, like, there was a moment we were looking at Ruxic 16 and 4. He slowed down, and Hero's just gone, oh, you need a break.
Happy Saturday!
I'll pick up alone and just takes over the game.
It's not even that. Ruxic can't speed up anymore. He can't keep pace because Hero's taking all his gas. He's eliminating everyone. Yeah, exactly. The guy has just gone, no, you're not getting any more because they're mine. 12-4. A dominant display from Navi, a bump in the road, a pause called immediately.
Showstopper.
And the orb taken for the showstopper indeed. Angel one away from an ult of his own. Now, they don't have anything to find players. The Haunt already used. That showstopper may be kept in the back pocket for a little bit. But if they do send it up through short, there's a lot of targets waiting.
Yeah, they don't want to wait for the execution. And that's a great call. Quick double, and also they got rid of the showstopper. That is worth its weight in gold for Vitality.
I mean, we were just a couple seconds away from seeing that put in by the looks of things. So, right place, right time, great read, and great reaction. Shit. Oh, Dirk is caught out a little bit, but Angel fails to punish. The advantage still sitting with the defense. They don't need to play aggressive. They don't need to take risks, and perhaps they'll regret doing so. Never mind, it's Durka. He manages to take Angel down. Ruxic swinging around, looking for more targets, and he's found out there's plenty more in and around this space. Durka, and Xiao won't be able to capitalize. We found that pick, immediately turns on to Durka. Perhaps there was something, but 12-5 locked in. 7 in a row now needed.
Yeah, they managed to hold on in that one. I really like the decision making. I think it's very easy if you're a team sort of being battered in this manner to just go, okay, we're going to hide, we're going to play passive. I don't want to be the one to make the final mistake. I don't want to be the one to give the game away. I don't want to be the one to be remembered for that moment that led us slip away from a chance of making it to Paris.
क्या
They
लगता
didn't
है ये
do that.
लोग
They got
केवल
aggressive,
सीधा
they
ये
got in their
शॉट डबल
opponent's
दबाएंगे
face.
क्या?
They denied them that showstopper. Now they have a lot of
Torrent
ultimates
follow.
of their own. Dimensional
Suppress.
drift. That orbital strike is the one that really stands out to me. Chance for plant denial, although Kicks is taking quite an aggressive stance. A straight bullet could be a problem for him. Never mind, it's a problem for Ruxic instead. And also for Xiao, he will be dealt with in the end, and that's a pretty hefty upgrade for Alexic.
Yeah, but unfake, dropping the spike and then falling. If he stays alive, they're huge advantage, but a good punish by Angel puts them back into a winnable spot, especially with a showstopper. And if that's in post-plant, this could be huge. Flank coming in from Les. It's going to be early as well. The information going Durka's way. He's cleared out everything towards the triple box. He hasn't yet found out where Angel is. Problem is, he's all alone and Les is on fire. 6 now locked in for Vitality. But Tom, the worrying thing for me is we have seen discipline from Navi when it comes to using those ultimates. No early pops, and that means there's still 4 online coming into the next. The only one they're missing is Hero, used to attempt to win out that 2v5 earlier. This is a powerful round that they'll face.
So I feel like these are some confidence building rounds. The last aggressive play worked out wonderfully. Kicks being able to get a double there through the smoke, like these are all moments that are going to start making you believe, okay, I'm not just getting washed here by the Navi Storm. Of course, it's an incredibly long way to go, but the fact that we didn't really see only the dimensional drift used, nothing else. Vitality still have ultimates of their own, but all it takes is one for Navi. And I mentioned maybe they'd have a cheese round in the strat, but doesn't seem to be the case. I think it was just getting ahead of themselves.
Kicks got hit by 9. They know he's here. They know Orbital Strike could come through. That's a massive pick from Alexic though. In goes the showstopper now. Quick space take. If it's fired in that corner, it could do so much damage perhaps, but no kill just yet. Kicks holding on for dear life as Ruxic finds one. Hero with another. But these players now in a bad position. It's Hero and Xiao. They have to deal with Kicks in this corner. He's so low and the spam will take him out safe all alone. He's taking their weapons and taking down Xiao with Angel falling in the ult eventually. It's a 1 versus 1. Hero with the chance to lock this in here and now. And he'll take the spike at least elsewhere. It may end up back on this B site.
Feels like he's tried to bait safe into a rotation. It's now a game of cat and mouse. Who falls to the other? He's gone. In terms of the ruse, no. Safe has opted to stick around, staying on the right side of the map. The read from him is sublime, and of course the sound likely to be made. Drop down comes in, it's just patient from Hero, but Safe played it perfectly. A Red Bull clutch to keep them in it. It was looking like that could be the beginning of the end, but when they needed him, he stepped up.
I think the rotate to A just seemed too obvious to him as he went to rotate. He second-guessed himself. And this time it was the right read. Very nicely done. His Vitality, they were inches away from this one slipping out of their control. The ult from Safe got him the first and managing to pick them off after. He has bought them a lifeline with 5 rounds in a row needed. This task looking more and more manageable as the rounds go on. And Navi investing a lot in terms of their ultimates there, finding an opening beforehand as well. That's a big danger dealt with early, and a danger that might not come back into play before overtime.
Again, we're seeing this aggression out from the defensive side. Growing in confidence, still playing their own game. Ruxic not going to take that fight. Doesn't want to give up an early opener. And a very passive hold currently over on that A side. They have the orbital strike, they have the Nightfall for the retake, so they don't need to be over-aggressive when they have less personnel. With those ults now dissipated, definitely becomes a tougher task. Utility has been removed by Angel, and now the pressure's going to be onto Les, but it doesn't look like he felt the pressure whatsoever. Ruxic has I am back! Though, and now Les is boxed in. Needs to try and take a fight. Has support, but never mind. He's managed to dodge the utility. Ruxic is the only player on this side of the map. The TP is going to give the game away for Hero as well, and Kicks just runs in behind him. This streak of rounds starting to look worrying as Vitality down 5 in a row. That's halfway.
That could be the next pause used up by Navi. That gap is now looking very scary indeed. 4 rounds in a row needed. Ults used the round before to no avail for Navi, and close as some rounds may be, not this one, but some of the others, they haven't been able to push it across the line. Now you start to wonder, can they? And indeed, the pause comes through. I think it's the right time for it. And it's the last opportunity for Navi to speak with their coaching staff. If they cannot put an end to this momentum, Vitality's pressure may be taken off their shoulders very soon.
This is what we're talking about, though. Like, we know that Angel is that solid attack side caller, but it seems like right now it's like players starting to step up on the Vitality side, individually hitting their shots, winning those fights, and then just a few missteps in terms of like maybe a flash not quite hitting, or somebody getting away with a lot more than they should in terms of options for trades. The Vitality players...
Press pe. One galat pick ya one over
after I said I didn't believe in them anymore, decided to come alive. It's always good to completely cast a curse, but as the final French organization, we didn't want to see them go out on a whimper. They've done more than 50% of the work at this stage. 5 of the 9. The question is, can they get those final 4, or will Navi manage to find the gap? This round's looking like the least likely.
Time to jump.
And knowing Navi, somehow probably be the one they win.
Yeah, we'll see a little 3K from Ruxic with the Sheriff.
Cover going out.
Perhaps Alexic rips someone's head off.
That's if Hero doesn't get there first.
Yeah. It's not a ghost, okay? So give him a chance.
Oh, you're doubting... Okay, you're doubting Hero Sheriff. Just all I needed to hear.
Okay.
Now,
as I was saying, it's worked out well for me. It's worked out well for Vitality. Around that, they don't want to be committing ults in. They don't want to be giving Navi a chance of foot in the door. I know that pause will have been about the next, but given the chance they'll take it here, and Vitality do very well to limit the opportunities given to their opponents.
Not a whole lot of space to be found. Smoke will be fading, but the second it does, Vitality players are ready for a peek on either front. Oh, Ruxic trying to make space, it's just not working out for them. Angel hoping that he can maybe get through, and actually he's managed to take the wall down, but again, it's another double peek. All of this from Durka and Les has been perfect, making sure there's no
technically देखा जाएगा तो 2 ही round दूर है भाई.
So Ruxic will be getting a 3K. He's gonna need to get 5 in 25 seconds.
एक और round इको जाएगा.
It'd be impressive. Training simulation. He's got a good idea where Durka is. Paranoia even committed. There's one. There's a rifle. Might just be Ruxic running for the hills. Economy damage here. What's that going to do?
10 seconds left.
Vitality will keep buying until the game is done.
Cover going out.
Indeed, he will just look to hold on to this.
Come back.
Final seconds.
Crazy,
Tick off the clock. 12 to 9 on the board, and you look towards Navi's future. We could potentially have 2 very strong buys. Ultimates could be there, but mainly we're looking at Hero. He should have a pit before the game is over. If we're farming orbs on Alexic, perhaps the showstopper as well.
Short maybe.
But really, so many of those advantages have faded. All of the runway that they had has now become very, very short. And we're getting close to the trees. Vitality, they just got to keep doing the same. They've got their ultimates to work with. They have 3 rounds to play for, 3 ultis to use within them. Dirty's going to have dimensional drift, have the op every round as well. I didn't believe at all, but now I'm starting to doubt.
It's more so I'm starting to, get nervous for Na'Vi that the pressure might be getting to them. This game should have been over and done with a long, long time ago.
Yep.
And as things have gone by, Vitality have looked to improve. That's huge from Alexic, though. He's dived into the site, looking to try and take the space alone. The rest of the team a little bit late on the follow-up. In fact, they've been denied by the orbital strike. Angel's made it into the site, but teammate trapped behind the wall. They're also caught out at the moment. Angel manages to get one while being pushed. He still kept himself at least traded evenly, and it's an awkward spray, but even still, Vitality have come out on top again.
Lots of damage done. That Molly evening it up a little bit with Ruxic down to 43. Kicks in safe. Easily taken down in the next fights. It's less rotating through that they will wait for and look to take this together. A blob A three-man group just pushing through. Trades are the name of the game. If they can make them even, they'll come out on top with this round. The timing here, there's options if they don't split up for Navi to run around. Whether it's in lamps, playing up behind them, there's going to be gaps to be played with. They'll have to play out of this smoke to get near the spike, popping one of their own down, but Ruxic sprays in, lands onto Les, kicks with a third in this round, and safe on 30 HP, swinging wide, drops Angel. Again, a close round, one with chances, with promise for Navi, but they cannot get it across the line.
I can't believe we've got here. It makes no sense. It's like Vitality have flipped the switch and turned into the better team by a considerable margin, and all the things that were going right for Na'Vi have just completely disappeared. This isn't even going to be a full purchase for them. You're looking at a few pistols alongside a couple of hero rifles. And somehow Vitality got that 9-round deficit down to just 2.
And what should be 1. This next buy round is for overtime. Navi, they'll hope to walk out of this, and they should, even if they lose every player. That's a pit for the next. That's an ult on Ruxic, a few orbs for Alexic, and you can still have decent ultis for that final fight. There goes Alexic down. Only 1 orb for him. Ruxic up top, he's got 1. The flash is good though, he's denied. Vitality just need to stick to their principles, stick to the fundamentals here. They've got the weapon advantage. Ruxic got it straight through the box, but he's dropped immediately. This isn't going anywhere, and it's Sheriff's left in the hands of Navi until Angel finds a Guardian. It's a narrow enough margin, but Vitality have woken up.
Oh boy, come back!
Still made me believe for a moment, but his kicks, the controller on the other side, who really has had a step up in this second half, now finds himself just a few kills behind Durka. Na'Vi had unlimited pauses, there'd be one every single round right now, because they are choking to, well, a degree we've only seen from one other team in the league.
Oh no.
12 to 11.
मैं और मैं बोला ना और लेता था ना last game. एक और में भी ult भी आ सकता था.
They had nothing to make me believe that they would win 9 rounds in a row, and now we sit with 8 in a row and just 1 needed.
1 buy round, that's what it all comes down to. For Navi, 2 away from a showstopper, 2 away from the null command. The orb, the plant, that could play a big role. For Vitality, there are pitfalls in that sense to fall into. If an opening pick is given to the wrong player, this round could become so very difficult. If they lose the sight, the pit will have to be fought back through, and it very nearly turned a 2v5 into their favor. A minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Less lucky there weren't more bullets fired in that spam. He almost went down.
They're going to push. Oh, Xiao just about is able to escape through the TP, but that is map control and an immediate teleport to the other side of the map for Durka. He's looking to bolster up this A site. Tag already onto Unfake. Kicks, as said. He has really stepped up in the TP behind. This might go unnoticed. No, it has been realized at least. And Durka just about survives. His ult keeps him standing.
This is huge. He's popped his ult. He can spot where that Viper is. Call for the spams. Call for the wraparounds. And in fact, it's going to be a swing out from Xiao to disrupt. In the meantime, Hero slips away. They need to track him inside the pit. They've got to drop that soon, or this round will be so difficult to get back onto that spike. He's wrapped all the way around to Lamps, and they can't find him. With Angel and Ruxic answering up, it's only safe. A 1v2 through the pit. He needs to defuse. And up against the numbers as well. He'll catch 1. But the time ticking. And that player not found from within the pit to wrap around from Hero is perfect. He's bought all the time in the world. And a snake bite sent flying could end this here and now. The damage done. The classic to close. They push back against Navi. But Navi push harder. 13 to 11. 2 to 0. As history repeats itself for Navi. That'll be Vitality, the final French organization out of the running for champions.
Like crazy game, crazy
They will have been able to turn goal into diamond just from the clenched cheeks. That was almost one of the craziest comebacks we've ever seen. 8 rounds in a row, and the 9th.
भाई डर के लेकिन बहुत कुछ करता है टीम के लिए मजाक से कर
इसका इम्पैक्ट Navi in with it. an absurd
कभी
way
ऐसा
for
फालतू
them
में
to
मरते
be
हुए नहीं देखा
eliminated,
मैंने
and an
लड़के को.
almost heartbreaking one at that. It is a tough defeat to take from the highs of kickoff to the lows of the end of the year. It is a squad that had so much potential, but unfortunately will not be heading to champions.
Yeah, everything you lose is a step you take, and for Vitality, this is a step straight out of the running for champs, out of the tournament. The end of their year is here and now, and it's all because of this squad on your screen. NAVI, a team not favored on map 1, not favored on half 1.
Angel One bolte.
They defied all odds and stand tall in the end. A phenomenal showing from this squad, who will go on to face Heretics in another elimination matchup.
Yeah, it is running the gauntlet all the way. We know that there are some tough teams in that lower bracket. Heretics, one of them. Fnatic obviously went marching on earlier in the day. There are no easy games. There is no easy way to make it to champions for NAVI, but they've got off the mark by victory over Vitality. And that road for maybe one of the one people left from France. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make it.
गेमिंग होगी यस. अभी हम लोग एक गेम खेलने वाले हैं, ठीक है. यहाँ पे रुकना, किधर जाना नहीं. बाकी लोग बाय बाय बाय, आदियोस पादियोस, टेक केयर, सिया. कल EMEA होगा कि नहीं वो भी मेरे को नहीं मालूम. अगर EMEA नहीं होगा तो शायद 9:30 to 12 या 12:30 नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम होएगा, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ चल रहा है जिंदगी में बिफोर जापान और अपने पास दिन नहीं बचे हैं. ठीक है, तो मिलते हैं. बाय बाय बाय, आदियोस, चढ़े आदियोस, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट एवरीबॉडी, लव यू.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better than me. I find you a star, and we could